himself, Maxi to finish off that run from LG. That is a huge kill himself. Going crazy with the sniper here. Oh my god, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Where's that SSG lead? We got triple lineups coming through out of Toby.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Splitgate Pro Series Championship. I'm Frank Bath. With me in the booth is Blue. Blue, it's been a minute, but how you been, man?
I've been good. I'm ready to hear now for the championships, ready to see and crown, potentially our final Splitgate champion. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an exciting weekend of Splitgate. Again, this is just day one of your championship here with $250,000 on the line. But let's take a look at our Splitgate rosters going into this weekend's event. Now, usual suspects here for the most part. The two to call out is, of course, Luminosity and Moist, making that 1-for-1 trade. Luminosity, thank you. Two Tobys on the same team. That will not get confusing for any of us here on the desk. We're going to have to come up with a couple of nicknames there. But Moist, with, in my opinion, a pretty big roster move, receiving Bala from LG, trading that for Toby. I think, in terms of Moist, we kind of talked about that veteranship that JP brought to that squad early on, and we kind of saw it time and time again falling up just a little bit short in those objective game modes. And well, it seems like they solved that problem with this trade. Bala, kind of the undisputed champion in objective time across our seasons in the SPS. So excited to see this roster kind of take shape here today.
Really just a second to none player across the board too, even outside of the objective stats. Bala's been really on fire throughout multiple seasons of the SPS. That'll be a big pickup for Moist here in the championship.
Yeah, and here are some of your challenger teams as well, because keep in mind we kind of expanded the championship here to a full bracket. So these are your teams who will be battling against our established Pro Series rosters. Dollar Aim Club, a lovely name, got to give a shout out to that. And some familiar names up here that we've seen, players like Bitey, for instance, and you see Zyber, Sucky, some of these names, Ritz, another one. So no slouches here really in these challenger squads. So potentially some upsets in the bracket is what we'll see. Now, we mentioned the pricing a little bit on that intro, but let's give you guys the full rundown. Again, a $250,000 in prizing. First place going to be walking away with $100,000. Second, $60,000. Third, $30,000, and then fourth, $20K. Fifth and sixth receiving $10,000. Seventh and eighth, $6,000, and then ninth through 12th, $2,000. So 4 teams not going to be making the prizing. Going to have to keep an eye out for that, but a pretty big distribution in this prize pool.
Absolutely the case. It should be a fun time to see how all these teams duke it out, and specifically if we see any of the challenger teams manage to upset and knock out some of our championship teams as well.
Yeah, definitely could see some upsets here, but let's take a look at that bracket. So again, kind of a lot of information here, but this is going to be the top side of that bracket. Things will get easier to digest as the weekend proceeds, because there will be double elimination. There's going to be that lower bracket, the chance for elimination, chance for those upsets. And again, just for you guys at home, for that viewing experience, we're going to be broadcasting at least one match from every round here today. So a lot of these teams going to be getting some love, some shine on stream, and I'm definitely excited to see that. Now, with all of these rosters, all of these squads duking it out, we're of course going to be crowning an MVP here at the conclusion of the weekend as well. So big shout outs to Astro Gaming for that MVP award. They're going to be getting the SPS MVP A40 and Mix Amp TR mixed in with that new backpack, the BP35, as well as that cross body sling, the CS03 and the A03 in-ear monitor. So you're going to be fully kitted out, ready to hit the road with all your Astro gaming gear and game it up anywhere, anytime. So excited to see who comes out on top and wins that award. Now we kind of covered the housekeeping. We're ready to get into some of these, and I believe one of the first teams we're going to be seeing here is Elevate going up against Immortal. So a good little, appetizer, a first course to kind of wet our whistle for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fun game to be sure. As far as Immortal's concerned as well, We have quite a few legacy names in this roster. I believe Bitey being one of them that should be quite familiar to some of you folks at home that have been watching Splitgate. So this one could actually end up being a little bit close in that respect here. Elevate, of course, is no secret. They've been struggling a little bit inside of the regular season of the SPS that we played out a few months ago. We'll have to see how they've been able to buffer up their strategy in preparation, of course, here for the championship.
Yeah, a big thing to note is these teams have kind of had that extended break, do some rescheduling due to inclement weather, we'll call it that. So plenty of time for these teams to review, practice, scrim, kind of get everything dialed in for that SPS championship that is about to unfold. But like we kind of said, Immortal versus Elevate, both kind of streaky teams within the season. We saw some familiar names from Immortal, Zax, Max, Bitey, like you mentioned. And here is your map rotation before we get into this one. We're going to have King of the Hill on Highwind, followed up by TDM on Abyss. Then we'll be going to Domination on Atlantis. And then map 4, if we go there, will be a King of the Hill on Foregone Destruction, and if we go to that map number 5, a TDM on Lava Well. So really kind of a greatest hits. The shocking one to me, of course, is a map 1, King of the Hill on Highwind. We've seen that played Domination a few times earlier here in the season, but not so much King of the Hill, so going to be interesting to see how that one plays out.
It's kind of slowly started to sneak its way in more and more as we got towards the tail end of the regular season a few months back here, and I think Elevate was one of the teams that was more okay playing onto this map compared to some of the other SPS rosters here. Big thing of note is we don't have a lot of small maps here. We don't have a lot of maps where you could potentially take massive control of these important parts of the map and be able to control the rest of the map as a result of that. Atlantis will be the one big exception to that. Otherwise, though, for the other 4, it's either more medium-sized map or the larger ones where you can really spread your team out and try to catch your opponents with their pants down.
Yeah, it seems like at least the first 3 maps here, it's kind of like that snowball effect, snowball-y type map. Looks like both of these squads just looking to close it out 3-0. You know, you have Highwind, where if you get kind of the upper hand, get control of those power weapons, you're really going to be able to control that map and really pick players off of spawn. A little bit similar in Abyss, but a little more setup heavy with kind of how you spread out, but still a snowball-y type map. And then again with Atlantis, I think Atlantis has the most opportunity for those breaks, especially with it being in that domination game mode where you can kind of get those back caps going, catch those teams off guard, catch them spread a little too thin. But you know, we've seen big teams like T1, like SSG really just snowball and close those games out in a big advantage.
Yeah, T1 especially for Atlantis there, so going to be curious to see if they're going to be able to bring some of that prowess to the table a bit later. But obviously the story right now is between Immortal and Elevate. Will our very first match yield an upset for the challenger teams, or will Elevate hold the ground strong for our SPS rosters? I think it's just about time to find out here in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think too, just as a note before we get into this one, the player I'm looking at in this series and maybe even in this tournament, I think is Daybreak. I think he's had the ability to kind of really carry his squad in some of these scenarios and really kind of take teams, you know, test their mettle in a way. So I'm wondering if he was able to kind of elevate his gameplay, you know, in the little extended break that we had. So Daybreak, I think, is going to be my player to watch here for this series because I think he has the potential to really turn up and dominate here. But here we go, getting into the first one. We'll start off with Blitz and see what he's cooking with.
Let's get to it here, see what exactly Elevate and Immortal are going to be able to bring to the table. Immortal takes the initial cap on our center hill. Obviously, not going to be able to translate that into a whole lot just yet, but they do bank a good 5 or so seconds, which should keep them ahead the first 30 or so seconds. Elevate now moving in to try and contest that back, but still focusing on zone control more than anything right now. This first hill, as you could probably tell, is a little bit of a no man's hill. It's so difficult to control it in an extended fashion with that central position, so for the most part, teams are going to be fighting for positioning onto the next hill that they can then gain some big points on.
I do like Daybreak's early play there, but we have Strafe with that triple kill securing the hill, scavenging that bat that Daybreak did drop in his early defense, and now it's just an all-out brawl. Contesting this hill, Kifa here does have that sniper rifle, so a little bit of a close range here. We'll see if he can pull off any shots or if he's going to try to reposition. Looks like he'll be extending out, looking to defend this hill from a wider angle. Manages to find Darth right as he escapes through that portal, so a nice rotation out of Kifa there.
Excellently played here. Immortal does manage to control of the transition over to our second hill, and as a result of that, they're going to be able to surge ahead with the first real considerable lead in this map so far. Potential to lose it now. As you can see, their Overwatch going to end up getting taken down here, opens up a pathway for Elevate to try and work their way in, but ultimately loses far too much before they can even get there. 3 players going down in the most recent battle. They're all going to be back up now, but already we can see them starting to fall again with 2 more kills coming out for both Kifa as well as Swish here. That gets some real big points for Immortals on this second hill, now giving them just over a 30-second lead over Elevate.
Yeah, and I want to call this out too. Zaxmax Max actually getting a triple off stream before we switched over to him that really opened up that play for Immortal to rack up those points in that hill, but it's going to be 4 down for Immortal at this point in time, so we'll hop on over to Darth, see what he's got in store. Zax maxed a couple of players from Immortal underneath. Bitey managing to narrowly escape. Swish stepping up to force Darth back off of that position. So all members of Immortal will survive that high ground, and Elevate will actually go 2 down in return. So Immortal will take control of this hill on the rotation.
Minute mark, of course, has passed. We're onto our 3rd hill now. Immortal still with consistent control over it, however, as we just encroach on their first minute mark for points at 56-37. A little bit of an attempt from Elevate to steal it away, but really only 1 or 2 players able to get themselves with positioning on that hill, so they do not get a whole lot of time. Elevate trying to play for zone control once again here, and they're getting a good amount of it, specifically for Blitz here, playing out this corner, but he is finally going to bite off a little bit more than he can chew on the most recent fight. Zach will take him down, and that means that I believe Immortal will be able to get themselves back on that hill, only for a split second, though. Turning to it now, but will they be able to stay here? It's looking like they will, thankfully. 3 more players, at least for a split second there, go down for Elevate, and that'll be some consistent control as we enter the final 10 seconds of this hill.
Yeah, some big kills, too, coming out from Swish, managing to take down Darth and Daybreak, some of the main slayers for that Elevate roster, so that's really keeping them on the back foot. Swish will finally be collapsed on by Darth, some revenge being taken there, so we'll hop on board with Zax Max, who managed to pick the 1 shot onto Blitz, finds himself in an engagement with Daybreak, even challenging him down. So 2 down for Elevate yet again, as Immortal continue to control this map and control that hill. So really well played out of Immortal here, and I gotta call out just that game knowledge. We've kind of seen 2 scenarios where it's players that I've seen in positions never on this map before. One on those little lampposts and another on that overhang. So Immortal definitely coming in prepared for this matchup, and especially this map.
And even when they're not really able to surge ahead here, they're doing a good job of negating the hill, keeping it in neutrality, or more than anything, just getting Elevate off of it. They may not be able to necessarily run away with the scoreline just yet, but they're making sure that they stay ahead at this early portion of the game. That's what's going to be important here, specifically for Immortal. It's worked out, but they are slowly still bleeding out their lead. As you can see, what was previously about a 30-second advantage has now diminished to only about 5 to 6 seconds overall, so we need to see some big gains made here by Immortal if they want to keep their lead. However, that back causing some problems. Elevate, though, finally losing a little bit of steam as we do finally return to the first point back on the center hill.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, Elevate doing a great job of biding that time until they can make those adjustments to what Immortal is throwing at them. That is one of the defining characteristics of our top teams in the SPS, is being able to make those mid-map adjustments, and Elevate starting to do that here. Immortal got a couple more seconds up on that board, but Elevate creeping slowly towards tying it up. But Immortal doing a good job battling back. Darth being taken down by Zax Max with that sniper yet again. He's under heavy fire, looking to reposition, has the bat and the sniper, and managing to stay alive. A great job by Zax Max there. Managed to tag 1 player before going down, so a nice little distraction by those Immortal players are going to allow them to fight for control of this hill yet again.
Big push coming in here once again for Immortals. They try to sustain their lead. They've been able to keep it at that same position as we've been seeing for the past few minutes now, but in the past few moments are really starting to see them try to reach towards the actual tie point here. What would be 98-98, just 5 seconds away now from Elevate. They very well look like they are just about to get it here. Needing to step up the hill for a split second, but indeed they will finally close in on that score line here. Took about half the round, but Immortal does finally lose control of their lead. However, at the same time, they'll get a 3-player wipe going against Elevate. Make that 4 players, the entire team going down. So Immortal is going to take back their lead just as quickly as they lost it.
That's a really big pick for Elevate there as well. Swish had the plasma and the bat in the back pocket. Looks like Zax Max manages to scavenge that, take down strafe, so nice work out of him. Trying to defend this hill, and that's going to be a killing spree coming through for him, but not until Daybreak flies through with that bat to stop that push. So the score is within 1 at this point, and with Daybreak touching this hill, will be able to gain the lead for Elevate at this point in time, and a great little angle, managing to beat down Swish with that bat yet again, sparing no time to take down Bitey with that BR. So big plays out of Daybreak here to keep this one close.
Back control is starting to become a little bit of a problem here, specifically for Immortal. It's stopping them from making the rotates they need to make, and that's leading to more and more opportunities for Elevate to take control of the hill. Realistically, could have led to Immortal being in a much more comfortable position if they had been able to use it earlier on in this game, and as you can see, that's been a struggle with primarily Daybreak and some of the other members of Elevate continuing to control that weapon and continuing to stem the tide, and what's otherwise is, for the most part, Elevate getting wiped out in these team fights.
Yeah, Daybreak, no fear with that challenge with the bat, will finally be taken down by Bitey. So 3 down for Elevate will give Immortal the opportunity to tie this up, potentially even taking the lead. We'll see how Strafe is going to approach this one, just playing this one cautious, looking for those players. Manages to spot 2, just going to go on this flank, try to secure a better angle. And keep in mind, this hill is going to be rotating. I believe Power Weapons also on the field. Daybreak does have that bat. Not sure if anyone managed to secure the sniper just yet, but it looks like Zaxmax might have that in his back pocket, trying to hunt down, and he does manage to take down Strafe, but Darth will trade that one out. Blitz coming through to take down Bitey, but Kiffa with a nice double kill, but Daybreak comes through with the bat to save the day.
Thankfully, again, Kiffa still has enough control to be able to trade that back out. Strafe gonna be able to work his way in, but the spray on the pistol just not where it needs to be. Kiffa wins out yet another engagement in the favor of Immortal. And just like we've been mentioning so many times, they've been excellent at stemming the tide, holding back the pushes from Elevate just enough to be able to maintain their lead, as they've been sitting at about 10 to 20 seconds ahead of Elevate's overall scoreline for the majority of this game. Elevate making a big play once again for control over the hill, and they still have control over that bat. Blitz once again able to knock out Zaxmax, who could have realistically won the fight for Immortal, but no, won't be the case, and it looks like the dying seconds of this hill will fall into the comfortable hands of Elevate, who they just take the lead away, but again, right on the back end of it here, we've got Immortal swinging in, be able to preserve it by only a few seconds here as they push ahead once more at 150 to 151.
Yep, your 2-minute warning now, and this one is going to go down to the wire, tied up around that 150-point marker, but a huge triple kill from Zaxmax might be just what Immortal needs, but they still have to deal with Darth, and Darth is dealt with. Kiffa yet again finding these huge picks as Immortal stacks 2 in this hill. Bitey gonna go on the killing spree, spots out Daybreak. That's a double, and that is 3 down for Elevate, as Immortal still has control of the second to last hill.
Big wipe coming in for Immortal. It's these massive team fight victories that are allowing them to push back ahead. Be careful though, these flanks coming back in. Blitz thankfully able to steal 1 away. The little incursion he went for. Everyone else from his team still on the respawn timer, so no follow-up action will come from that. It's consistent control for Immortals, and once again, one of the biggest leads we've seen out of them inside of this map so far. They're continuing to enforce that lead as well. 3 more players down for Elevate. About a 40-second lead for Immortals now over Elevate, and only 1 minute to go. Things are looking good here for the Challengers team to take their first map over Elevate.
Yeah, Immortal looking really solid here. Zaxmax finding another one. There's a double kill as Bitey secures the beatdown on Daybreak. The collection agency for Zaxmax coming through, followed by the Kaleidoscope. Immortal looking to close this one out.
Zach's a huge individual performance just inside of this game. Although check out the kill feed on the right side. 47 and 16 for him, with the next highest teammate being Bitey at 34 and 20. He is, to some extent, single-handedly shutting down these team fights. Some great support, of course, coming in from those teammates. Here's the bat, though, from Daybreak, as once again he's allowed to unleash hell and knock out a large portion of the Immortals fighting force inside of this one. Elevate may not be done fighting just yet as they come back in here. They will need to extend this hill into overtime, though. Even with the time left, they're not going to be able to close the gap. They'll need to rely on that overtime back to get it done.
Yep, Immortal coordinating this push. A nice flank. That's 3 down so far. Strafe last left alive, but he is going to fall to Swish, and that will put a bow on this one. Immortal upsetting Elevate in game number 1.
Excellently played by Immortal. A lot of it coming down again to just the way they were able to execute as a team. Their timing of when they would jump into things like their re-engagements on team fights was so on point that unfortunately Elevate was just left out of the fight for far too long, waiting on respawns for 3, sometimes 4 players in the midst of the end of those team fights.
Yeah, taking a look at your stats here, it's Zaxmax head and shoulders above the rest of the field with 50 kills, and you saw the tear he went on at the very end to really secure that Immortal victory, and it pays off for the squad. I gotta say, Immortal looking super good, not only in terms of just how they were playing that, their positioning on the map and the picks they were getting with the power weapons really just seemed to outclass Elevate in that one. I think Elevate caught a little bit off guard with how essentially well coordinated Immortal was in that map 1.
We're going to have to see how that follows through into some of our next maps as well, as there will still some issues here in the game for Immortal, specifically with regards to their power pick control. I mentioned that in the middle of the game. The bat that was pretty much every single time going into the hands of Elevate. Now, that could have been part of the game plan. They may have just been decided, so yeah, we can handle that. But I'm curious to see now as we move on to maps 2, and of course the further ones, if that's going to stay part of the game, or if they'll maybe try to put a little bit more priority on those weapon pickups.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. I think that Immortal did do a fairly solid job of kind of controlling that plasma as a counter to that
Yeah.
bat. It was never really going on too big of a tear, so a great little strategic decision by Immortal there, but jumping right into our TDM on Abyss. And it's Immortal out to an early 2-kill lead. We'll have to see if they can continue to carry that momentum. Swish going to find one onto Daybreak. Zax Max also has that bat in the back pocket. Strafe will take down Swish, but we have Zax Max on the hunt, continuing some of that momentum from the previous series, at least in power weapon. He's being patient here, managed to find one. The Rockets will trade it out. Daybreak will find one onto Bitey, so it's 2 down on each squad as Swish managed to find Daybreak there. Blitz, though, still in control of those Rockets. I believe now he's going to trade that out for the bat as the Rockets have been expired. Zax Max picks up 2. Blitz going to come through to trade that one out, and it's a flurry of kills back and forth there.
Just could not make it work for Swish. Unfortunately, was trying to trade out the bat player, but could not follow them through properly. The portal is made a little bit too confusing, so he ends up going down there instead. Immortal still with control over the lead, however, but by a small margin here. Just 1 kill ahead, and Elevate's about to close that gap as well, but thankfully Zach as well as Swish find 2 very important trades that just barely, much like the last map here, keep Immortal in front of the charge here by those 2 extra points.
Yeah, I think, Immortal is just able to stay 1 step ahead. If that's the game plan, it's been working in map number 1. Continue that same strategy here for map number 2, just staying ahead of Elevate, being a little bit quicker on those rotations, on those power weapon pickups, on those flanks, as we see Zax Max do exactly that to take down Darth. Nice play yet again out of him.
See that lead pretty much maintain itself in the same position at the moment. Blitz, not really much to play into there as he'll get overwhelmed in a 2v1, so he'll have to go down. For the most part, Elevate still trying to reform themselves coming off of a respawn, so once more Immortals have control over the momentum from this point forward. They just need to make sure that things don't get too crazy and they lose control over the leash, at which point we'd be able to see Elevate very quickly swing back into it. The lead, though, continuing to grow ever so gently here. Was at about 2 points before. We've seen it increase, of course, to about 3 to 4 points overall for Immortals at this point, as they continue to try and surge ahead here. Once again, just playing that consistency game. They don't necessarily want to run away with the lead. They just want to make sure they're always in front, and so far, that game plan has worked out quite well in these first 2 maps. Nice play there from Zach. Quick little flick to finish off that second player, as again, he'll be able to buffer the lead for his team.
And Kifa really impressing me with just like his positioning, looking like the Terminator as he goes through those portals, just scanning every single corner, looking for a player to pick off. So, well played, nice little series out of Kifa there, but we'll hop on board with Swish, who is looking to line something up here. Darth going to get aggressive here, backs off. I like the patience, and the teammates come through to stop that. Bitey and Kifa picking up 2. A double for Bitey, but Daybreak finally managing to take down Swish, but Immortal still hanging on to about a handful of kills as this lead. Daybreak going to go down to Bitey. Another one coming through. Blitz going to be going down as well as Immortals extend this lead out to 6. Kifa again on this tear. Look at how he portals through, just checking every angle, looking for every position, and that's a killing spree before Kifa finally goes down.
The team shot from Immortals is really strong. I'm really starting to see that here in the TDM as well. Even if it's just things like getting a teammate out of a fight in time to be able to save their own life, and then having his squad mate group up to finish off his kill, whatever it is, it's working together very well right now for Immortal. The team cohesion is second to none, and Elevate, unfortunately, are struggling to keep up with it here. They are still keeping up with it to an extent, but as you can see, that lead starting to grow more and more now as Zach comes in once again, mounted with a power weapon here, picks up a triple kill off of the back of those 2 rocket shots.
Yep, Zax Max with the orbital strike onto Elevate, gonna extend that lead even farther. Tries to hit another fadeaway out of that portal. 3 guns versus 1 means Zax Max will finally go down, but Swish has this bat, and he's looking for revenge. Might wait to pick up this BR just for some a little additional firepower before portaling through, but no, he's gonna pass on that one and instead go on the hunt for more players of Elevate. But it's an SMG to the back that's going to lead to Immortal being 3 down.
Immortal still up, however, by quite a bit on the overall scoreboard here, but Elevate finally getting an opportunity to take up their own positioning, and they're going to be able to use it. Blitz and Darth working together to get 3 between the 2 of them there. Swish, of course, able to trade out some of those back, and a little bit of a run here for Daybreak as he has some trouble finding a portal pad on the bottom of the map, but he will eventually be able to grab that. Has the bat in hand, too, so definitely some play capability that we could follow through with Daybreak, as we were seeing just on our previous map of Highwind, but as you folks can see, he's having a little bit of a problem trying to get himself into an aggressive position that'll work out. The The BR works, however, as he's finally followed through by Swish. He'll be able to take him down, finally pick up some more kills for Elevate, but still a lot of ground to be made up and not a whole lot of time to do it anymore. Immortal only 2 kills away now from their 50 kill mark, but Elevate as well, just crossing the threshold into 40. So they haven't given up just yet here on map number 2.
Yeah, there's definitely still a possibility here for Elevate. Again, Power Weapon's going to be coming up around that 4-minute marker. Yet again, Daybreak getting deleted real quick by Zax Max, but Elevate, if they can pick up some momentum here, slow Immortals down, it is still on the books for them to potentially come back here in this game, but I think Immortal has just been outpacing them on these rotations, hitting better shots. You see Swish doing just that. Kiffa as well, taking down Darth. 2 down for Elevate, as now Immortal only needs 5. Daybreak will stop that push from Bitey, but is it going to be enough? They've really got to get things together right now. We do have Daybreak with that bat, does manage to take down Swish. Now he is going on the prowl. Where are these members of Immortals? It is a race against the clock. Immortals only need 3, Elevate needing 13. It is a tough ask, but it is still possible.
Clean spree of kills over the past few seconds from Elevate, so has bought a little bit more time for themselves. Plenty of time on the clock, by the way, so that won't be a concern for either of these teams. Another nice snipe out there from Daybreak, catching Swish on a bad portal rotation, but there's 2 out of 3 of the frags, and now the 3rd one as well for Immortal. They complete the set, pick up the 2nd map, and now lead 2-0 in this series, with only 1 more needed to knock one of our SPS teams immediately into the lower bracket at the beginning of this tournament.
Yeah, Immortal just coming out, and I would say playing cleaner than Elevate right now. The rotations are better, the power weapon control is better, and the shots are hitting better, harder, faster. All the things you could ask for in an SPS championship, Immortal is doing right now. When you see Zax Max yet again, just kind of carrying, right? If I'm being honest, it's more of like Zax Max. Like, granted, it's a team effort. We've seen huge sprees out of Kiffa and everything else, but I mean, back-to-back games, Zax Max being well and above the rest of the competition is definitely a good sign for Immortals right now going into map number 3.
I think we're really seeing this in the team cohesion department of how well Immortals able to kind of work their players together, whether that's, as I mentioned in the middle of the game, properly retreating a player who's in trouble from a bit of a tough firefight and then having someone to come in and bail him out. We're not really seeing the same thing at the moment on Elevate. Daybreak is a great example of this, where he had the bat for like the large majority of the game, at least from the POV we were watching of him, but never really had either good intel or good support from his teammates coming in that would have realistically allowed him to hop in and make a big play on that bat. Was just constantly looking for an option and could never really find it, because the other players on Immortal were just constantly chasing his teammates around, unfortunately.
Immortal's like, yeah, they're batting like 180. We're fine. Like, yeah, let them kind of thing.
They got one player going crazy.
Yeah, we'll be all right. So I think Immortal just, coming into this with a lot of confidence, and then the gameplay kind of followed suit, and now they're just on a roll going into domination on Atlantis. I think it's going to be a tough one for Elevate at this point in time. I think they're going to have to get a little sneaky with it. I think really, Elevate at this point, you're down 2-0 in the first match of the day. You've got to kind of throw a curveball, catch Immortal off guard in some way, because I think they're just playing too clean. Heads up, I think Immortal is coming out on top more often than not, so Elevate going to have to reach into the bag and find something different to throw at Immortal at this point in time.
Map geometry here on Atlantis is obviously going to be very different, as we discussed in the pregame, so that does open up some new opportunities, in my opinion, for Elevate to cut off rotates, for instance, and potentially make the team play that we've been seeing out of Immortal from the past 2 maps a little bit weaker. But let's hold our breath for a few moments. We do have the initial cap starting to come in. No one really able to get good B control off of the bat, just both teams defending the home points on A and C. Elevate will lose theirs, however, and Immortal successfully steals that away. Again, still no cap on B in the meanwhile here. That has not been the priority from either team so far here in Immortal. Not even showing signs of necessarily going for that right now, but there we go, triple cap right off the bat for them. Elevate will quickly be able to steal away our A hill over here by where the railgun spawns, but immediately they're also going to be challenged for that. As you can see, Bitey working his way in, and more than likely potentially getting the decap off here. Indeed, they will. That'll be the triple cap resume now for Immortal, as they're really going to surge ahead at the beginning of our Atlantis map.
Yeah, I think majority of the power weapons also in the hands of Immortal, so an even bigger uphill battle for Elevate as Kiffa manages to connect with that rail blitz. Going to be able to dodge that one under the stairs, but Harry Potter will be able to get out alive. A nice job by Darth there to escape that imminent doom, but Immortal still having control of A and B, as Elevate will rotate out here, manages to take B and C, so a nice little bounce back here, but 2 down now as Swish and Zax Max, but Darth does have that bat. Daybreak again picking up that kill onto Swish will allow Elevate to hold onto these hills for just a little bit more until Immortal comes through to take that away.
Elevate starting to finally break through the threshold a little bit here. As you can see, though, Darth struggling to portal around a bit. Can't find that play potential, as we were seeing in the previous map, struggling to very much line up the same things. The counters will begin to move in. It's a double cap, of course, on the board still for Elevate, and they're able to maintain control over the overall fight. Zach Mack and a few of the other players, though, poking in for kills on the outskirts. Zax won't be able to survive for much longer. He'll go down as he was the first to take the fight. And unfortunately, the results won't shine through immediately for Immortal here. Only one cap to be shown back on their home point at A. Elevate holds the other two at our center and aquarium points. And with that, over the next 10 to 15 seconds, if things remain unchanged, they should be able to exchange the lead into their own favor.
I do like this out of Elevate. They're keeping things really hectic, really not allowing Immortal to get these great clean flanks that they've been getting in map number 1 and map number 2, all the while keeping that slaying power just about even. Also, you know, you have Zax Max hasn't really picked up in that kill department just yet, so that's kind of the ticking time bomb right now for Elevate, is keeping Zax Max kind of at halfway, and we'll have to see if they're able to continue to do that. For the time being, though, Immortal manages to pick up that A and B site, and they're also pushing towards C at this point in time.
Ooh, Strafe.
Ooh, but Strafe with a little beatdown. Gonna be 4 down for Immortal. So Elevate picking it right back up.
Strafe quite literally strafing his way out of his own death right there. Nicely done on the AD-ADing, just completely caught his opponent. Unfortunately, not shocking to be able to be landed. Elevate now close to closing in on that lead in the meanwhile, especially with the negation of the A point, as we just saw Immortal lose that a few seconds ago. Elevate has been holding that consistent 2 cap in the meanwhile. Oh, Strafe moving in to try and stop the recap, delays it for a few seconds. That delay will allow for that exchange of the lead to come in. Elevate now in front of the race here at 247 and 233. Nicely played by Darth as well to line up this triple kill here and unfortunately cause chaos as the members of Immortal try to rotate out from A.
Yeah, Darth just with a shooting gallery right in front of him. A nice little gift dropping into his lap with that triple. Also has the railgun trying to spot out. Kifa almost gets that flick, but a great flank by Kifa. Will trade through, but Elevate will pick up the triple cap in the meantime. Finally, B going to be neutralized, but Immortal's lead also been neutralized as Elevate continues to hold on to A and C. Strafe doing a great job of just being a nuisance for Immortal right now. Managed to pick up that kill on Kifa. So I think Immortal feeling a little shaky. I think they're starting to get answered. All of these flanks are starting to be expected. It's not working as well as it did in the first 2 maps, and Elevate has been able to capitalize on that fact.
Big fight being taken in the large aquarium here by Immortals. They try to steal away C. Should be able to get it for themselves, but that's just a staging ground at this point. Need to take the formula a lot further than this, and they'll still be fighting for the defense of the aquarium, it looks like, after they get the capture going for themselves. There you go. There's the cutoffs coming in now for members of Elevate on the upstairs flanks. They're going to try and prevent them from leaving this hill, but it won't work out. In fact, members of Elevate will go down by 2 here, so that should open up a pathway for a second cap to come in for Immortal, and indeed it does. C and A now both stolen away, with B being the priority over the next few moments here for Immortal. A is going to get taken back, and it looks like the players on Immortal will allow that to happen. That's not the priority cap for them. They want C and B as it's the easiest rotate for them to be able to make, and they'll be able to get that. Their plan now coming into play, but unfortunately also 100 points behind where they were previously, so they've got a lot of ground to make up here. Thankfully, though, still plenty of time to actually do that.
Yeah, the big thing I think that Immortals needs to do right now is taking a look at those kills. It's stopping Strafe and Darth, almost 10 kills above the rest of the lobby right now. So until Immortals is able to answer that fact, I think Elevate will be able to kind of stay ahead of the game. You see 2 down for Immortal yet again. Darth picking up another double kill. So unless they're able to really cool off Darth and Strafe, I think they're fighting kind of a futile battle at this point.
Deadlocked at 1 cap each between both of these teams here. Immortal constantly losing their only home cap as well, but Elevate, you could say very much the same thing about them. 2 potential caps coming in here for the players on Immortal. We're going to see both of them get secured, though. That's the big question at the moment. It's not looking likely. Only that home point at towards A is going to get fully locked in for Immortal. B and C goes back into the hands of Elevate here, and A will also be lost by Immortal as well, so they'll continue to lose ground on what was a pretty successful series for them up until this point, but finally just not able to make the rotations with the same efficiencies we've been seeing in the past 2 maps. Not able to keep the team together as much, and as a result of that, Elevate is starting to take control here as they encroach on the 500-point margin. Just 200 to go, and map number 3 will be theirs, and then we'll finally have this team on the board.
Yeah, Immortal just feeling a little uncharacteristically disorganized, I think, and also throwing their lives away, maybe feeling just frustrated and, hey, this was working in the first 2 maps, and now map number 3, like, we're just getting picked off on all of these flanks, so they're going to have to do a little soul-searching, I think, going into the further time of this map. map and maybe even the next one unless they can mount a comeback here shortly, because Elevate looking to close this one out.
Something to be worried about for this map for sure, but I think they'll be a little bit more relieved as we move over to maps 4 and 5. Nicely played here by Darth, by the way, getting the quick triple off on the rail. But as we move on to our further maps, that map geometry is going to be able to open up a little bit more, and the overall playstyle from Immortals should work a bit better on the following maps here. So I think that's going to be their thought as well. So won't be too worried if things end up going awry throughout the rest of this map, and Elevate is able to claim that first one. It's Elevate that still needs to make up for things on further maps here. We continue to see them try and play out the same way. Elevate, though, still very much in charge of the situation as it's unfolding right now here on Aquarium. Nearly 600 points already. We've seen no sign of any serious change-ups from Immortal that could lead to them trying to change their own fate here.
Yeah, Immortal even really struggling to just get one home hill and then kind of branch out from that. And I think that's really, it's getting tough. They're kind of splitting up. They're like, do we try to contest one of these hills, take one that they hold, or just retreat, get our home hill? And by nature of them being forced to spread out a little more than a single objective game type or even a TDM where they can kind of sit by each other's hips a little bit closer, and especially on this map, it's really just kind of, it's coming at them from both sides, right? They're kind of having to split up from the objective, and then they're getting picked off on their rotation. So really just a tough scene for Immortal in this case.
Thoughts maybe drifting more than anything to the next map at this point here for the players on Immortal, since they are still up by 2. Currently, of course, we'll go down to only 1 if we assume Elevate follows the rest of these points through. Only about 40 of them are needed, and they just got another 3-player wipe against the members of Immortal as well, so things are indeed looking good. It's a great rebound from Elevate to bring them back into it. Finally, they've been able to counter out the very, very strong team-playing Team Shot that's been coming out from Immortal on the past 2 maps, and now we just need to wait and see if that same follow-through will be present on maps 4 and 5, because this one here on map number 3 is going handily over towards Elevate as they take control. About 700 to 450 is the final score, and that leaves the series score now still in the favor of Immortal, but at 2-1 overall.
Yeah, and I think the thing that concerns me the most is going into, you know, our next one is how on fire Darth and Strafe really were. Maybe it was just they weren't warmed up as much as they should have been in those first 2 maps, because, I mean, just taking a look at their stats, similarly, you know, Zach's Max not really popping off, but then you have Darth and Strafe really just showing up in that slaying department, and I think Elevate able to kind of carry that victory off the backs of that slaying power.
It's going to be a massive confidence boost, too. We've been seeing in the first 2 maps, a couple players on Elevate had power weapons, had capability to potentially make a play, but didn't really have the individual confidence to go for some of those. That may be changing going on to maps 4 and 5, and obviously that could be a little bit of a double-edged sword, but I think in this case it is going to provide a nice little boost in the firepower for Elevate to the later 2 maps of this series.
Yeah, it's going to be a test for both of these squads, right? Can Immortal kind of shake off that loss, bounce back? Do they have that in them? That's a big test and a big kind of necessity in a big 2-day championship. Can you shake off those losses and keep things moving forward? And Elevate, it's, hey, can we take the one victory and then reverse sweep this series? So going into this King of the Hill on Foregone Destruction, going to be an interesting one. I think Elevate has it in the tank. They've got that momentum, but Immortal coming out quick into that first hill is going to give them just a little bit of a bump early on here.
See Darth able to scavenge control of the shotgun. Won't be able to keep it, though, as in fact 3 players from Elevate are going to go down here. Part of that is because Zach is able to grab the sniper for himself and the rest of his team, so that will lead to some pretty immediate control for Immortal. Zach, even with the sniper in hand, is taking control of the capture point here as well. We'll try to get some points going for his team on the hill. Obviously, a bit of risk involved in this, but if he can chain it together and land those sniper shots, that'll be even more impressive for Zach, who finally showed signs of a little bit of a struggle on the previous map, but is coming in hot now. Start out map number 2. Won't be able to live forever, however, on that central hill, so he does eventually get bled out here. That will leave a portal open for Elevate to start getting some points on their own regard.
Ooh, big pick for Elevate, taking down Kifa and Bitey, 2 of the players in the lobby with the most kills at this point in time, so that's going to slow Immortal down just a little bit. Swish also trying to make an early rotation for that hill will get picked off, and that'll allow Elevate to sit comfortably in the hill, get themselves set up. And now we'll have to see how Immortal responds. We have Bitey and Swish trying to approach from this angle. One in the hill, trying to set up these portals, force them out, force them back, get them into this little pinch, and they kind of just walk Elevate out of the hill and take it from themselves. Not really any kills coming through, but we'll have to see if Elevate is able to pinch down, collapse on it. Kifa with a nice little pick will kind of keep this Immortal play alive until he's finally flanked out there by Blitz.
You can see that shotgun huge for the control on the inside of the 2 lower tower hill points there. It allows for so much control, just immediately bully out those individual members of either team, depending on who controls the shotgun. Of course, a close fight really between both teams right now. Only a second dividing the two score lines here. It does look like Immortals are able to win out the most recent fight, leaving only Darth standing from the Elevate side of things. So they will have to regroup, make another run at it. More than likely on the next hill, however, as we're only 2 seconds away from that transition. Nice little snipe from Bitey. Will he be able to survive? Looks like he will be able to get the health regen. Oh, never mind. Darth does find an angle to snipe him out there. But still, the impact is made by Immortal, probably holding back the retake from Elevate for at least a few extra seconds as they wait for those players to respawn.
Yeah, it's a really nice pick from Bitey, and then Darth also has to rotate out of that position to clean up that kill, and that kind of allows Immortals to get into that hill for those 10 or so seconds. But here we have the field essentially resetting. 3 down now for Immortal with some nice picks out of Daybreak, especially onto Kiffa, who's been a big can opener for Immortal, able to break those setups, but he's really being targeted down. Here we see Zach Smack answering back, though, against Elevate, and managed to get 2 or 3 down himself, and now Immortal will just continue to try to hold on to this hill, keep Elevate at bay.
Immortal continuing to maintain that very, very tepid lead that we saw on the first 2 maps. The team not necessarily looking to run away with a massive advantage, just trying to control the overall situation and make sure that they are in position to get ahead, even if they are technically behind by those 5 to 10 seconds in the overall moment. That's a plan that worked out very well for them on the first 2 maps, and so far it's working out for them here on map number 4. They lead by just about 15 seconds. Elevate, with control of the hill, though, is throwing a wrench in that one, and they'll try to steal this lead away over the next few seconds. Let's see, Switch is getting a 1-for-1 trade between himself as well as Daybreak, but the rest of Elevate is able to seemingly hold on the inside, only now bringing in Strafe at the tail end of the big team fight, just as an insurance policy to make sure they maintain full control.
And Strafe managing to survive with 10 HP and control of that shotgun is so huge for Elevate at this point in time. He's able to survive, drop down, clean up that hill, and now it's about 10 seconds so far, uncontested, as Immortal, nowhere to be found, managed to escape yet again. So Strafe just doing such a good job of maintaining control of that shotgun, getting the damage that he needs to, and getting out with his life.
This is so annoying for the players on Immortal to deal with right now. Strafe has caused some massive strife with regards to how Immortals are trying to rotate around the map here. Are going to still see them be able to maintain that slight lead by about 7 seconds. Elevate can very easily overcome that, especially considering they have the immediate hill control here too. Strafe finally with an opportunity to play out, sneaks in for 1, but he only had the 1 shell left in the shotgun. Had to trade it out for another weapon. It was just too sloppy of an exchange, so he ends up going 1-for-1 there after picking up the shotgun frag. Away from that, though, Elevate has once again closed the gap and takes that slight lead over Immortal, with both teams just under the 100-point marker.
Yeah, Strafe did his job with that shotgun, right? Did exactly what he needed to do to get Elevate back in this game, and that was just to divert that focus from Immortal onto him and do that damage with that shotgun that he needed to do. Immortal getting a couple of picks here onto Strafe and Daybreak. Now Blitz also going to fall. Will give them the man advantage for the time being. They do manage to convert that into some control onto this hill, so the comeback being mounted by either side at this point as we near the halfway mark of our game 4.
Brave trying to work his way around as most of the team will try to push in on the back flank to try and take control of this hill, but unfortunately, as you see there, Immortal with somewhat of the same plan, but theirs gets caught a lot more heftily. All 4 players from Immortal end up going down. A clean wipe coming in from Elevate as they maintain control over the chaos, and as you just saw there on the right side, Daybreak sniping out at least Kiffa immediately on respawn. Zach once again making the impact from the back end of the flank here. Goes 2-for-1 before he finally ends up down. It's not enough pressure that'll force Elevate off of the hill. They'll continue to bank in time here. We're only halfway through this hill, so a lot more potential still to be built up here from Elevate to get themselves running with a serious lead over the Immortal roster.
Yep, another shotgun going to be coming up near that 4-minute mark as well. That could be what Immortal needs to secure to get themselves back into this game. But so far, 3 down for Elevate will allow Immortal to pick up some of the scrap time in this hill before it rotates, but then they've got to make the tough decision of do we go for the hill or do we go for the power weapons and then the hill? And that's really where Elevate can kind of rock, paper, scissors their way to an extended lead at this point in time. We're going to have to see how it plays out here as this hill now rotates.
Immortal doing a nice job of catching the weak point towards the tail end of that last hill. They're able to sneak out about 10 to 20 seconds. As you'll see, though, at least one of their players is going to get caught. A few of them, apparently. Oh, no!
Wow.
Blitz sneaking right in there for the shotgun and then sending it right into the face of the player that was trying to stop him from getting it in the first place. Nicely done once again here from Elevate on the power weapon control. That is one aspect of this game where they have been, at least in my opinion, consistently ahead of Immortal. But it's been allowing for them to hold close score lines at a minimum. And some of these situations you're seeing now finally take the lead away. Another nice snipe from that shotgun comes in for from Blitz to take away Bitey here. Zach on the hill, though, taking away some point control, but it won't matter with Blitz still working with that shotgun. He immediately wipes out both of the hill holders and leaves a pathway for the rest of his teammates to take the overall hill away.
Yeah, that shotgun gambit not really working out for Immortal. We saw him send the one player with Swish on the Overwatch, but it kind of backfired on him. And here it continues to fire into the faces of Immortal as they are sent into that respawn timer yet again. And we've got Blitz being sneaky, but Kiffa is going to be able to hunt him down, take him out. 50 seconds about needs to be made up for Immortal. And we've got 2 minutes and 47 seconds left to play. They're going to have to find something here.
Nice little jump in there from Daybreak. It's right into the back of Bitey. Never even really noticed him there before finally goes down. So some consistent control really starting to work its way in now for the Elevate roster as they pushed ahead by nearly a minute over Immortals' overall scoreline. Immortals constantly looking for paths back into this hill, but as you can see, Elevate already one step ahead of that. They will lose some control on the hill itself, but already able to work themselves back into it. Keep in mind, at this point with the lead they have, they don't necessarily need to bank all the time in this hill. They just need to stop the members of Immortals from getting it themselves, as we are coming down to those final 2 minutes of play. Once again, a push from the players on Immortal. Works out to get a few seconds of hill control, but the overall amount of the fight still goes back into the hands of Elevate as they swiftly retake it for themselves and once again buffer the lead just in time for the hill rotation.
Yeah, Elevate knows Immortal is going to have to get desperate at this point in time, and that kind of allows them to set that trap and bait those Immortal players into either overextending or just getting a little bit too desperate. So here we see Blitz playing into that 4 down for Immortal. Might just be the nail in the coffin as Elevate looks to tie up this series, force the Game 5 TDM. We'll have to see if Immortal has a miracle in that back pocket, if they have access to it, but for the time being, it's just kills being traded out and Elevate really holding on to a nice sturdy lead.
Elevate now only about 30 seconds away from the end game point as well. If they hit 250, it's all going to end regardless of the timer here. Immortal still trying to bring things back under their own control in a very dangerous hill here towards the direct center of the map. If they can keep control here and bank a large majority of this time, that'll be impressive to be sure. But Elevate, you can be sure that they're cooking up a plan to immediately wipe out the players on Immortal as they get ready to move to the next one. And that's exactly what we'll see happen. 3 down for Immortal. Only Kiffa surviving the exchange, and even that player is going to end up getting knocked out as well. It's full control on our final hill for Elevate, and they may very well be able to push that lead directly up to 250, as we'll see the players on Immortals, of course, try to get in the way of that, but it's just not working out for them here on Foregone.
Shotgun should be spawned up here as well. I'm not sure if any player, looks like Darth did manage to secure that. That might have been the last saving grace for Immortal to try and force that overtime and take the series, but a jumping headshot out of Daybreak will take down Bitey, secure him the killing spree, and might just secure Elevate the match.
Talking about the shotgun, meanwhile it's Daybreak working with a sniper here, just popping heads off left and right. Beautiful accuracy from him. Popping off on a series where we've been seeing him, of course, be the shining light even in darker times for Elevate. Blitz as well, a huge hero on this map, specifically with the shotgun play. Swish will be able to work his way in, steal the hill away in the final 10 seconds. That more than likely should be able to transition the team into at least triggering overtime, but they need about a minute of time inside of that hill in overtime itself to be able to make things work. Here comes the retake attempt. We still have a few players alive and running for Immortal. They push it back, but now starting to lose steam. Bitey holds on. We're 10 seconds into it now. The team needs about 30 more, and they'll be able to win this on the overtime comebacks. Let's see if Immortal can get things done. Elevate cooking up a play quickly to get themselves back into the hill. They only need one single wipe here, but they're quickly running out of time to get it done.
Yep, 3 stacked in the hill. You have Bitey on that flank. It's going to be 2 trading out, 3 trading out, and all 4 dead for Immortal will mean Elevate ties up the series and will be going to a map number 5.
Definitely one of the closer, like, big point overtime comebacks we need to see happen there. But, as usual, it falls apart with one big push from the opposing team. Usually ends it, and it once again will end it here and now. So that ties us up now at 2-2. Elevate making the comeback on the later half of the series.
Yeah, it really just feels like Elevate is warmed up at this point in time. Playing a little bit more how I expected them to play early on in that series, especially, again, shout-outs to Darth and Strafe topping the Elevate leaderboard in kills, and I think that's really what Immortal hasn't been able to answer. I think they're still making the same flanks that they're making, and their positioning is still good, but now when they go on those flanks, Darth and Strafe are just kind of winning those 1v1s, and that's where the Immortal play starts to fall apart.
Elevate's been able to, I think, predict some of the moves that we're seeing coming out from Immortal as well a lot more accurately, so they're potentially like going for direct counters, like they'll go for a flank, they'll go for a flank right behind them, and unfortunately the players on Immortal so far have not been able to catch that as of the past 2 maps. So this is it, all on map number 5 now. Can Immortal complete the set they started on the first 2 maps, or will it be the reverse sweep now coming in from Elevate?
It's EDM on Lava Well, so a good wealth of power weapons will be available. It's kind of a take your pick. What do you feel like going with at this point? Swish with a nice little 2-piece off the rip, 2 kills to his name will give Immortal a nice little buffer early on here. So a good start for Immortal if you're wanting to close out this series, and that even secures them the rockets as well.
Swish going to be able to land himself on a nice platform. The rocket he sends out a little bit too far. I think it goes through the portal, unfortunately, so can't land the kill there. Looking for more to be able to work himself into. Having some trouble finding a target, but eventually one does show up here. So actually really dominant control for Immortal. I just took my first peek at the scoreboard and realized just how one-sided this has been so far. 9-1 in the favor of Immortal. Of course, heavily off the back of that rocket control, but some great map control aside from that has also allowed for this team to surge ahead as much as they have been so far.
Yeah, Swish playing it fast and loose with those rockets as well. Just saying, hey, there might be a guy here, so why not shoot one down range? But I guess when you're ahead by 7 kills early on, you aren't too concerned with really rationing out those rockets. And he manages to find a sniper after he drops those. So it's power weapons on power weapons for Swish as he manages to secure that killing spree, trying to hit the flick, but will eventually be taken down there.
5-0 start, certainly not bad, however. Swish tries to take some serious control going for Immortal, and it certainly worked out. Double power weapon control. Zach also with the bat to play into as well. Manages to get himself 2 of those back-to-back, so even more power weapon control really being exerted against the Elevate roster here as they are struggling to keep up on what otherwise has been a great momentum swing for them over these past 2 maps. May finally be losing that momentum here on Lava Well. We see all of our greatest teams go to oftentimes an evenly matched game, and it's so appropriate that we end up on this map now for our 5th and final map to start out the 2022 championship.
And you really just don't want to be knocked into that lower bracket this early on. Yeah. So, I mean, there is so much more riding on this than just, you know, hey, we want to close out this series with a victory. This is not the Splitgate Pro Series regular season where you play 1 match and, hey, we'll see you next week. It's, hey, you're going to play 1 match and then you might be playing, you know, T1 next, fighting for your tournament life. So it's really a must-win map for both of these squads. Elevate doesn't want to be knocked down. Same with Immortal. They want to continue this hot streak that they were on in those first 2 maps, and so far it's looking pretty good. Kifa getting a nice little kill onto Darth there. Does have that sniper. 7 shots, going to be able to line that one up onto Strafe. Let's make that a double onto Blitz. You love to see these plays out of Kifa.
From Kifa, definitely been one of the highlights so far in this matchup, and at the moment, the highlight in the matchup. Beautiful shots coming in off the sniper. Let's see if we can another one chain together. Gets the foot shot off right there. Just one more follow-up, and there you go. Finishes off Daybreak as well. Kifa just cannot be stopped at the moment. 10 kills in a row as we see the collection as he go in another snapshot sniper kill. Nearly gets another one to follow that up as well. And oh my god! Another one! That is going to be a body shot going in, but it's just as impressive regardless. Daybreak finally putting Kifa down, but after a whole flurry of kills had been worked in.
Kifa absolutely stepping up for Immortal when the squad needed it most. And Swish says, listen, Kifa, I don't want you to have all the shine here. Managed to secure a nice little double kill for himself before rotating out and Elevate. Just feeling like, what did we just get hit with? We just battled back 2 hard-fought games, and then map number 5, this is a brand new team yet again, feeling like those first 2 maps. Swish, again, securing those rockets. But if you're Elevate, what are you going to do? Every time you step out, you get beat down. So Swish playing this one patient, calm, cool, and collected. You love to see it. And yeah, at this point, this is what Elevate needs to do. They need to slow this game down, start to ice out Immortal a little bit, stop some of this momentum, but the power weapons being in their hands is tough, but that's a big pick from Strafe onto Swish. Will get those rockets, but Kifa gets a double kill in those backgrounds. So Darth will have to see if he can put those rockets to work.
And a little bit of a power weapon Cold War a few seconds ago. The bat was picked up by Elevate. Obviously, we had the rockets being run around by Immortal. Neither team wanted to take the engagement, but ultimately, as you guys probably caught, Elevate sniping out those rockets, giving them the right to initiate with the bat. They're able to chain it together a little bit. Overall, though, just stagnates the lead. Once again, this is a factor for Immortal that I've been constantly impressed by on the first 2 maps and this one as well. Just how much they're able to kind of stagnate the lead when they are put onto a back foot position. While they may not be able to, of course, necessarily run away with an advantage immediately after being put stuck into that spot. They are still able to keep things stagnated. As we're seeing here, though, for Elevate, they're picking up a huge series of impressive kills on their own regard. Once again, off the back of some impressive sniping, mainly coming in from Blitz here. Will finally miss a shot, though, and that could be death knell for himself, as his teammates are also going to follow through here to try and close things out, but he will ultimately go down to Kiffa. Kiffa being pursued quite heavily as well, though. Daybreak able to take that player down alongside one additional one, so Elevate closing a little bit of the gap. Still a long way to go, though. 9 kills behind Immortal at this point in the game.
Yep, Daybreak does have those rockets and the sniper, though, and that's a nice little lineup. If he had one more rocket, that would have spelled doom for Immortal, but thankfully, only one left in the chamber, so going to be a fairly even trade back and forth there. Immortal sitting pretty with the 9-kill lead. Swish trying to escape there, but getting pinched by Daybreak and Strafe as Bitey and Swish go down. So Elevate starting to get a little bit more momentum on their side. Immortal will have Kiffa go down as well. So Daybreak doing a good job here, picking things up for the squad.
Immortal not as far ahead as they were when Elevate started to come back on our previous TDM as well, so they don't have the insurance policy of just closing out the game like they did on map number 2 here. Need to see a bit more of a momentum swing from them, as it has all died over this past minute or two. It's all been Elevate really swinging themselves back into it. A 9-kill deficit going down to only 5 in the favor, now 4 in the favor of the players on Immortal now, so we need to see them course correct very soon here. Otherwise, we could be looking at another very impressive Elevate comeback to save their upper bracket lives here in the championship. Members of Elevate trying to sneak in. Kibble with an opportunity to take that player down, but not able to grab it. Thankfully, the overall exchange from this fight still lends credit to Immortals in a 2-for-1 exchange, so they'll be able to buffer their lead back up to a +5 ratio over the members of Immortal.
Yeah, Elevate just trying to play their lives. Again, power weapons should be up on the map somewhat soon. You have Darth taking down Zax Max, playing their lives just better at this point. 2 down for Immortal as the lead is cut down to 4. I believe we have Darth trying to make his way. Blitz does manage to secure those rockets. That is a huge pickup for Elevate. It'll mean Immortal can't really move out of their base safely. You see Blitz also taking down Zax Max already with those rockets. Immortal, to their credit, doing a good job of just holding on to this 4-kill lead, but it's so fragile with the power weapons that Elevate have right now.
There's so much team shot coordination coming in now on this final map from Elevate as well. Immortal have really been struggling to try and work those back flanks and other initiations that was working up brilliantly for them on the first 2 maps, but as you said in our pregame there, Elevate really kind of waking up as of the second map, getting themselves into it a lot more consistently here, so able to catch moves like that much better than we were seeing earlier on in the series here. Immortal still ahead, but again, only by that about 4 or so kills over Elevate here. 8 to go for Immortals, and they will take the victory here, but Elevate is very close behind, looking to do very much the same thing.
Ooh. The pathing from Bitey, so aware right now, doing such a good job of positioning himself to support his teammates, trying to keep them alive, keep that damage guessing, but in the meantime, Elevate has cut down the lead to 2. It's getting very tough for Immortal right now. That'll be another one down, the lead cut down to 1. Daybreak taking down Bitey was huge at that point, stops that sniper from being a thorn in their side, but a great little flank out of Swish will take down Daybreak, the lead extending now to 2, but immediately, again, it cut down to 1 and tied up now as Blitz takes that kill onto Kiffa, sending him onto that respawn timer. Immortal will take the lead back by 1, but it's going to be trading back and forth now. Elevate finally taking the lead with that killing spree out of Strafe, but Immortal taking it right back.
So close between both these teams right now. 1 kill difference as Immortal needs 4, Elevate needs 5. Immortal pushes ahead by 2 here with another pickup, but it'll be immediately exchanged out by a member of Elevate here. 3 down at the moment, or rather 3 up for both teams. That'll, of course, be respawning quite quickly as both of them now very carefully look for the next pickup. There's the tie point for Elevate now at 57-57. Does Kiffa find an exchange for himself? No, will be able to try and actually evacuate from that scenario as they nearly get taken down outright. That's almost the lead going over to Elevate, but instead Immortal will pick up the next kill here. They push it up to 58. Another target has been found, but they can't follow it through. Not able to knock him out for the 59th one. Immortal still not there just yet, but it's going so close. There's 59. Now Elevate needs to make up the difference here and now, and they might still be able to do it. Elevate with 58, but no, Immortal 60th comes in, and they complete the upset, ending this series 3-2.
Man. Immortal, you could have made that so much easier on yourselves if you had just closed it out early. But you had to
give us a show, right?
They had to. I love Immortal for that. Starting off the SPS Championship with an absolute banger down to the wire. The 2-kill victory by Immortal. That series had everything, the highs and the lows. You had Zax Max with like 50 kills in map number 1, and then he kind of calms down. You had Strafe and Darth popping off mid-series, and it all concludes with a nail-biter Winner TDM, and an Immortal upset in our first series of the day.
Big props to Kif, of course, for their performance on the inside of this map specifically. We saw in the middle portion of the map just Kiffa going absolutely crazy with the sniper in hand, and that definitely contributed to the very large lead that Immortals had at one earlier point of this matchup, and obviously credited to them for being able to at least hold on, then push that lead into a winning position here. It's 60-58, just barely knocking Elevate down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, what an amazing series to start things off. I'm curious to see what this already does to the bracket, right? You're going to have Elevate dropping down into the lower side early on, and I don't think it's going to be an easy road for them at all. I wouldn't want to be in that lower bracket, especially now that we know that these challengers teams are here to play, taking it to that next level. I will say that was some of the best, I think, challengers play we've ever seen, because we've seen a lot, with different series and kind of relegation and all these different things, but Immortal coming out looking super tough. Definitely a team that is now on my radar, but I think Elevate played super well too. Definitely better than I think they've ever even looked during that regular season, with the way they were able to adapt to mid-series and how they kind of rotated through, not really relying on a single player to kind of carry things out in that slaying department. So everything really has been top tier so far, and it's only one series into the day.
Yep, absolutely the case. I mean, a full 5 mapper to start the day off, and we've got 4 more games at least in this broadcast, alongside all the other games that are going to be happening off stream as well. So it's going to be a very fun-filled day, I think.
Yep, gonna be a good one. So we're gonna throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with more Splitgate Pro Series Championship action. Stay tuned.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you see me. Give me the crown now, cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Splitgate Pro Series Championship. Again, just day one, and from the reporting I got, it looks like we started off with the good match for the first one of the day, because in that bracket, all other Pro Series teams 3-0 swept their challengers' opponents. So the only upset was what we saw here on stream, with Immortal winning 3-2 against Elevate. Of course, that does mean Immortal has a little bit of a challenge in round number 2. I will say that. It was a good run, guys. They're going to be going up against Space Station Gaming next, but what we're going to be viewing on stream here is E-United versus Moist. Pretty excited for this one as well, because Moist was one of those teams that did have the player swap with Luminosity. Luminosity going up against T1 again during this round. It's going to be Xset versus the Pioneers as that other match that will be played off stream. But kind of to talk about this one a little bit, I think E-United, during the previous season, was a solid team. They looked really strong. Then, some roster moves happened, and they've been kind of working things out, but I think getting better and better kind of week after week, and now they had a little bit of a gap to improve on things. Moist in a similar boat, where I think with that early JP acquisition, put themselves in kind of a better tier. Then some teams started to adjust. They kind of petered out a little bit, lost some of that momentum, but I'm kind of expecting with the addition of Bala that they just became like a very well-rounded team here, kind of looking at their lineup. Again, you have Klo, Bala, Hunnit, and JP on Moist. So you kind of check all the boxes with, leadership, IGL, slaying, objective. They've got everything, and E-United in a similar boat where we know they have that slaying power. And I think, again, their kind of shortcomings were around more of those objective game modes, just kind of cleaning things up a little bit. So excited to see how this series plays out. Here is your map rotation for this series. We're going to start off with a King of the Hill on Club Silo. Then we'll go to a team deathmatch on Atlantis. Domination on Abyss. For map 4, it'll be a King of the Hill on Crag. And if we go the distance yet again, it'll be a TDM on Impact. I think the shocking one for me is a TDM on Atlantis. I feel like that's a combination we don't see too often.
I'm going to agree with that one wholeheartedly as well. Atlantis is definitely a map that we see played pretty heftily around the objectives, and for good reason too, because of how harsh the transitions can be, moving from like major room to major room. So that could cause some problems for teams if they jump into an engagement and they got their opponents like waiting for them there already. But we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. It's like you said, we don't actually get to see TDM played out too much in that map. Other than that, however, I think this is a very balanced map pool. Teams that have weak spots on more exposed and more claustrophobic maps, I think, are going to have those opportunities to make up for it on later maps in the series.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the standard fare outside of that map number 2, and I think that'll be kind of like, hey, we're going to go for one flank, and if we get one kill, we kind of all collapse, is I think how that will play out kind of, just gameplay-wise. But I'm definitely excited to see this new Moist roster. I think they've had time to kind of gel, get some of that cohesion, and I do think Bala is just a good fit into their gameplay style, because it allows people like Hunnit to just go get kills and know that Bala is on the objective, and we'll have to see if that's the game plan going into map number 1 here. We'll be starting on board with Charmander, who, however, has been a dominant slayer in the SPS and is going to pick up a kill early on here with Apollo and get control of that hill early on as well.
Important to note the storyline coming into this tournament for E-United as well. For those who remember our summer season, of course, it was a bit of a booming start to the season for E-United. As if memory serves me correctly, actually topped out the regular season, finishing like 1st or 2nd place, but then were unable to transition that properly into the actual playoff bracket, where they had a very early departure. This is going to be their first chance to make up for that loss since then, and they absolutely are going to want to secure it here. But obviously, their challenger is going to be quite the opponent as well in Moist, especially with Bala being picked up. But so far, things are going quite swimmingly, especially with power weapon control here. 42 seconds of control on the initial hill here. Again, this is not an easy one to control as well. This is actually quite surprising they've been able to get this much, 55 seconds short of that, it looks like, of control here before the hill finally shifts away.
Yeah, that is an unprecedented amount of center hill time off the start on Club Silo here. So E-United setting up the lazy boy cushion for them in this map number 1 and continuing to slay out as Moist goes 3 down. Klo, Hunnit, and JP falling to the E-United onslaught. But yeah, I think this is kind of the redemption tour for E-United. Like you had mentioned, they finish in 2nd, I believe, underneath SSG in that summer season and fell out early around round 3 or 4, and here we have Charmander with the Kaleidoscope wiping out this hill as E United continues to stomp here in map number 1.
Quite literally, 75-6, not leaving any room for Moist to find impact. Unfortunately, that roster swap maybe coming in to hurt them a little bit more than they might have hoped for. Things are just not gelling together that well, but finally we're going to see them come onto the board here, getting some serious control going with that most recent wipe. They're able to secure off the last team fight. United quickly coming back into it, though. We're going to see how quickly they can try to wipe this team outside of it here. United once again getting the majority of kills from the team fight by taking the high ground to start it out, but Moist, JP, nicely done to try and counter. However, suppressed with a nice flick. He gets one more, for he as well is overwhelmed by Hunnit and the rest of Moist.
Yeah, I think this is a bigger King of the Hill lead than we saw in the entirety of our first series with the E United jump that they've come out hot with. So Charmander hopping back on board with him because he has been the hot hand for E United, but of course we have cursed him with our casting, and he's going to be sent to that respawn timer, but the rest of his team trying to pick up the pace, but JP lining him up with the triple kill killing spree as he marches forward into this hill. Moist doing the most to try to shore up this deficit now.
Of course, Chloe marching right alongside him on the outset of that team fight. Pinpoint accuracy from both players, but it looks like everyone from Moist getting pushed into a corner here. It's a brutal retake here coming in from the United roster as they are able to, for the most part, make mincemeat of the hold from Moist. Apollo picking up, or rather Hypnos, excuse me, picking up another kill there against JP, able to take him down, eliminate him. Once again, limiting the play options here for Moist to get themselves back into the fight. New Hill just spawned about 10 seconds ago. Unfortunately, though, once again, that has left Moist on the back foot. Not able to get themselves on top of the hill quickly enough. Now leaves United in full control with most of the extremities watched out at the moment by the 4-player roster as well. We can see one attempt to sneak in with the SMG, and it is going to yield results. Nicely played by Moist. Perfect timing, and they catch United not a single trade in the midst of that fight.
Yeah, just a really nice 2-2 pinch on that hill hold. So Moist going to be sitting pretty in there right now. All of E United on respawn means they're going to have to take this hill back. They want to try to shore this one up. Of course, with about 15 seconds left, I think E United could potentially just sack this hill, set up for the next one, maybe secure some of these power weapons coming up around that 6-minute marker, but it doesn't seem that that is the play as they have taken back the hill already and have set up shop. Hypnos with the shotgun carbine combo, able to pick off a couple members of Moist with Hunnit and JP following, and now they'll rotate out towards this next hill. Chloe being picked off through the portal. Great shots coming through out of Hypnos here in the killing spree with that shotgun. It's a great little play.
3 more potential kills to come out from that shotgun as well. So dislodge being given here as the players from Moist try desperately to keep up. They are actually going to be able to catch the shotgun still with all 3 of those shells intact as well. And immediately, Chloe will go to work with it here. Knock it out, suppress. Finally change up the status quo a little bit here. The problem for Moist is they haven't had an issue necessarily turning around any individual team fight. It's been the follow-up past that point. It's the team fight afterwards where so far every single time they have fallen apart. And this is now the big test for them as we're going to see the refrags begin to work their way in from United. But there we go, Moist finally holding their ground, keeping the cap under their control, and making some serious gains on bringing this lead back into their own control.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is a great regain by Moist, cutting the lead down to 25 at this point and still closing out this 5-minute hill as Bala is able to secure that kill onto Apollo, picking up the pace. Looks like just a little bit of a rocky start for Moist as they are right back in this one in map number 1, despite that early hill hold from E United. But now there is E United answering back, suppress, getting that pick and taking Moist 4 down. So a little bit of a battle back and forth here. Suppress still on that high ground, trying to get that kill. It will eventually be secured, but he sacrifices his positioning to do so. 4 down, though, for Moist, as E United doing a great job of just cleaning up some of these kills as Suppress continues to put that damage down range. Dropping down yet again will secure that beatdown onto JP. So, well-played little sequence out of Suppress there.
It's unfortunate the timing with which we see United kind of get back into this fight a little bit as it is for that center hill once again. Although, of course, we saw them work a very impressive amount of points on that hill at the beginning of the map. A little bit more difficult to do so when your opponents are actually properly set up with guns and everything else here. So you can see United, they have gotten that lead back under their own control by about 20 to 30 seconds over Moist, but they are struggling to push it further than that while we wait for this hill to flip, which, thankfully for them, is going to be happening right now. Are they on top of that transition is the next big question. And unfortunately for them, the answer is no. Hunnit causing way too many problems from up above with that BR. He's going to be able to knock out at least 2 members of this squad. Moist gets themselves on it for the initial control, but they're not necessarily able to stay there. As you can see, only getting about 5 or 10 seconds off of it. JP coming in to harass with the shotgun, though, will finally lock this down. Moist playing a slow game right now to take these hills, but it is working to very carefully bring them back into the game.
I mean, you can see, just look at the stats right now. The difference maker that Bala is, 86 objective points to his name, nearly doubling all of those for E United. So he is kind of being that X factor right now, what Moist needs to be able to stay in this one, while JP kind of puts the work in that slaying department, and the rest of those players pick up the pace too. But right now it's just E United winning more of these engagements, hitting those better shots, and cleaning up these kills onto Moist that's allowing them to stay those 30 or so points ahead. We'll have to see how they approach with all players up as this hill rotates at that 3-minute mark. Of course, Suppress with that sniper could be a deadly force as he manages to pick up that shot there. Hypnos taking down Klo. You love to see it. Love to see if E United continues to extend this lead now. 2 down for either side, but Hypnos definitely feeling confident right now.
Nice run being made here from Moist, however, catching a lot of those high-flying rotations coming in from E United, knocking out at least half the roster. Did they see the move from Charmander coming in? Knows we got players low on the hill from the previous fight, and unfortunately the answer is no. Great refrags coming in from E United. They steal the hill right away just as Moist was getting ready to lock in for the long run here. They will not be able to do so, and instead it's E United that gets that pleasure here while Moist tries to reform on level 1 down below at the bottom of this map. They're able to do so quite quickly, though. 2-for-1 trade on the outset of the next fight that they take, and immediately Charmander decides it is not worth it to stick around. A smart choice in the short run of things, but it does leave him on a lower platform. Even when he goes for the portal play, he's still going to be caught out as Moist are beginning their own transition to the next hill. Suppress seems to be holding the line on said transition, with Hypnos now joining the party here. Nicely defended by United, and should keep the lead once again under their control by that 30-second or so margin, but Moist still hot on their heels. 3 kills coming out now once again, leaving only Charmander in the fight. They steal that hill away and now sit only 20 seconds behind the overall total from EU.
Yeah, and at first I thought Moist was maybe just being a little bit too aggressive with their lives, but it's paid off for them. Just kind of the relentless onslaught that they've been throwing in the face of E United allows them to take some of these hills, cut this lead down, but Charmander with that double kill leads to 3 down for Moist Esports. So it's going to be tough off these respawns as E United extending this lead. Of course, they did have a really nice break early on where they were able to send 2 and 2, but right now with 2 dead, they're going to have to wait this one out, and that's just going to allow E United to continue to extend this lead out. Looks like Klo and JP will manage to find 2 outside of the hill, so the pressure might be applied soon, or they're going to just look to rotate, capture this final hill, and make their last stand with 1 minute left to play.
Pretty consistent player down at the moment from E United. Just had Hypnos out. Now it's Apollo down for the count, but they are returning those frags right over onto the side of Moist as well. Good snipe coming in from Charmander. Nearly manages to carbine out another player from long range. Having some trouble following them through. Will continue to struggle with it, but eventually gets the 1-for-1 on top of the hill. Suppressed with the shotgun, but he's flanked out by Bala on the backside. He'll be followed through by Apollo, though, to be able to make sure that he is taken down and that United still control this hill. Less than 10 seconds to go, and United will lock in their first victory. Certainly having to work for it, though, as Moist constantly stealing that hill away from them, but just never able to secure the hill for the long run. United constantly retaking it, constantly rebuffers their own lead, and in this case, gives them map number 1.
Yeah, Moist made a nice little run towards that mid-game, managed to extend that out, but they weren't able to get over that hump and really take the lead and hold things. I'm not sure if that's because they were playing a little bit too aggressive, it felt like, at times, or if it was just E United really just kind of hitting the shots that they needed to, picking off some of those flanks from Moist Esports.
It seemed to me that Moist was always playing a reaction game to an extent. It was always United making a play. It would, for the most part, worked, and while, yeah, that would lead to them getting hill control, Moist might have been able to work in and steal the hill away, maybe get 20 or so seconds off of that hill. Problem is, they never really had enough confidence, from what I was seeing anyway, for them to be able to spread that positioning out to actually catch the next move from E United. So United had full playmaking capability to just 2x2 trap them in, especially those hills that are sitting on the lower partition of the map there, where you could just push from the outside and as well from the main hallway and just kind of crunch it out in 2-2 fashion. They were pulling that off way too many times. That was leading to full wipes coming out against them, whereas E United was having a lot better of a time transitioning off of those hills.
I will say, too, E United looks the best that they have, like, during this year. I think that trade with Hypnos has finally, like, kind of slotted in the last puzzle piece, because I think he topped in both objective and was at least number 1 or number 2 in kills as well for E United. So he's really kind of finding his place in in that roster, which I think took them a little bit longer than they had anticipated, but it's looking really good right now for that E United squad. And Moist kind of on the same side with Bala. That kept them in the game. That addition, they were allowed to play around him, not worry about the objective as much. But here, we're going to go into the team deathmatch on Atlantis. Definitely interested and excited to see how this one plays out, but it looks like it's E United off to the races early on yet again.
Against E United, I think just a little bit further ahead with that slightly better trap to knock out the players from Moist, trying to work themselves out of that hot situation. Bala is going to be able to get the rails when everything is said and done, though. Even though E United controls the overall fight surrounding it, Bala going to be able to continue to work that rail until his death at the hands of Apollo, where now we see it change. Hands should still be 2, now 1 shot remaining, as Apollo immediately frags out JP, trying to work himself back into the aquarium there, but bites off a little bit more than he can chew. So it's E United with a strong lead to start us off here, 7-3.
Yeah, and on Atlantis, where I can only imagine the gameplay is going to be really segmented, kind of room to room. Suppress getting caught off guard just a little bit there, so I was going to say that's a really nice lead that E United has built up for themselves, but it's almost immediately disappeared, as now we have Bala with the bat as well, going on the hunt, trying to hunt down these members of E United, see if he can spot anything. It was one nice little pick, but I'm kind of expecting this is how this game is going to go. You find 1 kill. If there's more in your face, you can go for more, but it's going to be very reserved here for the most part in a TDM matchup.
A little bit of a cold war, it looks like, as they try to figure out where this bat is, and unfortunately the answer will come with the death of one of their teammates. Charmander goes down into the corner. Bala still ready to take on more challengers, as Chloe also finishes off his previous target there in Suppress. Once again, United's smart about this. They're not going to dive into that fight willy-nilly. They're trying to look for a more tactical point to insert themselves, but they're just not able to find it. That's leaving way too much play potential open for Chloe and the other members of Moist to frag out E United on the flank, as we just saw right there. Moist now in charge of the situation, only by 2 kills though, with Chloe's most recent pickup at 12-10.
Yeah, and I think this is how the map's going to go, right? You'll have like one little break, one pick that kind of explodes into a full-on fight, and here we have E United doing just that. 2 members of Moist down, leads to 3 down, and E United retaking the lead here by 1. So nice couple of plays out of Apollo, and he's not done just yet. Suppress and Charmander also picking up kills. Apollo providing that support, getting that double kill. 3 down for Moist means E United extends this lead out to 2 yet again.
A lot of kill chaining going on right now, where neither team really wants to give up the fight necessarily, but that's leading to just a whole lot of 1-for-1s going back and forth, as you saw there on the kill feed. Another one going on in the corner of the map here. Apollo takes a little bit of light out of himself at the beginning of that fight, so doesn't really want to continue it if he has a choice in the matter. Tries to bring it to a closer range, but not close enough, unfortunately, with the SMG in hand. Gets taken down by Bala instead. That will lead again to still the stalemate continuing to go out at the moment, slightly in the favor of E United. They'll be able to push it a little bit further with those clean kills against Chloe and one other member of the Moist roster as well.
Yeah. Suppress. Trying to make something happen there, but just facing down too many Moist guns. So him and Apollo will fall. Moist still trailing by 2, but doing the most, trying to work their way back into this one, and we'll cut it down even closer as Bala managed to secure a kill onto Charmander, but Hypnos will trade out in return to bring it back up to a 2-kill lead. Hypnos with that SMG will be tough to approach from that close range angle, but it looks like Hunted with a nice little portal play there will find that pick, so we'll hop on board with Suppress, who does manage to secure that railgun. Keep in mind we're tied up, and now Moist will be taking the lead back as Bala and JP secure 2 nice kills.
We'll switch the status quo around a little bit. Moist now able to play a bit more defensively here. Try to set up a few gauntlets for E United to run through, and so far doing exactly that, not giving the United players any real options to play into Apollo. Finally grabbing not just 1, but 2 off of the rails here. And he's going to be able to open up more play potential. A third one shows up for him as well. Beautiful stuff coming in from Apollo. Hypnos here to finally support him as he ends up getting traded out right there. Damage being done in E United, now only 1 kill away from once again exchanging the lead between themselves and Moist. Suppress will get that kill as well with the bat in hand.
I think this one just going to be tight, right? You have these approaches where you're looking to really just trade out in a man advantage against your opponent. It's not really so much as chaining together these multiple kills like you would have in an objective mode or a standard kind of TDM. It's like you find 1 or 2 little picks, you see if you can get more, then you kind of drop back off to safety, and it's a battle of inches, I think, at this point in a TDM on Atlantis. And right now, Moist coming out on top just a little bit in some of these engagements. They also have Chloe with that bat, which will for sure be a help if E United tries to get aggressive towards them, but we'll have to see how Chloe decides to play this one out. Really just trying to find an angle, find a peek, was thinking about diving in behind enemy lines, but we'll slow down and rethink that one as the portal closed on him real quick.
This is a very mind-gamey map to play TDM into as well. Both teams just trying to bait, situations like this where both teams are essentially just trying to bait their opponents into going into each other's kill houses here, where they have 3 to 4 players set up to immediately put down any type of aggression going on. It's leading to a very, very cold game overall, as neither team wants to be the one to make the aggressive play. But in this current instance here, Moist has the lead, so they are forcing the hand of United just a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost like a coin flip unless you for sure feel like you have that advantage, and really Moist has been kind of, now that they have the lead, really slowing things down. Hypnos will find 2, as Moist thought they had a safe entry point, but didn't account for Hypnos with the BFB. Still, Moist holding on to that 4-kill lead as some kills were exchanged in that background, but a double kill as Hypnos finds a couple of bullets in those opponents, both Hunnit and JP being taken down. And Bala will come through to try to secure one, will be traded out by Charmander. So after all of that kind of bloodshed, it's just an exchange of 1, right? And now Moist was just up by 3 after all of that happened, and they managed to find one other pick onto Hypnos to secure that lead back at 4, and it slows down yet again. So it's a bit of a rinse and repeat style game mode here on TDM on Atlantis.
Just unfortunate, the team behind has to poke and prod at the defenses as much as possible without risking their own lives here to try and find a weak point. But Moist, oh no, groups up just a little bit too much. Their whole flurry of kills comes out. JP, respectful there, being able to trade out at least 2 of those frags back against his opponents, rebuffers the lead a lot more securely, but still, the bunker setup is finally broken. The kill house is knocked down, and that leaves a room open for United to try and swing themselves back into this game. Still now only 3 kills behind Moist total.
Yeah, I will say, shockingly, like, despite all these great pushes from E United and all these great setup breaks from E United, Moist does a good job of trading out those kills, especially coming back in off the respawn before E United is able to fully recharge some of those shields to get some of those kills. But now in the 1v1s, these pick-off fights, E United finally coming out on top, able to tie it up, really cut down that lead. To see if they're able to continue this. Again, one last shot in the railgun will not find a target, as Moist finds one and finds a lead by 1 yet again.
Hypnos' death having some ringing effects as well. Now Chloe able to win out his fight because he picked up the rails off of his corpse. Ball as well, finding another frag here. Moist just barely rebuffering their lead, so we're right back where we started as far as United is concerned here, having to try and find a way to breach past the defensive setup from Moist. The good news is, Moist only just recently getting back that lead. They haven't necessarily had an opportunity to establish that setup for themselves, but it is starting to take shape here now on the blue side of the map, inside of the corner. United definitely wants to aggress into this if they can, but they know the bat's in play, and more than likely in the hands of someone waiting in this corner. Bala just barely is able to make sure he gets that 1-for-1 there, but still goes down to the hands of Charmander. However, with the 1-for-1, United does not feel the confidence to go any further than they did on that corner, so Moist is still going to be able to maintain the lead.
Yep, Bala with the max distance swing, thankfully able to get that trade in there, because United, if they are able to win that, pick up that bat, you're going to see more kills kind of chained off of that. Looks like Suppress did at least manage to scavenge that BFB, but now it's all about translating that into some setup breaks. Chloe playing this low ground, looking for some flanks, will rejoin JP here in this room as Bala will be spawned in at this point in time. You see some of the damage coming through from E United, shots being put down range, but mostly Moist coming out unscathed, undamaged now as Chloe gets his shields back. So United looking for the re-entry, but the extension, the BFB from Suppress will lead to Moist going 3 down, make that 4 down now as E United finally getting the big break that they need to take the lead by 3.
That should be nearly a full positional and weapon reset for Moist as well. 3 out of 4 players going down there. Ball, I believe, is the only one to survive the exchange, so we're going to see an attempt to try and take some more of that map control back, with the bat still lurking, only just now, I think, running out of energy in the hands of Suppress. And even then, he could still use it a little bit here. Suppress growing a bit cautious from his current position, though, is Moist still able to get a surprising number of kills. United just not bunkering themselves up with the same degree of finesse that we were seeing Moist able to do earlier in the game. So their lead is not surviving anywhere near as long as Moist was at an earlier partition of this game. Only up by 1, now 2, of course, as they're able to finish off Chloe there. Initiation being taken by Suppress. He'll be able to get the rail off respawn too, and this will be important now. Those free kills potentially to come out of his teammate is not standing in his way, of course. 1 for him. His teammate secures a second. The portal will yield 1 more, and now it's just 2 to go from E United. But Moist, they're not necessarily out of this fight yet either. They as well only need 5. Apollo, though, gets number 59 on the board, and number 60 will also be found by him to secure map number 2 now for E United.
really tight back and forth from both of those squads, but yeah, just some clutch plays at the end from E United, essentially getting the kills when they needed to. But I will give it up for Moist. It was like almost shocking how much of those kind of entries they lost, but then kept the lead.
Yep.
Right? Like E United would come in all guns blazing, take what seemed like everyone from Moist out, but then I like checked the scoreboard after the fight and like, Moist is still up by 2. So they were doing a really good job of kind of trading off camera and getting some of those picks off of those extensions from E United. I think it was just kind of a coin toss at the very end. You had Suppress secure that railgun, and that was the last power weapon they needed to really kind of open up that setup and secure that victory. So a really nice clutch job from E United there.
Seeing what happened at the tail end of it, it really just seemed like both teams really wanted to play a very different play style into that. E United wanted to keep the fight going, wanted to keep things chaotic because the map is so segmented. Moist had pretty much the direct opposite approach. It's like, okay, we have these very large rooms we can control and basically create a bunker for ourselves that we can bait E United into. And that strat was working for a large majority of that game. Unfortunately, they left far too many holes in that defense, and as we saw, E United able to break it down 2 to 3 different times and take back the lead ultimately at the end of the game.
It's really one of those tough like mental games too, right? Where you're kind of like bunkered in, you're like, no, don't go out, just hold it. It's like like that horror movie trope of like, I'm gonna go out there and check, and you're like, don't go out there and check.
There was certainly, I think, a timeline in that game where if E United, or rather if Moist was able to hold back the overall fights for long enough, they probably could have won that one on the timer as we were coming down to the last minute or so of play. But already moving into our third map now, let's pay attention here as Moist is quickly looking to take back some control here as they get the initial 2 caps starting out on domination.
Yeah, of course, E United does manage to scavenge some of those power weapons, so Moist will have their work cut out for them in these hill holds, but so far Hypnos and those rockets not really connecting too effectively as JP managed to take him down, but thankfully you have Suppress on your squad, and Suppress has the BFB, and now he also has the rockets. Suppress on an absolute tear early on. We'll be getting E United right back in this one with a triple cap.
Moist trying to prioritize the objective over the power weapons costs them hugely as well. Yes, they do get that slight early lead. They get wiped out from the overall fight themselves here, and as a result, they're not going to be able to contend for the early score. The bat still in the hands of Hypnos, but only for one more kill. Moist once again playing to their team cohesion, playing to all 4 players, grouping up together to get a home point for themselves. They do make some progress on wiping out a large majority of the United roster, but they are very quickly already back onto the field looking to defend things here. But Moist still quickly capping themselves. They've taken C, but in the meanwhile, United had already secured a back cap on A that has been negated out as Moist quickly rotates off of C to go for that. In the meanwhile, B has also been stolen away, so Moist looking to quickly get back into this, and they may very well be able to do so now, securing another 2 cap for themselves.
I think that Moist persistence is really what kind of keeps these close regardless of what E United is throwing at them. They are never one to back down from a fight, from an engagement, and they are proving that here, and it works out for them as they've managed to secure both A and B. Bala now going in the triple kill, killing spree. Kaleidoscope for him is going to allow Moist to set up shop here as a United spawns back in.
Nice confidence play from Bala. His teammates, of course, peppering in all that damage beforehand, and Bala coming in just to be the janitor, cleaning up shop here, getting a very nice Kaleidoscope to pop off from that one. He'll be able to do so again on the next team fight here. Now he's the one on the front line, though, and instead, it's going to be his teammates coming in to clean up shop. The Suppress finally knocks out Bala, but in the meanwhile, Moist took a full triple cap and about a 30-point lead over E United. So very quickly, the tables have turned, and it's now Moist in front of the charge. They need to be in this position, too, as unfortunately, they are facing a knockdown into the lower brackets. They cannot bring things under their own control in this match.
Yeah, upper bracket really just as deadly. There's some top teams in there, but the longer you can avoid going down into that lower bracket, obviously, the better. And Moist trying to fight for that here right now, and it's working out so far as they still have control of the A and B sites. JP trying to fire through those portals to find more targets. We'll have JP with that SMG as well, shredding through some of E United just to maintain some of these caps.
United trying to get themselves back on the right foot, but they'll need a foot to stand on here. Unfortunately, they won't have one. Once again able to work their way in, stealing away the home point on A. They aren't able to capture B in the meanwhile here, but what's the follow-through going to be? Back over here for the home point? It seems like, yes, that is the play. Quickly knocking out the only holder in Hunted. They will lose another point as a result of that. B is going to be stolen away from Moist. They'll be able to use that as a springboard to come back over here towards A. But again, United still with too much presence here. They're going to be able to maintain it. C needs to be the target instead now for the aggression coming in from Moist. Nice dodge of the rocket as well. Very awkward fight between these two players as they're going to come a little bit too close for comfort. The rockets get thrown off the map, but at least it's taken out of the hands of Moist as far as E United is concerned.
Yeah, the aerial acrobatics at least working out in E United's favor as they've secured the triple cap. Suppress has the bat yet again. We saw how deadly he was with that earlier on, and it seems like he has not slowed down one single bit. The triple cap resecure the high flying Suppress with the bat. Gonna be able to connect with JP. Hypnos also taking down Hunnit. That's two of the main slayers for Moist going down. And E United is back onto these hills for the retake. However, some members of Moist have something to say about that. Gonna slow it down just a bit as Charmander was sent onto the respawn timer, and only one hill now in E United's favor as Moist will take the lead with a B and C hill.
This fight continues to dissipate, both teams giving it full pedal to the metal throughout the entirety of this matchup so far, and it's led to Moist now taking full control yet again, but only by a few points. E United still has their own plans to deploy into. They're trying to go for B control, but they've been flanked out, and they haven't even realized it. All four down for them now, so a real serious breadth of opportunity here now for Moist to be able to claim ground and importantly, potentially be able to keep it for the first time in quite a while here. E United coming off of their respawn just goes for a quick cap on A, but they will have to contend with backflights pretty much immediately. Klo looking for bat pickups, but just can't find the correct positioning to play into it. It's a 2-for-2 trade on A, more than likely leaving it into the hands of E United, but no! We see a final member of the Moist roster. Hunnit comes in, and he fends off in a 1v1 versus the bat as well. Knocks that down, should be able to re-secure this here for Moist.
That is a huge turn of the tides for Moist. Hunnit just staying alive there, securing that bat, taking down Hypnos, putting the team on his back right now, trying to extend this lead out, and his team falls in line, taking A and C. E United only having B. 2 down for Moist at this point in time as Apollo picks up a nice little double kill, but Bala will battle back with the beat down onto Hypnos. Charmander also going to fall. B will now be out of E United's hands. They'll trade B for C, and Moist will continue to extend this lead, and Hunnit showing no signs of stopping.
Yeah, Moist putting themselves into a very healthy position here now with the lead, and more importantly, the fact that they've just refused to give up these team fights, refused to cool off this situation in any way, shape, or form. United, of course, has been able to keep up somewhat in their own regard, but the lead is continuing to grow for Moist, or at least it has been up until this most recent point. Select 2-cap coming in there from United, very quickly negated back out. We've got an active fight going on for B that United will be able to control. However, they have threats coming in from the top side, and Hunnit is going to be the main slayer from this. A triple kill coming in on that B wipe for him, leaving only Apollo with potential control over A. Even there, he'll be immediately harassed. Nice portal play to get away from his opponents and dodge a rocket coming in from below. He'll actually survive the entire flurry while picking up at least 2 kills in the process, now being able to capture A while his teammates are also working on B.
Really, really huge save from Apollo at that point in time. Moist had the triple cap set up, but he's coming through and putting a stop to that. Now 3 down for Moist. E United still battling for these hills as Hypnos tries to hunt down JP. Will eventually secure that kill with the beatdown. And now it's an E United triple cap of their own, but only for about a second as C was decapped. And here we have a Hunnit yet again, fresh off the respawn, taking down Hypnos. Charmander now fighting for the secure of the A site. Things calming down just for a minute, but Charmander on the hunt. He portals out, portals right back in, facing 2 down for Moist. Suppress tries to find one with the bat. Bala will go down, but the rest of Moist manages to stay up. They will secure C. Suppress will be back on the respawn, but Moist has the lion's share of the hills at this point. Yet again, E United continues to try to battle back, but Moist continues to have the answers.
Storyline, as you said, remains the same here for Moist, even with the more recent success we just saw out of E United back on the A point. The lead for Moist has now grown to just under 100 points in the favor of themselves. E United, of course, with the 2-cap. Now an opportunity to swing in the other direction, but 3 down for them. Well, unfortunately, making a short bid to try and come back into this game. Moist with the 2-cap, reduced to 1 so quickly, though, as again, neither team willing to give up the aggression on the inside of these fights here. It's gone down to a dead heat, 1-1. Moist gets a very important recap going onto this side point towards C. That'll lock in the consistency of this lead once again for themselves. Even with United keeping the fight up and trying to retake this ground, they need to fully wipe out Moist, and unfortunately with this endless battle, refusing to give up, it's going to be such a hard task to accomplish.
Yeah, it's the tenacity out of Moist Esports right now that's really allowing them to stay in the fight. and continue. Even off these respawns, they're jumping right back into the battle, making sure that E United cannot find their footing, mount a comeback, or even decap some of these hills, as a triple cap will be secured for Moist yet again. JP and Bala will fall, but the triple cap will stand as E United can't find an opening. Still a triple cap there, despite Moist being down several players several times. You see it right here, right now. Moist will close out map number 3 to force map number 4.
Indeed, we'll extend the series out for at least one more map, and it's the just refusal to give up in any single situation there. Like you said, the tenacity coming out from Moist that just slowly but surely overwhelms the United strategy over the course of this domination.
Yeah, I like that out of Moist, right? It's kind of your backs up against the wall. You know, you have to have that never say die attitude, and that's exactly what carries them to that victory in map number 3. And I'm sure if you're E United, you're starting to feel a little bit pressured. You definitely want to close that out in 3 games because you know Moist is very momentum heavy, momentum dominant. We saw that out of Hunt within the span of just that game alone, and now if he's able to carry that momentum into map number 4, E United, job's not finished. They're definitely going to have to battle to close this one out because you know Moist is looking for that reverse sweep.
Things should get a little bit more controlled, I think, for United moving on to the future maps. Obviously, Domination is a very rotation-heavy game, very calm-heavy sort of game there. And I think to some extent, United just got beaten out a little bit because of the fact that they had to multitask so heavily there and they weren't able to keep up to the same degree Moist did. Moving on to our next 2 maps, we go back to TDM and, of course, King of the Hill, where things are a little bit more straightforward. So we'll have to wait and see if United's going to be able to control it to the same degree that we were seeing, of course, back on Club Silo and Atlantis.
Yeah, I think with King of the Hill on Crag, it is kind of what you said. It'll be a little bit of a momentum reset. Both teams obviously going to have to slow down just a bit, just because King of the Hill is a little bit more setup heavy. You can't really just keep your foot on the gas like you can in a domination and kind of keep your opponents guessing of where you're going to head next. It's very obvious where you're going to head next in a King of the Hill, and that's to the hill. So we'll have to see if E United anticipates that and employs those countermeasures against Moist. But for the time being, it's Moist running right for the hill and managing to get 2 down, but get some time on the board.
Definitely want to make sure they hold that serious advantage. This will be a continuation, more than likely, of the strategy from previous maps, where if Moist have the opportunity to kind of shut down the aggressive game plans coming in from United, they will absolutely take that opportunity. As you just saw right there, with one of their players jumping into the fight over here on our initial hill, try and fight for a little bit of power up and control, it seems, there as well. JP is able to get that railgun in the meanwhile. He's going to use it now to lurk himself back out. Only gets the 1 kill, though. His teammate needs to pick up some of the slack, and indeed he will. Klo finding the next pickup onto Charmander and allowing for this hill now to be stolen away by Moist. Battle back for some of that control. Obviously, this one could be a little bit of that no man's hill, a little bit difficult for either team to get consistent control. We'll have to see how Moist follows this through onto the next one. They'll be spawning in 3 seconds.
Yeah, this is kind of that double-edged sword where Moist playstyle can kind of come back to bite them if they overextend just a little bit with that aggressive playstyle, because you can kind of get called out on those all-in bets if you get squad wiped. There's no real back channel or back alley where you can take another hill or find something off of that respawn. But for the time being, JP hitting those shots 8 and 1 right off the rip. It's going to allow Moist to control that second hill just a little bit longer until United spawns back in. Finding a nice little angle there, keeping his opponents weak, is setting his team up for success, as it's another 3 down for E United in map number 4.
Trip out some of the fresh respawns from E United and succeeds in doing so, but already we've got more of them spawning back in. JP doesn't even know what was going to be lurking out of that portal right there, and unfortunately gets overwhelmed by at least 3 members from the E United roster. Moist Hunted again doing a good job of keeping up the trades in the midst of these fights. Has been able to secure and, more importantly, delay the retake from E United onto this hill by a few seconds, only leaving them with scraps, about 5 to 10 seconds to gain for themselves. So that's still going to leave Moist 15 seconds in the lead as we move over to the 3rd hill now. Still under their control, at least initially, but E United with a solid push here. Unfortunately, Moist just trying to delay that fight for as long as possible, but E United refused to give up. Took it right into their face, and they just did not have the manpower to survive it.
Yeah, Suppress just hitting Moist with that 2-step, shaking just enough shots to secure that kill. Is a big momentum booster for E United, and another double kill off the back of that means 3 down for Moist yet again. And we're just in the midst of this 7-minute hill, so E United going to be able to take the lead off the back of that one. 2 down for E United might be an opportunity and an opening for Moist, but no, Hunt going to be picked off by Charmander. A couple more trades coming through, but E United has done what they set out to do, and that's regain that lead for however so brief.
Game stays neck and neck here as Moist getting those few seconds of control. It's immediately stolen away by E United. They'll get themselves onto it instead. New Hill coming up in 10 seconds, so the priority now shifts to this one. This will also be, of course, where we have that weapon spawning onto to pick up for either team if the timing is going to align. I think we're just a few seconds off of that, unfortunately, so not going to be able to see both teams fight over that at the same time, but still a lot of pressure coming in there from E United. And once again, Moist sets themselves up into a nice bunker to be able to fend that pressure off and now allow them to have full control, for the most part, over this map and the hill along with it. But they have lost about 10 to 15 seconds of time as a result of that cleanup.
Yeah, despite that E United point gain, at least, Hunnit able to stay alive there and secure that railgun is a very big pickup for Moist. And in terms of the rotation into these future hills, so he just really needs to stay alive, and a caster cursed him. Charmander will be taking him down, and E United looks to extend this lead yet again. Klo, however, with the shotgun, might make E United think twice about setting up shop in that hill, as he's got the shotgun and the railgun now, but that's kind of pigeonholing him into a certain range of playstyle, and he's just going to get picked down by some carbines there. JP and Bala thankfully picking up the slack for Moist, but keep in mind, during all of these fights, E United has continued to extend that lead towards that 30-point marker, and now with the rotation, however, Moist will have the advantage as they find some big kills onto the E United squad.
E United, I've noticed here, getting a little bit better at baiting out to an extent the aggression from Moist and trapping them into these team fights, but not necessarily going to be able to escape. But Moist's own just raw aggression is still constantly wiping out E United, as we see right here. Hunnit just going for a run up that mining tunnel there, knocks out 2 players, leaves, as you can see, the hill is undefended, goes right back into the hands of E United, but here he comes right back into it. Hunnit with one more. Bala picking up a frag as well, but both players now far too exposed from the previous fighting to stay in the fray. JP will come up and try to pick up some of the slack, and indeed, they will be able to maintain hill control. JP with a nice flick, a second one to follow it through off of his rail as well, and then Bala knocks out a 3rd member of the squad. Much more consistent time being locked in on this hill now for Moist, and it's going to translate into the lead change.
Yep, Bala feeling right at home here on Moist Esports, applying that pressure. After talking to him, during the regular season, he is kind of coming from that Call of Duty mentality where in those objective game modes, the main thing is applying pressure. You can throw away lives as long as it translates into objective time, and right now it is doing just that. So despite being 2 down, the pressure will not be off, as here comes Hunnit, has the carbine and pistol, trying to find a little angle onto E United here. Hasn't found one just yet, but here is the flank coming through. That's going to be the killing spree for Hunnit. Spotting another one out. That's a double kill, a 2 for 1. Moist will be happy to trade that one through. However, Suppress comes through on that back end to clean things up and keep things reset, as it looks like E United will tie things up and now take the lead.
Slightly going into their favor. Moist already looking for options to try and get in the way of this cap, get them off the hill at a minimum here, but far too obvious the routes that at least Klo is trying to take. Still makes it work, however, thankfully due to the extended access on this portal wall, along with other teammates, of course, throwing their own bodies at the hill to make the take work here. Will allow for Moist to steal it away, but with only 5 seconds remaining on the hill, I hope that Moist still have enough player power to be able to transition over towards our new one as well, and it'll be a little bit of a mixed answer in that regard. E United still claiming the points when the hill expires, and over towards our new one, it's going to be E United kills, taking full control of things here as well. Railgun spawn will also come up for Apollo, and he's going to try to group up with his teammates now back down on that hill. E United with the dominating control, but Moist certainly with players on the field to try and get aggressive and take it back. We just have to wait and see what their game plan is going to be.
Yeah, Apollo just holding steady in the hill here, manages to find one onto Hunnit. Suppress will clean up that kill onto Bala. JP will fall as well. So that push from Moist will be stopped dead in its tracks. Another pickup from Apollo will make things even tougher. Almost connects with the second. Goes down to about half health. JP will finally secure that one, but all that hard work that Moist has put in has so far been neutralized by E United going into these final 3 minutes, and even have Hypnos with that shotgun will be forced to switch off of that weapon to clean up a couple more kills, but E United looking like they're in control of the momentum and the map right now.
And that was mainly just due to a great combination of a few factors going into that hill right there. The fact that, of course, they have the momentum swinging into it, and they have both of the power weapons on top of a pretty close quarters hill to begin with. So you could see that, just the raw hesitation that previously was unheard of from Moist throughout this entire series. Suddenly, they didn't even want to take a step into that hill there. When they finally did, they're immediately shut down by those power weapons, so it translates into a very big lead for E United, but one that, as we're seeing, is not necessarily going to be able to be maintained. A great follow-up from Moist on the hill afterwards here. Even that clutch shot from Klo right there to keep himself in the fight for a little bit longer. E United is going to be able to overwhelm things to start out the second half of this hill, and that will just barely preserve their lead, as Moist did a good job putting a dent in the almost free 60 seconds that E United got 2 hills back.
the victory is still in the cards for Moist at this point in time. I think they just need to clean things up a little bit, make sure they're focusing the same targets, and it looks like they do just that. 3 down for E United should allow Moist to at least find their way into this rotation in these final few seconds. So a great little setup here. Keep in mind the final round of weapons will be spawning near that 1 minute mark, so that's another big swing either way for one of these squads. 3 down yet again for Moist, just going to make things even tougher for Klo as he tries to keep E United off of that hill. Will eventually spawn. Of course, the rest of his team is in now at this point in time, but they're kind of going in one at a time, just trying to keep E United off that hill, and that is spelling disaster for Moist right now as E United continues to pick them off one by one. But here's a small window of opportunity as Moist Esports has that man advantage. And how do they play this one? They have the hill at this point in time, but there's only 20 seconds left before it's going to rotate. This could be a big hill. There's Hunnit, Bala picking off a couple Klo as well. So they win 1-3 in that trade, and Moist Esports trying to claw their way back into this one and secure that victory, force the Game 5 against E United.
I think E United knows the numbers are going to be close when this hill finally expires. They're just trying to keep the player count relatively even for when that hill spawns in, but that plan has not worked out. E United are 3 down when the new hill spawns in, so it immediately goes into the hands of Moist. How exactly are E United going to try and break that now? They've lost the new railgun. The shotgun has only just come up, and immediately everyone from Moist has their eyes on that pickup to counter the run from E United. Charmander may be able to get the better out, or rather Apollo, out of Klo, but it's not going to matter when both of those power weapons have instead gone over towards the Moist roster. We can see Hypnos, a few of the members as well from E United trying to snipe these guys out at range, but it's just not going to work. The lead has now changed hands over to Moist, and unless E United can find some play potential in the next 20 seconds, Moist will complete the comeback and send us to a final map of this series. Hunnit locking in at least one more from the rail. Follow-up shot will miss, but it's the hesitation it's causing on the E United side of things that matters more than anything. E United back on the hill, but they no longer have enough time in regulation to be able to win this one out. They've got to push it into OT. Good pickup there from Apollo, but he cannot sustain Bala, and Bala once again coming back, allowing for Moist to keep this hill at our null timer point, and more importantly, allowing for the series now to be tied up at 2-2, once again sending us to a map 5.
Man, we're picking the good matches here in these rounds. Holy crap, man. 2 Game 5s back to back. Hunnit, though, in the end, he was a loot llama. He had the railgun and the shotgun. If E United just got the pick onto him, I think, honest to God, it goes in their favor. But Hunnit coming up huge, just staying alive, keeping those power weapons in the hand of Moist, being that deterrent for E United, means they clutch up in Game 4 and force the map number 5.
Incredibly close game, but a very impressive comeback from Moist. Never once panicking, still keeping that aggression up. E United, of course, almost able to abuse that aggression to put themselves into a winning position themselves, but towards the tail end of it, a nice combination of factors, very much the same combination that worked out for E United at an earlier point to give them about a 60-second lead over their opponents. It's the fact that we saw Moist grab both the power weapons and had the momentum swinging into that final hill that just made it too tough of a task for E United to come back from, unfortunately.
And I think it's the way Moist approaches these objective game types where it's no longer a 4v4 because they don't care if they go 2 down. You essentially have to fight through 8 people because they will keep throwing themselves at the hill until they're able to take that objective. And I really think that works out to their advantage in their play style, and especially with the addition of Bala, because they're go, 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 and then Bala's like, see you guys, I got the hill. So when they do manage to get that retake, they don't really have to slow down at all. And that's really working out to their advantage. They're picking up the pace. All that momentum now shifted in their favor. And it's going to come down to the wire, I think, yet again in this team deathmatch.
It's almost like they're kind of like abusing stagger spawns to an extent. I've noticed that they're getting taken down like 2 players apiece, but then they're being very unpredictable with the fact that they just jump right back into the fight, even though they may only have like 2 up in a situation. And that's just like catching E United off guard in quite a few scenarios, leading to like 2v4s going into the favor of Moist and changing up the situation hugely for what should be a scenario that E United is able to control.
Yeah, E United is essentially playing like a horde mode against Moist. Like
they
they just keep
never
running at
stops.
them. It never stops. They're like, well, if you're half health, if I respawn and you're still half health, then I have an advantage. And they kind of like play into that in a sense, and it works out for them. They just have that kind of coordination. I think that's a way a lot of teams don't play, where you know, most teams you'd be like, oh, they're 2 down, they're not going to push on us. Like we can kind of chill out for a little bit.
But then suddenly they both come in from like like some top flank position.
Yeah, and
shut
then
them all
they're just flying at them from all angles. And hey, if it works, it works. And it seems like it's worked so far to get themselves back into this one. But like we said, getting into the final map number 5 in this series, one of these teams going to be sent down to that lower bracket. No one really wants to be there. And Moist, I think, really kind of has something to also like prove. I feel like they personally, both of these teams, if I'm being honest, probably felt like they underperformed in the regular season. We have E United, who kind of finished in second on that leaderboard, goes out early in the championship of that previous season. And I think Moist also kind of always, you know, right on the cusp of being in the discussion for top 3, where it's always like, yeah, well, we have T1, SSG, and, you know, I'm going to give it to XZ. I'm going to give it to E United.
Yeah.
And they're kind of sitting there like, about us. So I think this is the real opportunity in this SPS championship to finally kind of cement their placing among the top pro teams in the league.
All right, well, let's see if they can get it done and upset out E United, knock them down into the lower bracket, or if E United will be able to keep things consistent in their own regard. Finally, wrangle this very chaotic strategy that Moist has been deploying for the past few maps. Shut it down to allow themselves to continue moving forward, where Moist will have to fight for their lives in the lower bracket. Fairly even so far, 3-2, United with just that very slight advantage due to the way that they are crossing over the map at the moment here. Moist just needs to find a way to get control of the situation, and they can come right back into it, as we've seen right there for Hunnit and Bala.
Suppress, though, on that 3-0 spree will eventually be gunned down there. Hypnos and Klo also trading out a few kills, and when the dust settles, Moist will be up by 1. But I wanted to mention, this is one of those, you know, TDM, the Moist strategy of kind of continuing to run at your opponents doesn't really work, right? Because it's a finite amount of resources that you are giving away in a team deathmatch setting. So I like the restraint that Moist has showed kind of coming out early. They've recognized that fact that, hey, this is a TDM, that similar kind of high-octane gameplay might come back to bite us. They will go 2 down here, though. Bala and Hunnit falling as Hypnos secures a few more kills. JP, however, does have 3 swings in the bat, so that could be the comeback as he peeks out, finds one, but suppressed on that flank will take him down, and E United will maintain a 1-kill lead.
See, once again, Hunnit just waiting for a lineup here. Catches the bat player, catches another one as well, except this one, the shot's actually going to land through this time. Solid kill picked up for Hunnit and the rest of Moist, but not able to find anything else apart from that just yet. The bat player once again showing up in the open, but he's a little bit too slow to catch him. Suppress gets away just like a bandit in the night there. Hypnos will be traded out by another member of Moist, so still keep things even at an only 1-kill advantage so far for Moist. Pushes it up to 2, now 3 with that pickup, but Hypnos as well as Charmander bringing it back under their own team's control here as E United tie us up now 14-all.
Yep, a nice 3 down by E United there, but now it's all how can they convert off of this setup. They've kind of taken Moist off of the map, forced them to work for those power positions, the positions they want to be in, but can they extend the lead off of that? Looks like trades will come through. Bala now will be spawned in, Charmander off the map for a few more seconds, but it's just kills being exchanged back and forth as no real advantage has been secured by either squad.
United finally getting a slight edge for themselves. We mean that quite literally here. 1-for-1s. As long as they continue to unfold in the same fashion, United is good, but more than likely, obviously, that's not going to be the way the rest of this game plays out here. Need to see another big push from them, and there we go. There's the negation to the 1 free kill that United got a few seconds prior. Moist now take the lead right back as this game is neck and neck. Both teams suddenly playing the entire situation so cautiously. Moist only aggressing forward when they know they have the outright advantage through player count or positioning. As we just saw right here, they got a whole flurry of kills going for themselves. Apollo doesn't even know where Safe Harbor will end up being. He goes down outright. And that's a nice play from Moist to finally get a consistent lead. One of the biggest ones we've seen yet in this game at +4 over E United's 20.
Klo kind of hamstringed here with only the BFB, 0 shots in that sniper, 2 swings left in the bat. So he's going to have to go on a bit of a scavenger hunt, and well, or he'll just kill a player and then take the carbine off of his corpse. That works too. Nice little patience out of Klo given the situation there will allow Moist to extend this lead to 7. And in a TDM of this style, that is a pretty big gap. United going to have to play perfect here. The killing spree from Klo. A couple more players going to be going through, but Charmander, through all of that fire, able to secure 2 kills. Be great in cutting down the lead to 5.
finding a nice snipe for himself, but he's not on the hot seat just yet. Gets a good initiation, going on to his second player, and tries to predict his portal route, but ends up being a little bit off in that regard, so can't follow the kill through. Ball as well as JP, though, still finding 2 more pickups here for Moist. A few more 1-for-1s going out across the map. Overall, still looking at Moist in control of the situation, though, at about the same lead we've been looking at for a minute or two at +7 over E-United's overall scoreline. E-United trying to make some runs, specifically against Hunnit and the rest of the squad, but as we've been seeing here, Hunnit and the rest of Moist playing this very carefully, not trying to dive into fights where they could very easily end up on the losing end, and it's a good thing, too. The hesitance from Hunnit baits in 3 additional players from E-United over here and allows for Hunnit and the rest of his teammates to line up a 3-player wipe coming out, a triple kill for Hunnit specifically. Beautifully played here inside of the team fights. The communication and the synchronization following that through is working out beautifully at the moment for Moist. E-United, though, as you just saw right there, still has a little bit of fight left in it themselves as they find those 2 frags to respond to the pickups from Moist.
United does do a good job of chasing those weak players and making sure they secure those kills, but really it's Moist off of that respawn that just answers back, and you see it right there. 3 down for United. Moist picking up a handful of kills and extending that lead right back out to 8. So Moist staying 1 step ahead, really connecting, especially with these sniper shots coming in so clutch. As Bala now on that killing spree. Hunnit also picking up a kill on Apollo. As Moist continues to march towards that reverse sweep. They just have to hold on to this lead that they have right now.
Lineup being given over to Bala, but he can't land the shots as quickly as he needs to. There are 2 different players team shotting him out, leads to a very quick death for him. Same thing, unfortunately, going to be Fall Hunnit, as he just doesn't even see Hypnos beginning the engagement on him. Klo, though, still keeping things consistent for Moist, trading out both of the kills that had been found by United a few seconds prior. Apollo reading into that play from JP and countering him out hard with the pistol only here, too. Trying to take another fight, but he bites off a bit too much from that one. And aside from the exchange we get on Hypnos, it's all Moist picking up the kills from this most recent flurry, once again rebuffering their lead at 11 over United here, now down to 10 with the pickup from Hypnos, of course.
Crouch walk?
Yeah, Hunnit is trying to hide in plain sight. It's worked, too. They don't even notice.
Sneak level 100 out of Hunnit to secure that kill. What a play! Converts it into the killing spree. You love to see it.
He was just trying to get health back, I'm pretty sure, right there, too. Just crouching in the corner, waiting for a bat play to line up. Instead, he goes all out with the carbine. His last 3 pickups have just been in direct duels from that. Really buffering the lead up at this point for Moist, and looking good to send this team 1 more level deeper into the upper bracket. United with a bit more fight to respond to it, but the lead well under the control for Moist at this point. It needs to be an overall change-up from United here. They need to stop momentum entirely. That's going to be tough to do, given the way the rest of the series has played out so far.
Apollo does have that snipe, but Moist only needs 9, so Apollo's going to have to clock in on his shift and get to work quick here. Does manage to find one onto Hunnit, but JP does have that bat to take down Hypno, so Moist now only needing 8 in the face, and the bat from JP going to come through to shut down Apollo.
Apollo can react quickly enough to get the sniper shot off onto him here. Another find from Suppress. Once again, E-United is finding some consistency as Moist starting to get a little bit more aggressive here to find the final kills they need for themselves, but it's all under their control in the long run of things, as long as we don't see this become a trend for another minute or so here. JP able to catch that player running after a weakened member of the Moist roster, takes him down, but again, at heavy cost to the Moist roster. Charmander with 2 more pickups. Hypnos finds one for E-United as well. They're refusing to give up, but they're not making any gains on shrinking that overall lead. Moist are still finding exactly what they need to close out this game in a timely fashion. Just 5 more kills to go for them, but again, that lead is starting to shrink here. Charmander and Suppress with 2 free pickups in the past few seconds have brought the lead down to only 6 in the favor of Moist now.
Moist really just needs to make sure they're securing these trades, but Charmander is making sure that doesn't happen. Hypnos again picking up another kill. The lead cut down to 3. Hunnit now on the run as Charmander continues to dry up the Moist Esports roster.
Moist being jumped on in the corner there too. JP and Bala being caught out. There's the tie point now at 55-55. They're going to pull this off again, potentially E-United with 2 direct comebacks in both of the TDM games to save their upper bracket lives. However, still need to pull this one off here. We got a few more kills for them to find. They're still on the momentum run though. 1-to-1 exchange keeps us even at 56-all. Apollo, of course, looking for his opportunity to jump on as Hunnit's going to be able to get another free one that gives Moist back the lead. They're attempting to trade him back out, but no sign of it on the kill feed. He still maintains control and some good shots coming back in from that portal to make Apollo think twice about the aggression. The bat saves him here, though, and it's the last swing of that bat. 2 more kills found out. 58-58 here now as United keeping up the pressure. There's their 59th. Have not seen the 59th from Moist just yet, but they're going to be able to try and push it forward. They're attempting it on Apollo, but he leaps out of the portal and closes it just in time to save his own life. Moist, are they going to be able to find these kills? Charmander as well as Hypnos both going down low, but they are given the room they need to regenerate. And Moist does not take the risk on moving forward. Sniper shot, it looks like, connects over onto Apollo, knocks out about half of his HP, but again, he's restrained enough to pull this one back. There's an open opportunity. The reaction, it's quick enough. He gets up through the portal. It's not going to be found. 59-59 on the board as Moist finds Moist can barely find the comeback kill to close it out for them instead.
The shakes. Apollo had those shots were there. Bala, the spidey sense started tingling.
Standing still. He just needed to land the headshot and it would have been all over, but he goes for the body shot instead, gives him that warning to back up, and allows for Moist to bring it back.
I mean, they just had to outdo the previous series, right? The last Game 5, 60-58. Why not one-up it? Moist Esports with the clutch. And Apollo gotta be kicking himself right now. I'm sure he was just expecting Bala to move. and Bala was just kind of chilling, just kind of sitting there, guns up. Like, oh my God. But Moist managing to battle back for that reverse sweep. They've got to be riding high right now.
Press as well with an impressive 34 kills coming out of that game. That was a tough game to try and get a massive number of kills just due to how heavily every single flank opportunity was being watched out, let alone, of course, the direct engagements. But there it is. It's our second or near second reverse sweep coming in there. Moist able to fully pull it off this time, whereas in our previous matchup, we saw that team fall just a little bit short. Unfortunately, Elevate not able to do it, and instead we see Immortal close it out. This time it all goes to Moist, and they complete that reverse sweep.
What a kickoff to the SPS Championship here. I guess we just need bigger prize pools because the game quality has been absolutely insane. 2 nail biters between 2 of these teams, both Elevate versus Immortal and then Moist versus E United. Bodes well for the intensity of these matches during the rest of this tournament. But I'm curious to see how the bracket was kind of developing while we were entrenched and engrossed in this matchup. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be back with more SPS action. Stay tuned.
Legend behavior, legend behavior. Locked in, locked in, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in, locked in, locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's where you see me. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. Locked in, locked in. I'm ruling the game. Always locked in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the SPS Championship. We've seen 2 Game 5s. Maybe you would even call both of them upsets, but we're getting into more and more matches here as the day progresses. So let's take a look at our bracket at this point in time. Of course, Space Station going on a 3-0 spree through the upper parts of that bracket. Of course, E United just falling to Moist in that reverse sweep. T1, again, looking strong, 2 3-0s coming through out of them, and XSET with a 3-1 victory over the Pioneers. Means that your upper semis are already set with SSG going up against Moist and T1 going up against XSET. So moving on to that lower side of the bracket, Elevate managing to 3-0 the Boogie Boys, which means they will be facing off against the Pioneers. All days off, moving forward to face off against Luminosity. You see Exile moving forward there to face off against E United, and Immortal versus a Dollar Aim Club. No free, no free ads. They got me though. They got me. You gotta. All right, we'll send you the invoice. 3-0ing Strike X to move forward to play against Immortal. And you know, interesting here. I think, you know, still a tough bracket through a lot of these teams. I think, you know, E United potentially having a little bit of an easier time with just the way that the bracket has shaken out. But I think, you know, what this proves after that first match that we saw today is that, you know, the challengers teams aren't teams to be taken lightly either.
I mean, even in potentially United's next matchup, assuming they're able to handle Exile pretty easily, Immortal is going to bring a whole lot more of that same sort of playstyle we were seeing from United just in their last matchup versus Moist as well, that like constant aggression being fed into them. It's going to be more of the same there, so there is certainly a possibility, at least in my mind, for Immortal to pull off a bit of an upset against United in that matchup. Yeah,
I think especially too, we've been kind of selecting the best matches just by chance, a lot of 3-0s and 3-1s, but we've seen the 2 Game 5s here on broadcast, so if you're in chat, you can just say thank you or whatever right now, it's fine. We appreciate it. But going into this next matchup, it's going to be Elevate going up against the Pioneers. So one of our kind of rematches from the season, and I believe the Pioneers did manage to secure a victory over Elevate in that regular season. So taking a look at our map rotation, King of the Hill on Abyss, a team deathmatch on Oasis, domination map number 3 on Olympus, a King of the Hill on Atlantis, and team deathmatch on Lava Well, breaking the is through map 1 through 4.
The is or the us's, yeah, as you can see there. But I think this is going to be, once again, fairly even map pool in terms of like the breadth of maps we have, verticality, as well as map size overall. We still have Atlantis in there for that very close kind of claustrophobic, very horizontal for the most part playstyle. And then we get the polar opposite of that with Olympus, obviously being super vertical, super wide open, and some in-betweens, of course, with like Abyss and Lava Well kind of being the medium point for me personally, at least.
Yeah, pretty classic rotation here. I think it'll be a pretty close matchup, I think, through both of these teams, both of them performing really well, you know, respectively. Of course, Elevate facing, I think, maybe a little bit of a surprise opponent there in Immortal to knock them down early on. But they battled back kind of in those middle 2 maps, and then it was, you know, another close Game 5 TDM, which I guess is par for the course at this point in time. So excited to see how this series plays out between these 2 teams, and both of them at this point fighting for their tournament life as well.
Very much the case. This should be the first elimination, I think, of any of our SPS teams playing into this as well. So it's got to be one of these 2, unfortunately. Pioneers or Elevate. They've been the tale very much of struggle inside of the SPS regular season. And for one of them, their story, at least inside of this season of a run, ends here and now. So we have to find out who it's going to be. Does Elevate maintain after their loss earlier on today? Or do they come back here to knock down one of their SPS colleagues in the form of the Pioneers? Let's find out as we're going live with our Abyss matchup right now. And of course, things are getting started quite spicily. Already 3 kills have flooded out over the feed. And unfortunately, it's at the disadvantage of the Pioneers. They go down by 2. Only 1 is lost by Elevate.
Agony does secure these rockets, but the first 2 not finding their target. Trying to keep Elevate just back, make that 3, not finding their target. The last one not going to be able to connect either. So Daybreak might be able to secure those rockets. Does fire 1 off, I believe.
That was the last one.
Not sure if that, you know, 4 rockets, 0 kills. It's kind of a rare sight here, but both of these teams just fighting for that position, kind of in that hectic nature of these battles. Trying to make sure they can secure a kill where they find one, but for the time being, it's Elevate coming out on top against the Pioneers, in control of that hill and in the kill department as well.
They'll be controlling the chaos, as it were, for the time being. The next difficult task for them is coming up here, as they are going to need to make the transition over to the next hill. At the moment, where the Pioneers have blocked them out entirely, you can see they've been constantly 2 dead for the past 10 or so seconds, and everyone that's going down is going down trying to rotate to that new hill. So Pioneers setting up a bit of a bunker for themselves on this second hill. Should be able to, assuming they're able to maintain it, of course, easily come back to the 30 seconds that Elevate were able to work towards, but a nice insertion here from Daybreak. Enters in on the flank. The Pioneers do not catch it, and their entire roster is wiped off of the point.
Yeah, Elevate really kind of battling back through the loser's bracket at this point in time. Daybreak putting in that work with the 8-0 start. For him, still has that fresh bat as well. Hasn't even needed to swing on anyone just yet. He's been doing enough work with that BR and continues to do so, spotting one player and manages to use the BR there, but secures the collection agency before finding his first death. So off the back of that nice little killing spree, out of Daybreak, Elevate has about a 40-point lead at this point in time.
Daybreak just waiting for the next challenge to come his way. Thankfully, the off-point players are securing the area quite nicely. That is, of course, until we see that most recent spree on the kill feed. 3 back-to-back-to-back coming out from the Pioneers here. Certainly allowing for them to be able to put some more time onto the hill, and time that so far is going to go uninterrupted, having to wait for that full respawn to come out. All 3 of those Elevate players needed to get themselves back into it, so this is a real safe harbor moment that the Pioneers really needed, as unfortunately they'd been falling behind quite a bit on the first 2 hills, and be able to make some serious gains back just with this play here, already down to about 20 seconds of a deficit for what was previously 50 or more.
Yep, doing a good job, Sif, there in that hill. He will eventually drop, and if you guys want drops, you can type !drops in the chat. Secure yourself that nice-looking Toxic Pearl skin as Grad continues to try to battle back against Elevate. They've done a good job so far holding on to this hill. 10 seconds remaining before Grad finally goes down, and Elevate trying to mount some sort of a comeback here, stop some of this bleeding. They find Foot in the hill, but the hill going to rotate in just a few seconds, and they'll be forced to reposition. Agony, however, securing a nice double kill, will take down Blitz and Strafe. Darth also going to fall to Sif. Grad taking down Daybreak, so Pioneers doing a good job of finding those kills. Now they'll just start to translate that into the hill time.
Just about 5 seconds to go here, and they'll be able to steal the lead away as they've outright denied Elevate so much of that hill time ever since we moved off of the initial one. Beautifully done by them. Took a little bit to work their way back into it, and hold on. Elevate now coming back into the hill with a vengeance, it seems here. 3 kills back-to-back for them. Sif as well, sending out a rocket, but dying just a moment before the rocket had claimed its kill, so not able to take that any further. Potentially picking up more and potentially cleaning up the play from Elevate. They instead will steal this hill away and start to bank in some time. More importantly, re-secures the lead, at least until we get to the next hill here, due to the wipe that they put onto the Pioneers there.
Gonna have to see how Daybreak approaches this one, trying just to give himself an out if he starts feeling the pressure from the Pioneers, but for the time being, it's been clear skies for him and not clear skies for Momo, as he's picked right out of the sky, gonna fall towards Daybreak. Daybreak will try to push in towards this hill, will be taken down as well, but it's about a 2-for-2 trade here coming through. Blitz will fall, however, but no hill time really secured for either one of these squads, despite all those kills coming through. The Pioneers will step foot in this hill, try to regain this lead, and a nice beatdown from Sif, going to be able to take down Daybreak yet again. So a couple of bad breaks for Daybreak there, despite his hot start early on in this map.
Elevate just barely holding on to that lead. Of course, we can see Grad looking to take it away and finish off, getting the final points they would need to take it for themselves here. But of course, Elevate's not going to give up on that too easily. We can see Momo on the hill still defending things with the bat in hand, going into a random enemy portal to see what's on the other side. Unfortunately, it's just a drop-off back onto the point, but he's still able to run wild, pick up at least one more kill with this bat in hand, and more importantly now, giving his team the control they need to tie the game back up. Elevate will, of course, take a little bit of an edge back for themselves, but we can still see that change hands quite quickly, especially with those 3 kills that just came out for Elevate here to leave everyone but Agony dead on the field. Agony certainly not going to give up without a fight. However, he knocks out the player and nearly knocks out a second one, but Strafe still gets the better of him. Grad the trade that coming off of his respawn. Still leaves Elevate in control of the hill, however, as they made this transition a little bit more cleanly. Pioneers will start to make their first bid to take some points back, as they've just now taken it away.
Yeah, Pioneers continuing to do a good job of catching up, but it seems like right when they tie up that score against Elevate, Elevator's right there with the answers back, especially Darth and Strafe, yet again kind of working in tandem, but maybe the story will rewrite itself here as the Pioneers manage to get 3 down onto Elevate, finally taking this lead in a substantial way. Elevate yet to find the answers. Blitz trying to come in, but he's going to be taken down by Strafe. Strafe now being able to find one onto Agony. A few kills being traded out. When the dust settles, it's Pioneers with a nice little lead going into this hill rotation.
Well, bit of a surprise waiting for him on the cliff's edge, but thankfully cleans up the kill without too much of an issue. Has the rockets potentially going into his control as well, but there's far too much, unfortunately, damage coming in here from Elevate Strafe, specifically just cleaning up shop here of everyone for the Pioneers that tries to take it. We still don't have anyone with control of the rockets yet. Finally, we're going to be able to see Dart sneak in and grab it for himself, immediately chucking away half the ammo as well, just not wanting to risk it more than anything going into the hands of his opponents. If he gets a kill from it, great, but that's not the priority here. Finally gets one as he routes over towards the hill, but he will still leave one rocket in the chamber on the ground.
I was just going to say, will we see a rocket kill this game? We've seen plenty of rockets being fired, but finally we see a one there, and it manages to break that hill. Momo, however, scavenging those, finds a kill for himself with those rockets, and it just seems like...
I think we're at like 25% rocket accuracy right now.
It's a bit rough, but I will say the fights have been extremely hectic between both of these squads. It seems like once they're in those positions to try to retake the hill, the kills are coming fast and furious from either side. Really tough for, I think, either team to really make heads or tails, really get themselves set up. But it's been through all of that chaos that the Pioneers have managed to extend this lead to about 35.
Done here for the Pioneers to be able to keep control, and they've been constantly kind of wiped out of quite a few of these hills as well. The re-engagements from Elevate have been very, very strong quite often here, but at the same time you are also seeing moments of grace from the Pioneers themselves to pull off those same exact wipes here. You're seeing, though, they're being put on the run quite often. Just had to happen there for Momo, but Momo turns it into a positive for himself and the rest of his team, as what was initially a retreat now turns into 2, nearly 3. There we go, 3 kills for himself and the rest of his squad, and almost a 4th being presented as well. And this is all just scavenging the bat also.
Yeah, a nice little sequence there out of Momo, kind of breaking away from the typical setups, and that really on that flank allowed him to secure those picks, catching Elevate off guard, and then he even gets to reap the rewards of the BFB for his efforts. Tries to close the gap there, but just doesn't have the health bar to do so. 3 down for the Pioneers will mean Elevate gets back into this hill, trying to get those 60 points to tie things up as we're just under 2 minutes left to play. Darth doing a good job taking down Agony, but the Pioneers are close and collapse on to these Elevate players to retake.
Of course, important to note, Pioneers now less than a minute away from just closing this game down on score limit. Only about 45 seconds to go, and they'll be able to complete that task here. They said at 2:17, nearly 2:20, and with no signs of losing this hill either. Outright aggression being flooded forward here now as they wipe out 3 out of 4 players. There goes number 4. I'm only just now starting to see the original deaths come back up, so they are going to be stagger spawned for a few seconds. They'll be down a player, so they're really going to be able to get themselves ready to go into the next fight. So that's even more control going over to the Pioneers here. No choice left for Elevate. They have to throw themselves at this hill. It will at least clean things off initially, but there's only 7 seconds left on it. As long as the timings work out for the Pioneers, if they can get on top of the next hill here, that may very well be the GG moment if they can knock out Elevate from it.
Yep, right onto this rotation. It will be Darth trying to fend off the Pioneers. Grad and Sif, however, will pick off 2 members of Elevate. Daybreak going to fall as well, and now it's all 4 down. Pioneers might be able to lock this one away right here.
About 4 seconds to go, so should be in good straits to accomplish it, and indeed they will. Pioneers with a consistent victory. A little bit of a comeback from the beginning, of course, but was able to get the job done and lock in our first map of the series.
Yeah, I will say just kind of solid fundamental play coming out of the Pioneers. Didn't need to do anything too crazy other than kind of do what they needed to do to push back against the Elevate pressure that they were putting down, and eventually, once they kind of were able to crest over that Elevate scoreline, it was kind of smooth sailing for them from that point in time, as Elevate just looked a little shaky, like they weren't sure what they needed to do to fight back against the Pioneers' hold.
Yeah, Elevate was showing some great stuff at the beginning of the game with their capability to quickly get themselves spawned back in and then refrag out all the damage that had been done to them on the hill while the members of the Pioneers were still weak. Unfortunately, Pioneers found counters to that, was able to kind of extend the fights a little bit longer to get those players' health pools back up or just prevent the engagement from being so immediate, and unfortunately Elevate never really had a plan B to make up the difference there. So as you said, pretty straightforward game for the Pioneers once they figured that out.
Yeah, nothing really needed too fancy from the Pioneers. It wasn't anything crazy. They were just like, we need to get more points. Once they did that, they were kind of like, hey, all right, let's keep doing it. So yeah, going into the TDM, I believe it was going to be on Oasis. That'll be an interesting one. I think it'll give, Elevate maybe a little bit more breathing room. That first map, pretty claustrophobic, so when things do get hectic and one team kind of has that snowbally advantage, it's tough to kind of take a breath. However, I think Elevate will have that opportunity here on Oasis. We'll just have to see if that plays into their favor or not, or if the Pioneers are able to carry that momentum here into a victory on map number 2.
Things, of course, are going to be a little chaotic for the first few seconds, of course, with that big scramble for the Rockets that does end up in Darth's hands at the end of the day. Strafe, in the meanwhile, has picked off at least 2 members of the Pioneers. Blitz will be able to find a third. So once again, the Pioneers going to find themselves in a bit of a stagger spawn position here, trying to work their way back into it. The Rockets as well, just flatline there due to some nice sniping coming out from Gravity. Won't be able to maintain, so the team that has control over the Rockets should still be staying the same, assuming Elevate get that back for themselves. Nice little drop in here for Daybreak, just 2 slaps to the back to take out Agony and reassess control here over Small Bazaar, but those Rockets are going to shake things up a bit. Not really a part of the map that Elevate wants control over anymore.
Yeah, Elevate doing a good job early yet again. I guess the question is, can they maintain it? Reloading the Rockets in a firefight. Daybreak will eventually be taken down by a nice shot from Sif. So a few members down for Elevate. Pioneers battling their way back into this one and now have taken the lead, tied right back up. But the Pioneers, Momo finding the kill onto Darth will give them the 1-kill lead yet again. Strafe now just trying to play this one a little bit patient around corners, but will be spotted out, take some damage, will reposition with these portals. To see 2 players from KCP kind of towards his left side. Just some unfortunate timing. Looks away right at the wrong time to go 3 down for Elevate, and the Pioneers extending that lead to 4.
Daybreak at least able to get a little bit of chip damage back onto the players from the Pioneers. Finishes off Momo at the very least, but Darth has already been found out now off of respawn, so that slight edge has immediately been negated by the Pioneers here. Pioneers spreading themselves out quite a bit too to limit the spawn and kind of positioning options that Elevate will have. Bit of a mixed bag on how that's turning out for them so far, just leading to a bunch of 1-for-1s, but with a +4 advantage for this team, not too big of an issue. However, you are starting to see that spread play become a problem here for the Pioneers. Elevate have torn it apart piece by piece, and they've really gotten a full team wipe as a result of it. There you go, I think that's the 4th player right there. The other 3 have a respawn. The difference has now been made up on the scoreboard here. Elevate tying the game up here, 19-19, and taking the lead now as well.
Yeah, I think in theory, like that Pioneer setup makes sense, but Elevate kind of in the position they were in were a little bit more close together. So when they encounter one member of the Pioneers, it's essentially a 4v1 as they kind of just rotated around and took out each individual player. So now it's on the Pioneers to adjust to that play style from Elevate. Sif will be taken down by Darth. However, Grad will trade through onto Blitz. The 2-kill lead for Elevate will be maintained. However, not for long as Agony finds that pick onto Daybreak, now tied up at 23s. Elevate tying it up yet again at 24s. Both of these teams just trying to find some momentum. Blitz finally getting 2 beatdowns onto Grad and Momo. Give them a little bit of respite against the Pioneers, but how long will that last as Agony tries to connect downrange, some tough targets. Daybreak will find Grad, Momo will trade through onto Darth, and a wide flank coming through out of Strafe will be able to take down the 1 member of the Pioneers.
Very scrappy game so far, especially over that past minute or so. Elevate did a great job of kind of bringing the center of the fight over into Big Bazaar, though, and making sure that they were able to control it from that point forward here. Gives them the slight lead, but as you see, the Pioneers sneaking off quite a few kills over these last few seconds, has tied it right back up at 29-29. So neither team able to get away with a whole lot. The second rocket spawn, of course, into the hands of Sif, specifically for the Pioneers, but just like the last pickup here, struggling to find a position where he can actually use it. As you can tell here, there's not a lot of direct down shots with the rocket, but there we go. There's an easy one for Sif to line up. So the first target of hopefully many to come here. The Rockets have been a bit of a struggle so far in this series, but now working out a little bit better here for Sif and the rest of the Pioneers.
Yeah, Rockets seem so much easier to use on this map when it's King of the Hill, and you can kind of portal through and then just collapse onto a bunch of members of the opponents kind of staying in one area. But Sif here finding some nice little flanks and securing those kills with the Rockets will allow the Pioneers to regain that lead yet again. 1 rocket left and it will connect. So making up for that first map rocket play that we saw, Sif alone kind of carrying the rocket percentage here. We'll find a couple more as Daybreak goes down. Strafe finally spawned back in for Elevate, but it really has been the Pioneers doing a great job chaining together some of these kills and just kind of keeping things moving around the map. And we see Darth going down yet again. Grad finding another great pick. And yeah, Pioneers just kind of rinsing and repeating now that they have Elevate kind of on these respawns.
Smart play from Sif as well when the Rockets were in hand to kind of just portal between all of the close quarters areas of the map, the two bazaars, and as well as the interior of the two towers there, just to make sure they had the best chance to actually line up possible rocket kills from it. Gives the members of the Pioneers a nice little boost forward, 10 kills over Elevate at this point. So for the most part, Pioneers just kind of going through the motions, trying to not get themselves tripped up entirely. If they can guarantee a 1-for-1 trade all the way up to 60, they'll more than likely be happy with that at this point. So they're continuing to follow through in that respect here, and in some cases getting multi-frags, as we've just seen there. 3 from them, no responses from Elevate.
Yeah, similar kind of results to map number 1. Things really close, and then as soon as we hit that 5-minute mark, Pioneers start to pull ahead pretty significantly. So, well played to the Pioneers and kind of just knowing what they need to do to win and slowly but surely working their way into that game plan and that execution. Elevate doing a decent job trying to battle back here, but Pioneers really just need to trade out at this point.
That was just funny watching Momo there trying to chase someone through a portal like 3 different times. Now the door just slams shut in his face. Finally is able to see where the portal went and just opens one up for himself, but only is able to get that 1-for-1 there. I've seen a little bit of a sign of life coming out from Elevate over these last few moments, but already, unfortunately, looks like it has dissipated. And now the Pioneers once again going just back into prioritizing themselves into these 1-to-1 exchanges to get themselves up to 60. No reason for us to not believe why that would happen at this point, but a big spree of kills there suddenly from Elevate. They get 3, Pioneers none to respond to it. Back down to a 10-kill deficit with the most recent pickup from Dart, so we'll have to see if that comeback is still in the cards. Pioneers getting closer and closer to their 60th kill, however, it's number 58, and now still number 58, unfortunately, as they got the self-kill there on the Momo.
It would have been, yeah, it doesn't count as 59 there, but finally they hit that mark as Agony manages to pick off Daybreak. Blitz getting revenge, though, with those rockets. Pioneers just need one more, and Grad been doing a great job all game of just being in the right position to clean up some kills, but it'll be Sif this time securing the kill onto Strafe to secure that Pioneers victory.
Once again, close for the earlier portions of the game, but as you said, once we reach kind of that 5-minute mark, and especially after, in my opinion, the second wave of power weapons that really put things into the Pioneers' control, just going through the motions, like I said, of trading it out 1-for-1, and unfortunately Elevate never really had a plan B that seemed to find any momentum for them in the later half of that game.
Yeah, I think Pioneers, you know, kind of, to their credit, not doing anything too fancy, just really kind of playing fundamentally sound and really not getting shaken up in those moments where Elevate will retake the lead or kind of throw them off balance or gain some power weapon control. Pioneers really just, you know, in a typical Americana fashion, staying the course and just kind of westward expansion towards victory.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And again, great stuff from Sif as well to make sure that we weren't going crazy with the power weapons. We talked about the difficulty that the Rocket can kind of present and actually getting some effective kills with it on this map, especially in TDM, just due to the open layout of the map and the fact you're probably going to have a lot of players like flying around. So the Rocket doesn't seem like the best weapon for that scenario, but thankfully portaling between the interior of those towers as well as the bazaars set himself up quite nicely to make sure that all 4 kills went to their team's favor.
So here we go, getting into map number 3, we're going into Domination on Olympus, and I'm expecting this one to be a little more quicker paced than that previous one, but we'll have to see if Pioneers can continue this momentum and really just continue that great fundamental play to secure this victory here against Elevate.
Yeah, at the minimum, Elevate should have more routing capabilities on this map because of the extra verticality that's presented to it, alongside the differences between this and Oasis. A lot more kind of like gullies and whatnot that they can try to flank their players through to, for instance, take one of these towers away or insert themselves into one of the points for a back cap. We'll see how exactly Elevate's able to use those options to maybe stay in the tournament here. At the moment, though, it's all Pioneers with the early control yet again. Did have a slight 2-cap for a second, but Elevate is quickly working on taking that back for themselves, and they'll be able to succeed. A lot of players focused on holding the B cap downstairs, which is going to be problematic here, because B is not necessarily the prioritized cap for most teams here. A and C oftentimes becomes the focus, and that's exactly what the Pioneers have gotten for themselves to start this game out.
Yeah, B is definitely one of those, like, we'll take it if it's all we have kind of hills, but it ends up being really difficult to kind of expand out into A and C given just their position, you know, between each other on that map, but the Pioneers have no problem getting a triple cap onto B now that they've been slaying out Elevate. B will eventually fall back into Elevate's hands, but just kind of shows the Pioneers' game plan of just, hey, we're going to hold on to A and C. If B presents itself, we'll be happy to take it, but we're just trying to set up shop really on this high ground.
Yeah, Pioneers trying to go for a sniper's nest sort of setup here, where essentially they're going to force Elevate to spawn down in B as their home point and then take them out immediately as soon as they run to the outside. Force them to use portals, where assumably the Pioneers would be able to kind of predict their route and shut them down from that point. And so far, that's worked out quite well. Elevate with a few gains being made, but the problem is as soon as they set their foot upstairs, they are being shut down by quick movements for the most part from the Pioneers. Need to see a big fight being taken, one that goes successfully for Elevate for them to finally change up the status quo, as once again, for the most part, everything does fall back into the hands of the Pioneers here as they're pushing ahead ever so slightly with that 2-cap for themselves. Just under 100 points over the overall scoreline from Elevate.
Yeah, again, just kind of feeling very formulaic out of the Pioneers, and to their credit, they don't need to get any fancier than that. They kind of wait to secure those kills, use that high ground advantage to get members of Elevate weak. Once they secure those, they'll venture down into B to secure the triple cap and kind of just extend that lead out a little more. And, you know, no need to change anything up at this point in time. 3 down, though, however, might give Elevate a bit of an opportunity here. But again, with that triple cap, they've kind of got to choose their hills wisely, so to speak.
Big moment, though, indeed, regardless of if they're able to get the full capture progress going for themselves. You can see prioritizing kind of the D caps and how they have control of the A and C combo. They're going to use this, though, to springboard it onto a B cap as well. A lot more aggressive is going to be the setup from Elevate. Does cost them, of course, a cap potentially over towards A. Pioneers should be able to get that for themselves, but of course, Grad will now be left on his own as a result of that. Doesn't even fully cap it, ends up backing away from it entirely, letting it go to Elevate instead. So they get a triple cap. Definitely need some time on this cap, though, to bring them back into the game, and they're more likely going to be able to find it. Nicely done, locking out the most recent spawn from the Pioneers, getting a full team wipe in the process. This will be some serious gains made in bringing the lead back under Elevate's control. Yeah,
really nice job by Elevate, just biding their time, waiting for that opportunity, and now it's going to be on how the Pioneers respond, but they might not even have a chance if Strafe keeps picking them off with that railgun.
Trap setup is working out beautifully here at the moment. Elevate just shutting down Pioneers as soon as they step out of their spawns, and sometimes on the inside of it to begin with. Nicely done as well. The collection agency locks in that second to last rail shot. A nice little jump one to pick up the final one from the rail as well. Beautifully played out again as Strafe, along with the rest of Elevate here, are really locking out any potential play to come in from the Pioneers. Pioneers just barely able to preserve their lead, but only by a few seconds, as now we've finally seen it get flipped, and more importantly, Pioneers lose that only cap they had for themselves. They're right back off to the races here now with another triple cap being maintained, and of course in the lead here, Pioneers, they've been able to grab some power weapons to play into themselves. The rockets going over into their hands, and the kills are being translated to potentially show how the Pioneers can quickly get themselves back into this as well.
Yeah, love that out of the Pioneers, recognizing the situation. 6 minutes on the clock. That means power weapons are going to be up around that time, and they translate those into a couple of hills. They have B as the sole hill at this point in time, managed to take A as well. So right when Elevate had caught up, similar story, right? Pioneers start to eclipse them yet again, but we'll have to see if it plays out differently this time, as Elevate has been catching fire a little bit more, being a little bit more streaky in their advantage on this Olympus domination.
Got to try and put the players of the Pioneers back into a spawn box here. Worked out earlier, but they've been unable to do so over this past minute or so. And the results are immediately showing, just in the way the Pioneers are able to immediately take back control over the lead, along with the priority on the caps here for themselves. 1-to-1 trades going on all over the map right now. So neither team really with control over the current situation, leaving it very, very chaotic. Agony gonna get jumped on here through a portal play, but he's able to fend it back off, and that allows for him to go over towards C. C, though, fully capped for his team already, so he can play into the tower instead, where now we've seen Strafe knock out 2 members of the Pioneers setup here. That is going to remove all of their caps. He's trying to play for A, but that's been contested here now. Will force him off, but Momo with a very important double kill, though, to hopefully let these fresh spawns back out onto the map and get the caps along with it.
Yeah, Elevate doing a much better job in this map 3 of kind of holding on to that advantage, that momentum, not letting the Pioneers fully eclipse them when they regain those advantages. So you'll love to see that out of the gameplay, out of Elevate. Sif on the respawn, Grad on the respawn. Pioneers still have A and C, but Elevate has the opportunity to start to retake some hills here, and they're doing just that. C will be back into the hands of Elevate. Sif, however, doing a good job with that double kill, trying to battle back against Elevate is 3 down for them yet again. So a tough break there from Elevate. Managed to get 3 down, managed to take away C, but Pioneers off that respawn already have re-secured a triple cap for themselves.
We can see the differences in kind of the team style being played out here as well. Elevate trying to make their pushes much more conjoined, trying to go as one solid unit and overwhelm any sense of resistance that the Pioneers may try to put out. Pioneers are going for a more complex route. They're letting their players move on their own paths and then eventually group up at the same point later. It's allowing for a lot of very interesting situations where sometimes Elevate is just overwhelming that 1 to 2 player combo that makes it to the hill first here on the Pioneer side of things, but oftentimes as well that grouping on Elevate leaves them far too congested and leaves opportunities open for Pioneers to get a straight wipe against the overall Elevate setup here. But Elevate losing that control ever so much as the Pioneers have shifted themselves into a fairly dominant leading position here, about 150 points ahead of Elevate now, but Elevate not giving up just yet. They've got the 2 cap right now as they try to get back some control.
Yeah, Elevate has been doing a much better job in this domination of just battling back, right? In that map 1, map 2, if Pioneers had done this with 3 minutes left, I think Elevate was in a more situation where they would crumble. However, Elevate doing a good job staying alive, playing to these objectives and their advantages. Pioneers, though, do manage to take away C, so it'll at least be even with an A and C hold from this point in time. We'll see how Sif tries to navigate this one. Does manage to have a few kills secured with the help of Agony and Momo, and he continues to stay alive, battle through, but eventually that Daybreak pistol will take him down.
Those little jukes from Daybreak absolutely needed to maintain this B cap for themselves here, and they'll be able to springboard that over into an A cap. Gragan trying to get in the way of that, but only goes 1 for 1 and has to back away. HP is going to be far too low for another continued fight. Keeps us locked at a 1-to-1 scoreline on the overall caps here. B yet to be reclaimed by either team. Grad as well finds an opportunity to snipe out at least one more member of the opposing team. Will indeed be able to take it. C will be stolen away from the Pioneers, but thankfully they got an insurance policy going downstairs on B as they capped that while everything was going on upstairs here for Grad on the inside of that sniper's nest. Who will get back our C point, though, is going to be the next big question. Elevate potentially going to lose A, but as you see, Agony backing away from that. There's higher priority somewhere else on the map, more than likely towards C. Both of those end up falling towards Elevate. They get a little bit of control going for themselves through the lead. Still very heavily in the favor of the Pioneers, though they'll need a lot more than this to bring it back, especially with Pioneers being only 75 points away from victory now.
Yep, Elevate's needing to take something away from Pioneers, or at least get some of these hills into their favor before the clock strikes 0. When the time being, despite Pioneers being 3 down, they have 2 hills, but Pioneers holding on to this A site should keep them ahead and able to secure the 3-0 sweep.
Pioneers trying to line up a big play. They have left their hills exposed in the meantime, though, to try and set this up for themselves. Now heading up over here onto the inside of Red Tower to transition towards A for at least Sif. There's the cap for themselves. Triple cap has gone over to Elevate in the meanwhile here, trying to snipe out a few players from a distance. Sif, bit of an awkward portal transition, but eventually gets themselves over onto that B hill to try and decap that away. Pioneers, what they gained over on A has already been lost, however. They need this B cap, but no, Daybreak comes in to deny it. Instead, it's still Elevate with the only active points at both B and C.
Okay, Pioneers now starting to get a little bit shaky. They desperately need one of these hills just to rule out the Elevate comeback. However, they're just focusing on decapping now. Elevate just taking things away from them. Grad will fall. Elevate will secure B. Daybreak trying to go on the hunt, but will meet Sif's rocket, and that will allow the Pioneers to capture A. Elevate still trailing. B now out of their hands, and Pioneers just trying to squeak out a victory here.
That's a very scary 6-6-6 scoreline here. Pioneers just a few seconds away from outright victory, and with a near triple cap being lined up. Oh, hold on. They actually don't get the full capture of C. It looks like they're only still having B to play off of, and now they've lost that as well. 15 more points. That's 15 seconds with 1 cap, and it reduces by half for every other cap past that point as well here. The Pioneers now less than 10 seconds to go. If they get a second cap, it is for sure locked in here. The Pioneers manage to lock in a solid 3-0 for themselves as they eliminate our first SPS team from the championship. Elevate, unfortunately, will become that squad as their road ends here.
Yeah, tough break from Elevate too, kind of getting upset in that first round, maybe caught off guard a little bit, and then I think the Pioneers just really playing some sound fundamental Splitgate at this point and just kind of marching towards victory, staying the course, and sometimes that's really tough to kind of battle against because you get those overtakes, you think you're in the lead, and just Pioneers kind of heads screwed on straight, weren't really shaken up by that, didn't start to make mistakes. They stuck to their game plan and were able to secure that victory.
Slightly more complex strategy, in my opinion, here for this final map specifically, and that on top of the fact that Elevate were trying to kind of brute force their way into quite a few of those hills, made it a little bit easier for the Pioneers to be able to control the situation, and Leslie win this out by a little over 100 points. Our first 3-0 of the day, at least on the broadcast anyway, goes to the Pioneers here as they eliminate Elevate.
Yeah, solid looking 3-0 from the Pioneers. I'm curious to see who they'll be facing off against in that next round and what those opponents are going to look like. But for the time being, been some really exciting upsets, some exciting matches, and things still kind of shaken up by that Moist versus E United, victory that we saw coming out of Moist, and going to be interesting to see how that translates into those other rounds for them, because I believe their other matchup was SSG, was who they were going to be facing next, if memory served correctly.
Yes, yeah.
So that'll be interesting. That's one of those matchups I've always kind of, theorized in my head, because I think Moist plays similarly, in a similar play style to how SSG kind of just keeps the ball rolling. So that will be an exciting one to see kind of how that plays out. But really all of these matches are pretty high quality here today. So I'm always excited to get into those ones. So we're going to throw it to another commercial break, and then we'll be back with more matches here of the SPS Championship. Stay tuned. To set up, likes to feel comfortable, kind of think before they act type of style, but Moist just continues to run forward, keep the pressure on to exit the long range rocket. Double kill out of Hunt. They finally will lose A, so E United quick to respond at least, but Mason coming through, last alive for his team, has to clutch up huge, manages to get the triple.
That exterior tower on the other side. Finding a few of them in the open. There we go. We'll get an opportunity to frag out as he spots the rails, wants to take those down. Needs to be here for the team support, though, as unfortunately the rest of his teammates on the hill itself have fallen. And that will be the lone warrior here defending it while we wait for reinforcements to spawn back in. Thankfully, the pressure from the Pioneers is quite weak right now, so he's not going to have a whole lot of trouble maintaining this hold, pushing SSG closer and closer to 200. Boodum gets away with a double, and so does K-Jules. Once again, both the power weapons handily under the control of SSG currently.
Yeah, if you have a lone warrior defending that hill, you want it to be K-Jules with that railgun, and he proves just why. Visions with that sniper, even Ludum having that bat was taken down, but a collection agency for K-Jules going to come through, and he even secures.
Finally, the decap down below on BE United. Kind of going through the usual fallback strategy when they're getting hard reset here, just starting out down on the bottom of the map, taking the B cap, which is a little bit hard to access from the other side. Genzo, though, shutting it all down with the bat here. Two directly out of the portal. Gets tricky for the third one to cover the distance across the room. Is there going to be another one? Swing and a miss, unfortunately.
They're setting themselves up for the comeback here. We're of course going to have some power weapons spawning around that 4-minute mark. Mason though, oh my god, with the collection agency, kaleidoscope, plasma play, gonna shut down that push from E United, put them 1 kill away from securing victory here in map number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Splitgate Pro Series Championship, day number 1. We've already seen a lot of exciting matches here on stream, and I think the hits are going to continue to keep coming as we get set up to watch T1 take on XSET.
Obviously, these two teams have been very much at the top of the SPS for quite some time now. A couple changes, of course, coming in as of the most recent season, but they seem to have landed in a pretty familiar place in terms of their standing, and it's not going to make for quite an exciting matchup. Of course, these two teams have been very much the focus of a lot of our very exciting games during the regular season, so I'm curious to see how they face off. But there's a championship on the line, as well as the fact that both these teams are still in the upper bracket at this point now as well.
Yeah, and I think the thing that excites me, too, is like XSET had kind of some extra time in the incubation tank at this point with, Chenzo kind of getting that locked into that roster, working through some of things. Kind of similar boat to, E United with Hypnos, shaking up that roster a little bit and then trying to figure things out. Whereas I think T1, with that addition of Huffei has been, a slaying powerhouse, looking very dominant. So interested to see kind of in that extended off time what they've been able to improve on. But here is your map rotation. Map number 1 going to be King of the Hill on Foregone Destruction, a TDM on Oasis, Domination on Crag, King of the Hill on Abyss for map number 4, and going the distance, it will be a team deathmatch on Club Silo, and pretty standard fare here, I would say.
Yeah, definitely going to be a pretty even map pool, I think. At the end of the day, very similar to what we got out of our previous matchup. Not going to have any of those super close, super claustrophobic maps. We do end up with quite a few of the more wide berth ones, such as, of course, where we're going to start things out on Foregone Conclusion, and to some extent Club Silo. We're getting a good mix of that as well. Pretty kind of middle-of-the-road maps, though, for our middle 3 there on Oasis, Crag, and Abyss.
I will say I think the one predictive factor for XSET is, at least in the regular season, we'll see what they come out looking like here today. Sometimes they're a little bit feast or famine when it comes to some of these maps, game modes, and things where if they get out to a lead early, they feel much more comfortable, they feel relaxed, and they kind of play their game mode, but they start to struggle, falter a little bit. I know, talking with Maddie earlier on in the season, they were still kind of like, it was like week number 3, and they're like, well, we're not sure who the in-game leader is yet. We're not sure who our go-to person for this is, and they were still kind of working through some of those things, and I think sometimes when they're behind, those issues start to creep back up into their gameplay and into their execution. So hopefully they've been able to work on some of those things, kind of all get on the same page, work out some of those kinks, so to speak, and I think hopefully if they can stay at least even with T1, they've got a pretty good shot here, but in the same token, T1 has had all that extra time to practice, make those improvements, and really just, improve their gameplay. So excited to get into this one for sure.
All right, well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The first map getting started right now. It's King of the Hill going over onto Foregone Destruction. So let's see as the fight begins immediately for the shotgun. We see here as well, Jalen just getting right into the melee breadth of this one. Chenzo fends him off there with a quick scavenge of the shotgun that had been picked up by his now fallen teammate. Won't be able to immediately return to the center hill point, however. We're still looking at T1 getting the initial bout of control and the 15 or so seconds of hill time that will come with that. Unfortunate for Swooty there. As he gets
mouse.
the peek and dodge from the shotgun, and then another one of his teammates comes in to close things down. Thankfully, the other 3 still up and running. Chenzo, though, now with the shotgun, gets himself onto that hill and is going to be able to steal away a little bit of presence. Luck, though, absolutely shutting down any of the momentum from T1 with 2 nice sniper shots to fend off the pressure from the hill.
Yeah, App also doing a great job on T1, kind of being that unsung hero with 5 kills himself right now, which has allowed T1 to get some of the scrap time, jump time in that hill. Swooty also putting in that work for T1 at this point. Chenzo trying to make something happen here, does manage to find one. His teammate Kush will be able to clean up Huff, so maybe Exit will be able to make a little run on the objective right now.
Chenzo indeed looking to complete that run, get the final few shots out from the shotty, and he will indeed be able to complete that task. Exit overall just kind of dominating the map as far as kills are concerned anyway over the past few seconds. Spoody, the only one that survives the most recent volley. And so leaves Xset with absolute control over the hill here, running back the clock very quickly on the advantage the T1 got from the first hill, and allowing now for Xset to come very close to tying things up. Only about 5 seconds behind their opponents here as they try to fend off the most recent wave of aggression. T1 getting a slight edge on that engagement, however, forcing at least Chenzo away from the tower, where he'll also be taken down, and finally T1 will steal away the later portion of this hill.
I will say good job by Xset kind of finding that solution that they needed to. T1 also doing a good job on that retake, able to hold perhaps these final 10 seconds here. Swooty and Jalen. We'll see App kind of back off, reposition, fighting through that. Great work to secure that kill onto Luck. Just 10 health remaining. We'll finally start getting those shields back. And on that rotation, it's T1 slightly ahead yet again. So Xset just trying to kind of battle from these positions where T1 is already set up, just being a little bit quicker to the punch, essentially. And Xset's been doing a good job here. Now it's just translating these kills that they've been able to find into some of this objective time. But here, Jalen with that SMG just being an absolute deterrent to Xset pushing up onto this hill.
Coming in here is Jalen trying to finish off someone, but he cannot get that last bullet or 2 on any of these targets here. Chenzo now fully recovered from the volley he sent out previously, and unfortunately Jalen left as the only player standing for at least a second or 2 there. Had to back away from the situation entirely because of that, and once again leaves a large window open for Exit to pick up some serious points themselves, but much like anything, they run it a little bit too far here, and that leaves room open for T1 to steal it right back and re-maintain the advantage that they've had going now for about 2 to 3 kills.
Yeah, Jalen still surviving here, being a thorn in the side of Xset. Will finally be taken down by Kush, and here's an opportunity for Xset with T1 being 2 down. See here how they approach this, because on that rotation, again, it's T1 kind of being 1 step ahead. Swooty battling through, taking down Luck. Kush trying to drop down, but it's going to be a trade there. 2 down for either squad. Can Maddie make something happen? But a great flank out of Jalen Mans will stop that push, and T1 continues to hold, just stopping Xset from gaining any sort of point advantage to catch up here.
Chenzo hunting desperately for a new target, not going to be able to find one so easily, though. Unfortunately, T1 have been playing their sight holds very close to the chest, making it quite difficult for Xset to have success in actually stealing them away. The shotgun, though, allows you lending huge credence to Xset in this respect now as they get aggressive to take that hill away, but only 20 seconds or so of time to be gained from this one, and that's assuming they're able to get the full breath. Looks like they will, but still going to leave them about 30 or so seconds behind the overall total from T1. Bit more work needing to be done here by Xset to really make up the difference and bring us back to a tie.
Yeah, T1 also not needing to get too crazy in that slaying department to really translate into that objective time, secure those objective points. Not necessarily matching even some members on Xset, but really doing a great job of converting. But there they are, picking up that slaying power. 3 down briefly for Xset. 2 now as they continue to cycle those spawns is going to allow T1 to kind of bait this hill, keep Xset on that back foot, and continue to rack up some time here.
He managed here by Swoody, wastes out a lot of time for his teammates to get into position and more importantly deny the presence here on this center hill. Only gets away with a 1-for-1 of course, but he wastes a good 5 or so seconds. Like we said here, have now allowed for his teammates to get into better positioning. They actually sustain control over the hill when everything is said and done, as Xset have been bullied off it. Still chasing down kills in the tower here, as you can see, grouping together to try to 2v1. It looks like actually 3v1ing another member of the squad that will eventually allow them back onto this hill. And again, with a pretty underwhelming amount of time remaining on that hill. At most, about 10 seconds going to be going towards them, and they won't even be able to get the full amount of that this time around.
I will say Xset, though, doing a good job of not allowing kind of T1 to be at a huge advantage, despite them kind of winning a lot of these engagements more often than not. Always a few members of Xset coming through to clean up some of those weak members of T1 to stop them of really getting a solid foothold on that hill. So now it's on Xset, especially with power weapons coming up around that 4-minute mark to start to close that gap, narrow that gap, and really force T1 into one position or another. Make them make a play, whether that's for the hill or for the power weapons. We'll have to see how that turns out.
Xset with a big swing here over the past few seconds, getting that full wipe out against T1 here now, leaving them with a pretty hefty advantage to play into on top of the hill as well. Spam coming out as they try to negate some of the presence coming in from the back of that hill, but Hap now trying to insert himself into the situation. Also, Patty fending off most of that pressure. Jalen with a nice 2-for-1 trade. Has that left enough room open as Huff still going to be alone here inside of that 1v2 for the hill fight. So it's Xset to bring it back and now leave them only about 10 seconds away from reclaiming the overall lead versus T1 here.
Yep, gonna have to see how this one pans out. For the time being, Xset obviously using their advantages to their advantage. 3 down, however, and that's gonna be a reset around this hill. 3 down yet again for T1. Maddie has that snipe. Xset has control of that hill.
Just to clarify, folks, we do have a disconnect over on the side of T1. Unfortunately, the disconnect happened far too deep into this game, so we will continue as is. Pretty sure that T1 player can reconnect mid-game here as soon as their internet allows them to do so. I'm going to assume someone dropped out there. Unfortunate for T1, but we'll have to continue fighting on as is. Xset obviously will have an inherent advantage from that one, and they are using it at the moment here. Nicely played by Maddie to fend off the last breath of resistance coming in for that most recent play, and there we go. T1 back to their full 4-man roster here now. Let's see if they can continue to maintain their lead.
Gonna have to see how this one shakes out. Maddie doing a great job staying alive with that sniper, with that shotgun. He has all the firepower for Xset right now, and he's putting it to good use, securing that collection agency and that double kill before all 4 down for Xset, but they've got themselves a nice little cushion to rest on for the time being.
T1 back into a good position here. Nice and quickly as their 4th player reconnects the game. Xset looking for an insertion. They actually are going to find on the flank, too. That's a lot of damage going on both Swoody and Jalen. They're stuck up against the Brazier now, but again, still holding on to things. Nicely played, specifically for Swoody and Jalen here. A lot of pressure being thrusted onto them. Fight's not over just yet necessarily, as we have a couple other members of Xset waiting in the wings, but they will finally get dealt with, and that time will get locked in for T1, as they sit only about 5 seconds away now from regaining their lead.
I was going to say, Swoody coming in, the shot's hitting different after that router reset, and he's connecting with all the Xset players that he needs to. Xset doing a good job, though, battling back, trying to keep T1 on that spawn rotation, but Jalen trying to find his way in with a cheeky little portal route. We'll see if he's able to do so. Neither team really dropping into this hill just yet. Couple of trades coming through. Swoody will fall. He will spawn back in, but it's 4 down yet again for Xset, which should allow T1 to tie this one up potentially.
Have been trying to get that last 5 to 10 seconds closed out for quite some time, so it'll be good to see them finally indeed complete the closure. And indeed we will. T1 now back in control of the lead. Jalen doing some nice harassment on the back foot here too. His team will lose the hill as a result of the 2 players that were left alive over in the tower, but Xset themselves, the damage they took mainly from Jalen, they're not really going to be able to thrust themselves onto that hill to steal the lead back. T1 still in pole position to maintain that for themselves here, but Xset going to try and fight, scrap their way into still holding this lead, or at very minimal, keeping themselves in just a few seconds reach of T1's overall scoreline. That costs them 3 players, though, as they go down towards it, so App will be able to buffer the lead up just a little bit more, as we've got 5 seconds left on this hill.
Yep, App also securing that sniper is going to be a pretty nice advantage for T1 going into the final minutes here, but Xset can find a kill onto App. It might be just what they needed, but that is not going to happen as App hits the nice flick onto Kush. Huff also cleaning up Genzo. Means this hill will be uncontested for a few more seconds. That allows T1 to continue to extend this lead. We'll see if Xset is able to mount a bit of a break here, a comeback, a push, anything that they need to get T1 off of this hill.
30 seconds remain here now. It has to be all or nothing from Xset to try and close things down on map number 1 for themselves. Thankfully, of course, has the insurance policy of the next 2 maps coming up to try and fall back upon, but Jalen is making it very, very difficult for Xset to really push themselves back into this one now. App with some great harassment just off of the hill as well to clear it and allow for Jalen to make the rest of this run. Now maintaining that pressure. Should have about another shot or 2 on the shotgun to fend off any would-be invaders from the side of Xset. And there we go. There's one of those. The second one to follow it through for a triple kill over to the carbine, but he still gets the kills to lock in game number 1 here with a kaleidoscope from Jalen. Very well played from T1.
I was going to say, I think that final hill that we saw out of T1 there really exemplifies why they're such a tough team to beat in the SPS, and that was just the way Jalen and his teammates were playing off each other. It was so flawless, so fluid, so smooth in how he was playing that shotgun, checking each corner. They were never double stacked, looking at the same door. Everything was really well executed, and I think Xset just kind of struggled to break that perfect execution that T1 was showing us there in map number 1.
App playing overtime here inside of this game as well. Not only does he top out our objective score at 103, with the next highest teammate being at 91, but he also ties for most kills between himself and Jalen. So excellently played by App here as well, keeping himself in the action as well as on top of the objective and nearly every single opportunity.
Yeah, doing a really good job of just kind of, staying the course too. Disconnects happen, and depending on where they are in the game, either we reset or not, but Swooty joining back up, kind of not skipping a beat either, was kind of spawned back in and then putting in those shots and putting in that work. So T1 doing a good job of really overcoming some tough breaks during that game number 1. And I think Xset has some room to battle back, put in some of that work as well, but we're just going to have to see what they have for us going into that second game TDM.
Yep, TDM obviously makes things a little bit more predictable to play out for Xset. They can kind of control the pacing a bit better. They won't be forced into any particular engagement necessarily, but they do need to find a way to close those engagements out, make sure they don't end up kind of evenly trading at the end of the day too. That was a big problem on Foregone there. They were kind of trailing fights between hills. Yeah, they would eventually work their way in there, but it would be like with only 5 to 10 seconds to play into on that hill, and then they would be down a player or 2 for when they needed to make the transition onto the next one, just leaving themselves in a little bit of an awkward situation. Can't be having that happen on the big team fights when we get ourselves into Oasis. The fact that we're going to Oasis probably helps out a little bit with this. They can segment the fights a little bit more, kind of turn things into a bit of a scrappier engagement, and hopefully, I think for Xset's sake, they're maybe praying that plays out into their favor.
I think the one thing Xset did that they can kind of course correct to help them out in this series was they kind of overstayed their welcome in a few of those fights. We'd see some of them go in staggered, which is fine, but 1 or 2 players fall, but then all of Xset still commits to that fight, and then they go 4 down, which allowed T1 to get some big advantages, some big swings in those points. So I think if they kind of see a few players kind of go down early, back off that fight, reposition, they'll be in a better spot here against T1.
Kind of a stalemate as we see rocket control being fought for quite heavily, of course. In terms of who actually scavenged it, it does go to Xset. Luck is currently controlling them at the moment. Let's wait and see what he's going to be able to do with those, of course, as the rest of Xset are the ones fragging out at the moment here. Kush does end up going down. Luck as well was eliminated, so more than likely that's the Rockets changing hands, and indeed over towards App, but he's in a bit of a peculiar position to use them at the moment. Needs to try and reposition himself. That'll be troublesome to do when he's constantly 2 or more teammates down here. Trying to line up a portal run now onto the inside of Small Bazaar, where he does find his first pickup, with 2 more potentially still to come from the Rockets. There's number 1, and does he find number 2? We'll see in just a moment here. Either way, it's created a momentum swing for the rest of his teammates to really get back out onto this map and try to take the lead away. It'll be tied up at 7-7. There we go. There's that second kill to finish off the run with the Rockets for App.
Yeah, really nice conservative rocket usage from App there, making the most out of that power weapon advantage that they had, and there's 3 down for Xset yet again up against T1, so be able to navigate the map, set up in some of these power positions. We'll see how they approach the next engagement. Looks like Huff going to be taking down Luck early. Jalen also connecting onto Kush. And at least the rest of the members of Xset staying alive here, managing to trade out 2 for 2 against Jalen, Mans, and Swooty. App will fall as well. The nice little shot coming through from Chenzo. So Xset doing a good job of working their way back into the scoreline.
Great first life run, though, from App. Manages to go 8 kills deep, including the rocket play, of course, before finally getting eliminated. So excellently played by him here to make his impact known and really, to some extent, single-handedly bring T1 back into this as Xset got themselves off to a good start as well. Now it's going to be Jalen and some of the other members of the team that really come alive here and start to help out a bit more as Xset being reduced, being pushed into a corner here. They're trying to find ways to battle back into it. They'll start that towards Small Bazaar, where they go for a 2v1 engagement against Jalen. That follows through onto App, and overall they're able to control the rest of this fight too. Even though T1 catches a few trades in the midst of it, they will reduce the advantage by a slight amount.
Yeah, nice job there from Xset, but yet again, kind of Luck and Maddie maybe overstaying their welcome in that engagement as the rest of T1 had already collapsed onto that fight. There's Kush secured that double, a nice double from Jalen. Mans, however, going to come through, taking down Chenzo and Kush. Luck also going to fall to App, so T1 just really doing a great job controlling this map, controlling the pace of play, really not giving Xset any wiggle room to work around the map. Kush and Luck finding a couple of picks onto Jalen and Huff, but Swooty going to be answering back onto Luck, so nice plays out of him. We'll hop on board with App, who does have that sniper, does secure that kill onto Kush, but isn't able to close out that second double with that flick. So 3 members down for T1 will allow Xset to cut the lead down to 6.
That's been 2 near full team wipes in a row for Xset as well, so great momentum breaker coming back in here. T1 fortunately knocked out of positioning entirely, and of course with the wipes coming back in, weapon-wise they're not going to be sitting too strong in the outset of this fight either, but App and Huff working together there. App getting 2 melee kills back-to-back off screen. Subverts the status quo of what we were expecting to come out of the next fight here. Xset finally ending up at the losing end of one. Great little flick from Chenzo to save his own life, and he gets credit for the next one as well, with Luck finishing off Jalen from the sniper shot. But T1 still maintaining that slight edge due to the little mini spree they went on before we saw these kills come out from Chenzo and the rest of Xset.
Yeah, shocking thing to me is the T1 lead, and Huff isn't even really popping off in that kill department like we typically see out of him. Right now it's Jalen, Mans, App, and Swooty not too far behind. Huff, however, last alive here, does have 1 rocket left, will connect with 1, trades out onto Luck, so decent little job out of him utilizing that last rocket. So back on board with App we go, but ooh, some nice shots out of Kush. Gonna be able to take down App. Chenzo also picking up a kill onto Jalen Mans. That's the 2 main slayers down for T1. Xset pushing that advantage, really utilizing those guns being off the map. Kush now trying to do some target selection downrange, will be denied through that portal, but Chenzo will clean that one up. Kush back on the advantage. Gonna take down Jalen Mans. Huff also going to fall. Xset continuing to chop down this T1 lead.
Doing a fantastic job of limiting the aggressive options the T1 have to play into, locking them into a corner, and then for the most part just abusing portal angles to actually take those players down. It's very annoying for T1 to have to play against, and you can see here they've just come to an outright stop of momentum as of the past 2 minutes now, and it's been Xset controlling every single engagement due to how well they've been able to kind of train these fights, even away from more dangerous spots for Xset. T1 finally changing up their own fate, though Swooty mainly getting the kills there, but at least one other member of the team also helping out. And once more as well, it's so unfortunate for Xset, as it's just when we were about to have a turn of the card, just when we were about to see Xset take the lead, that T1 gets away with a few of those kills to preserve it now.
Yeah, T1 does a great job of refocusing through kind of those disadvantages. Xset doing a great job of working their way back into this one, but of course, T1 is a tough nut to crack. We also have power weapons up in around a minute at that 4-minute mark, so T1 just needs to bide their time, not give away this lead that they have, keep that advantage in their favor. Kush finally spawned back in. Chenzo going down, however, the aggression being stopped in its tracks as Swooty does have that plasma to work with. Gonna run out of ammo there, trades it out. will lose that engagement as he was weak against Maddie, but T1 still has that 2-kill lead, now make it 3.
Unlike the past few minutes here, T1 doing a much better job of keeping up with the even frags on the inside of these big team fights here. Exit had been wiping T1 for a solid 2 to 3 minute period, but that's all gone by the wayside now. It's even trades, and even worse for Exet, very heavily T1-sided trades now starting to show up with both of these teams already in the 50-point marker as well. T1 running away with the lead again just when Exet needed to keep it close to the chest. T1 just 2 kills to go here now as they recently hunt down Luck and are able to isolate him. He goes down. Another player will be spotted going into Big Bazaar here. Jalen realizes that'll be a little bit of a risk, though. Smartly backs away from the situation as Exet could still come back from this. They're sitting just 8 kills behind at this point. Make that 7 with the most recent pickup, and of course diminishing even further from there. App with a nice snipe, though, puts 59 on the board for T1. Just 1 to go to the 8 still needed from Exet here. And unfortunately, Kush, I believe it was on the inside of there, of Small Bazaar, not going to be able to get away. T1 secures their final kill and their second map of the series.
Tough break, too. I think Chenzo had managed to secure those rockets, was trying to work through the Bazaar, find a nice little angle, but then just gets kind of dropped down on by all of T1, and the plasma tears through him and kind of stops that play that he was trying to set up. So a little bit of an unfortunate break here at the end, but I will say T1 kind of feels like almost the optimized version of the playstyle we saw out of the Pioneers, where despite whatever you throw at them, they kind of have the game plan, stay the course. I think T1 just a little bit more explosive on those advantages of when they have an opportunity to extend the lead. They're just a little bit more aggressive than the Pioneers at doing so, and that's really what I think was their big advantage in the end in that team deathmatch.
These have kind of been 2 rough games for Exit, too, from a morale standpoint.
Yeah.
Obviously, in game number 1, had the 4v3 technically at a certain point, so you'd think, obviously, you know, a little bit backhanded,
Sure.
but you'd think, like, yeah, we should have been able to close that one down, and now in this one as well, they come with, I think it was like 2 kills reach of taking the lead away, and then all of a sudden, after they were dominating for like a solid 2 minutes as well, they just lose all that control, and it all goes by the wayside. This is going to be a tough game for Exet to kind of keep trudging through mentally, but we got to hope now that they have that mental fortitude to quickly reset and get ready now for what very well could be our final map of the series if they don't come back strong.
I mean, we've seen it twice already here today, right? Game 3, domination, things completely turn in one team's favor, and either they reverse sweep or force that Game 5. So it's not out of the question for Exet here. It is just kind of, like you said, mental fortitude and conditioning. Can they battle their own demons in their head and secure a victory here in map number 3, then carry that momentum throughout the rest of this series?
Good start to things for T1 in the meanwhile as they take the initial 2 cap, including the railgun spawn over here on B as well. They'll have that for themselves and be able to swing this over to A to try to go for a triple cap, but C is going to quickly get stolen away from them. Big jumble coming out of the portal for both teams, though. Everybody getting involved in this fight, including the last player from Exet, who tried to flank this position, but unfortunately did not really have a way to fight into that, given his 3 other teammates died in the direct duel. So T1 manages to take the fight right into the face of Exet, and Exet with a power weapon disadvantage there is just not ready for the challenge. They lose it. That costs them a triple cap here, and T1 is going to start to run away with this lead for the opening few seconds. A few trades coming in from Exet here, though, so they should be able to get at least a base point for themselves pretty quickly, so that triple cap is not going to be long for this world for too long.
Yeah, despite the little stumble establishing that portal play, they have kind of picked things up in stride, secured that triple cap now, and have been able to hold it for a decent chunk of time. Faltered a little bit, but gained it right back. So T1 really off to a hot start here in map number 3.
And trying to continue that as well. Did re-attain the trip cap for at least a few seconds. Exet doing a good job of making sure that they at least negate that trip cap out pretty much immediately as soon as it's game. But the problem is they can't seem to lock in a home point for themselves to battle out from. They may be getting it towards B, but Swoody apparently still involved in this fight as well here. And we have Swoody continuing to go back down to try and get in the way of the C recap. Nearly takes out 2/3 of the action going out there from Exet, and of course secures that 10 kill spree before going down. The 2 cap though still very much alive and well, and now T1 has actually completed the decap back down towards C and taken it back for themselves as well. This is so rough right now for Exet. Even Chenzo trying to get the home point on A, he'll get it, but he has to immediately leave it here due to how low he's brought down. Thankfully, they take that fight in the correct direction and are able to take out 2 more players from the T1 roster. This should transition itself into at least a second decap for the team to really start getting themselves back into this fight.
Yeah, I think 2 down for T1 was the most we've seen throughout the entirety of this game so far. So Chenzo doing a really good job of just finding and securing these kills, or at least setting his teammates up to clean up those kills. And finally, Xset has the hill advantage with A and B, but it is short-lived as T1 going on another killing spree, taking down Maddie and Chenzo yet again. Kush trying to find his way onto this C hill, will be able to capture it. A nice double kill secured with the help of Kush. Let's see how it continues to play out as he's got some friends behind him. A now in favor of T1. Xset does have C, but it's such an uphill battle for Xset at this point. They need to play flawless, and T1 is not taking their foot off the gas.
T1 had no idea that there was even a flank coming at them as well from Shotgun Mining Hall just down below there. Unfortunate, as that was looking like a fight they could have been able to wrangle for themselves, but just not catching the flanks. T1 going back into control now with the shotgun armed up as well. Still, that's the first shot that's only been drawn from it for Jalen right there, so plenty of ammo to still sling out. And again, another triple cap being maintained here from T1 as well. Xset just cannot get their feet on the ground in this matchup. They are trying to keep up, as you can see here. Definitely throwing themselves into all these team fights, but they can't even get a power weapon really under their control either. And that is unfortunately just leaving them in a corner with really no way to extend into these lengthy team fights. Oh.
Drops down. Could have been bad for Xset. Thankfully, they were at least aimed and looking in that direction, so the Jalen man's flank will be thwarted, but a great play, great heads-up play out of him, and some really immaculate portal routing we saw out of him earlier on, too. And Huff is right here to pick up the slack, has caught fire, is now leading in kills yet again. Kind of quiet for the first two games, so maybe that's why we're seeing such a dominant performance out of T1 here. Huff is finally, the caffeine is kicking, he's waking up, and he's hitting those shots, and T1 is starting to run away with it.
I believe that was the first double cap that we actually saw from Xset a few moments ago there, where they were able to get that for themselves. Have already lost it, and again, this unfortunately just showcases the struggle this team has been working with. They successfully hunt down the power weapon carrier in Huff, of course. And that's another thing, too. T1 loses their power weapon carrier and is still able to get both of those weapons back under their own control. Xset never even getting them. Didn't even see a blip show up on the kill feed from either one of it when it had dropped the second prior ago there. So T1 doing a great job of not only, of course, using those weapons, making sure they get them back when things go awry as well. Xset with another double cap, though, and more importantly, controlling the team fight. Maybe a sign of the tides here for them to maybe get back into this one, as they finally get a triple cap for themselves as well. However, as it might kind of be obvious at this point, they have a lot of points to make up for, as they still sit over 300 points behind T1's scoreline.
Yeah, Xset keeps making these great plays. We see, you know, hill holds coming through out of them, some nice multi-kills, some nice chaining of spawns, but it's all so short-lived against T1, which is really the problem. T1 kind of similar to that Moist play style where they're just running at them, but, you know, the difference being T1 is out to such a huge advantage. It's not really them needing to catch back up or battle against anything. They're just essentially speed running the Game 3 domination.
Yeah, T1 really just needs to keep the status quo alive at this point more than anything else. They can even retract a little bit, play for one hill. I'm pretty sure they can just win on that single hill if they want to turtle their way all the way up to 700 points. Like we said before here, about a 300-point advantage working for themselves, and constant decaps as well going out against Xset's 2 caps. When they are able to get them, makes it just so tough to bring themselves back from a massive deficit like this. Maddie, good target selection, though, is able to follow through that portal movement and finish off Huff, but as soon as we see any of these Xset members pick up a kill, the intel goes out to the T1 comms, and they seem to be very quick on making sure they do not get away with anything aside from that 1 or 2 kills. Another push being made here down into the depths to try and steal C away. You'll note it's not even fully capped for them as of yet, and already App is in position, fending off the rotations here, trying to maintain control over the shotgun pickup. But this may, however, go into the hands of Xset for the very first time from an initial spawn. Indeed, it will. Luck's been able to steal it. Jalen knows about it, however, but still tries to hop back down to counter him out. Luck will be able to chain it with himself, keep himself in a good position to stay alive, but really locked in a corner here. Not able to battle out from it and make that serious impact that is needed to get his team back on the field, but the presence of it is enough to scare some hesitance into T1, and that allows for the rest of Luck's teammates to push over towards B and establish another 2 cap, where T1, unfortunately, does not have a response to it at this point. Their point gain has been stopped entirely. Once again, though, Xset just have so much further to go here. It's going to be tough for them to run this whole comeback, especially with T1 now only being 12 seconds away from victory.
Yep, T1 can just hold on to this C site, and I think kind of shockingly to me, Xset not super behind in kills or even giving away too many deaths. It's really just T1 playing hyper efficient and hyper vigilant in all their decision making. Xset will slow them down just a bit, but T1 only needing 2 seconds to win. It's only a matter of time now before T1 completes the 3-0 sweep.
it really seems like Exit, they figured out what to do, it just took them entirely too long to do so at the end of the day here, contending very evenly by the time we got to the end of the game, but unfortunately that first like 3 to 4 minutes where it was just all T1 here gave them far too much of an advantage to work back from.
Yeah, it feels a little almost kind of parallel to Exit season, right? Like it took them a little bit too long to figure out the team cohesion, and then same kind of thing against T1 here. It's just one step ahead that T1 is just makes it that much more difficult for Exit to kind of match pace. And even when they were keeping things even in the kills department, like you see right now, not super far behind by any measure. It's just T1 being so efficient in their navigation, their positioning, their teamwork. Like we saw earlier on map 1 in the series, like their positioning around the hill. There's no wasted effort on the side of T1. No one's outside of that portal play, outside of the one portal play where where they struggled. That was the most T1 struggled the entire series,
Pretty
was
much,
getting
yeah.
through that portal, which is, I think, saying enough about how that series played out.
Yeah, very much the case. We can still see close matches overall being shown from Exit, especially for the first 2 games, but as is often the case, domination can make or break the opposing team, and in this case, it really broke Exit down for those first few minutes. It took them far too long to get back into the game, and although they put up a good fight towards the tail end of it, T1 just way too far ahead, so they take that 3-0 sweep to shut down Exit and knock them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, lower bracket looking more and more deadly as these rounds progress for some of those teams down there. So going to have to see how that lower bracket shakes out. Of course, I believe it was Elevate was eliminated out of the bracket first on stream here today, and then Exit going to be knocked down to that lower bracket as well. But we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be back with one more match here today on the SPS Championship. Stay tuned.
Legend behavior, legend behavior, locked in. Y'all know what time it is. Locked in. Play. I make the rules, rack up the jewels, make it look smooth. You know how I do. Running this kingdom, wish you could be. Better look up, cause that's when you see me. Give me the crown now. Cause I own the throne now. I hold the scroll now. I'm in control now. Ruling the game. I'm ruling the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Splitgate Pro Series Championship Day 1. We've got our final match of the day coming up, and that's going to be Luminosity going up against the Pioneers in an elimination match. Now, we haven't seen Luminosity yet, but I'm excited to see them kind of go up against Pioneers, because the Pioneers, despite being in the lower bracket, looked pretty steady against Elevate, especially in their victory. And I guess the question for me is, can they continue that against LG here?
Yeah, this is kind of the fun part of the lower bracket, right? We get to follow these teams that start their way out, and unfortunately so due to losing the first few matches, and then have to battle it forward from there. This is our lower bracket as it sits currently in front of us now. Most recent match results there, of course, being in favor of Pioneers, as well as Elevate. Pioneers taking control of that, as we saw earlier, giving us the matchup we had. Now, the most important note, though, is the fact that over there, at the top of our Elim quarterfinal, Space Station Gaming, previously like the undefeated team as far as playoffs are concerned for this year, already in the lower bracket.
And that was the Moist, right?
I think so. Yeah, that would have been the Moist.
And hey,
wow, it was.
I was talking, though, they're pretty similar play style. They keep the foot on the gas, but Moist making apparent money moves with the Bala acquisition, and now they are balling out in the upper semis. It's going to be an upper final, Moist versus T1 tomorrow. So I'm already getting a little giddy for that one, but we've, of course, got one more match to settle here. But man, as far as upsets go, that's about as spicy as you can ask for.
Very much the case, and now that's the question, is can SSG rebound? Can they still recover and earn a position in the finals that, for some people at home at least, we would have kind of expected them to make it that far at the minimum, right?
There waiting. Yeah, like you think, oh, it's SSG, they're chilling. I believe they even had the perfect season, right? I don't think they even lost in the regular season, but Moist makes one little move. They got that confidence boost off the EU United reverse sweep, and they're like, yeah, Space Station, yeah, we'll beat you too. And they do just that. But, of course, today's match, what we're getting ready for is another exciting elimination match of Luminosity going up against the Pioneers. And your map rotation here is going to be King of the Hill on Helix for map number 1, a TDM on Pantheon that we haven't seen yet here for your second map. Domination on Atlantis, a little more typical than the TDM Atlantis. Excited to see that one play out. And then a King of the Hill on High Wind, which I'm becoming more and more a fan of the more I see it played. Then if we go the distance, the TDM map number 5 on Carmen Station to settle the score.
Surprised it took us this long to get a Helix in. That's usually first pick for quite a few teams. But obviously we've had the off-stream games too, so it's probably been played out quite a few times there. But in terms of getting it on the stream today, it's only going to be the first and only time we will see it here for our first day of the broadcast. Let's get into it, though, as I believe we are ready to start that first map. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's King of the Hill on Helix between Luminosity and Pioneers, potentially knock out our second SPS team from the tournament.
All right, we'll have to see as we load into map number 1. We'll be starting on board with Agony. Let's see the rollout here from the Pioneers roster. It'll be 2 down almost immediately. The 2-for-1 trade coming through. Momo eventually will fall, but Solar is going to be picking up the triple onto the Pioneers. And Toby going to connect onto Sif. Toby with the IE, let me clarify.
It's Toby with an I and Toby with a Y. It's probably the easiest way to differentiate this. Still might be tough for us, but Toby with an I shutting it down right now as he goes 2 kills back-to-back off the rails. Shotgun in his hand as well, so there is plenty more kill potential being built up here for Toby with an I. And we'll see Solar try to get into the spree as well, but it's all going to Toby right now. 2 more kills off of the shotgun, a double kill picked up. He's already 5-0 on the run he's had so far.
I was going to say, Toby with the Y is going to be Toby Jr. from this point on, because the real Toby is on screen right now, continuing to battle against the Pioneers. Well played, nice little start from Luminosity, managing to tie it up as that hill rotates after our first minute of play.
See one of our Tobys here still trying to line up for play potential off of the shotgun. He's got a few shells left and needs to dish him out, but also needs to stay close by to his teammate here to be able to use that one. The shotgun a little bit long range for that fight, but still brings him down to only 1 shot needed from the carbine. Takes care of that kill. Toby with an eye continuing to go on this massive run here right now. 7-0. Still yet to go down, and going to take out at least 1 more, but jinxed him a bit there. Fortunately, Grad's going to be able to take him down before he can get all the way up to 10. And Pioneers, overall, will have this as a bit of a turn of momentum. They've got 3 kills to no trades over the past few seconds.
And I think this is where, we saw the Pioneers against Elevate. Despite LG kind of getting some great advantages, that hill time rack up, Pioneers steady, staying the course. There's a double kill, killing spree coming through out of Agony. 3 down for Luminosity. Momo and Sif will fall for the Pioneers in the meantime, but Agony is still on the hunt, gathering some of that intel for his team, managing to stay alive at the same time. Even spots one of these players for LG. 3 down yet again now as Pioneers continue to extend this lead off that hill rotation.
Pioneers directly on top of this one, putting a big grouping of their own players on it as well. You see the reinforcements waiting just over the hill for when the members of LG will eventually jump into this one. There we go. There's the anchor going down. Where's the resistance coming out from those other 2 players, though? Haven't been able to see it show it strongly. I think the Pioneers would have liked. LG just a little bit too quick to take control of the overall hill area itself. So those 2 defenders down to the hill a little bit further, getting overwhelmed here, giving it directly over to LG and allowing for a potential quick comeback. They sit only 10 seconds behind the Pioneers. Scoreline, Pioneers, though, able to pick up some very important kills, keep the numbers low from LG. More importantly, the weapons and positioning a little bit on the downside here. They try to keep control over things, and indeed they will. Agony getting himself a triple. We'll try to go for the quad in a moment, but it seems that player will escape his gaze. He'll be okay with that, though. He'll certainly be willing to trade out the points for that potential 3rd kill.
I like the mental battle we saw there of Agony. He's like, do I challenge this for the kaleidoscope through the portal or close it down? He makes the wise decision to close down that portal and just secure the final seconds of that hill time, and it's going to put his team at about a 32-point advantage at this point. And we also have Sif camping out in the hill now, and he's also got that SMG. If members of Luminosity get a little aggressive, but a great flank out of Vexy will be able to take down Sif. Grad and Agony also falling, so we'll have to see. Luminosity not converting it immediately into some points, but finally they've set foot in this hill. Momo has the rails, and he is looking for one member of Luminosity to just peek their head out at any point in time. Does have the portal set up now, tries to set up the play, but it's Solar with the shotgun, able to take down Momo.
Solar, such a smart catch and counter, too, to see that portal angle was going to be lined up to directly counter his play that would have come through there. The rail would have been perfectly lined up for that shot as well, but Solar just a little bit ahead of the curve. Unfortunately, the whiff on the rail ends his own run. Shotgun as well as rails now going to go into the hands of the Pioneers, specifically Momo here, letting his team into the site to flood it for themselves, and of course giving them a great jump over point to be able to use as well, with both of these weapons being a great initiation tool for Momo to use to get them onto the next hill. Fortunately, LG's a little bit too well defended on that hill when his teammates are ready to go for it, so everyone except Momo goes down. Great portal rotations from Momo, though, already knocking out 2, now 3 members of the defensive setup from LG here, leaving it wide open for his teammates to move in and reassert that control once they spawn in.
That's even more disgusting when you realize when that play started, Momo was the only one left alive on his team, and he simply did not care. Walked into that hill like he owned the place and connected with the key kills that he needed to, so that's going to allow the Pioneers to start to extend that lead a little bit more, but LG is there to battle back. Toby with a Y coming through with that BR, trying to sort out some of these angles onto the Pioneers, but his team camped out in that hill are going to be tying it up and taking the lead now.
Toby with a Y continuing to wait for an opportunity to frag out here, definitely wanting to try and support his teammates on the rotation more than anything, kind of act as a back flank defense here. Not able to necessarily line up a winning fight, though. Gets that little bit of a skirmish, but has to back away from it. Jumping up to try and catch some of these players on the Pioneers from the tail end of the fight. It'll work out, too. This last little flood from Toby with a Y, as well as the rest of LG. Knocks out the rest of the resistance here from the Pioneers, gives the lead back over to LG, and leaves all 4 players at relatively full HP when the resistance continues to come back in from the Pioneers as well. Nicely done. We'll see a little bit of a Hail Mary from one of the members of the Pioneers trying to get themselves onto the hill, but for the most part, it is evenly traded. In this case, though, doesn't necessarily help out LG's case. Pioneers going to be able to get themselves onto the hill eventually, take back that control for themselves, and more likely to leave us at a very close to tie point here by the time that LG routes themselves back here as well.
Yeah, I will see Pioneers' biggest advantage is just how sturdy they are in their gameplay, not really being shaken up by LG, say, getting back-to-back, 3 downs, and they just kind of stay the course yet again, and it works out for them as we see Grad setting up above this hill as it starts to rotate here in about a second. Let me set up shop. Has that hill, has a few players around him, but again, his teammates doing a great job of kind of distracting them from Grad. Camped out here, Railgun also spawned. He's able to bait that out while maintaining some point gain. So good little play. Toby, however, will secure those rails, and the other Toby is going to take down Sif.
Coming in here now. We continue to watch out for the rest of the play. Where's of LG continuing to harass out onto the map right now. We can see Agony has responded to that. Shotgun in play, goes over into the hands of Vexy, who can only pick up 1 kill with it, unfortunately. That'll lead to more than likely its immediate change of hands. Follow that through in a moment here. Pioneers still in charge of the situation, but only by that 10 to 15 seconds they've been working with throughout the majority of this game so far. LG on the back foot here, trying to grab it themselves, but Pioneers stealing away that shotgun. Once again, it makes up the difference for this center hill hold. Agony now banking in all of that time, but getting very much ready to move to the next hill as well here.
Agony tries to take a fight there. We'll have to back off. Toby and Solar putting in the work to keep him off of that point. But again, the Pioneers have managed to work their way back into that 20-point advantage, but LG does have this hill. Sif coming through, gonna secure the trade. 3 down for LG briefly as Vexy will spawn back in. It looks like LG trying to keep the Pioneers on that spawn rotation, but have not been able to make up the difference in the objective time just yet. Momo caught a bit with his pants down by Solar there, unable to adjust and hit a few shots in time. So Solar going to walk out of that engagement unscathed. Now in the pursuit of Sif, Sif will be taken down, and here's the little bit of the run that LG needed as we near those final 2 minutes of play.
This is looking more and more like a game that will end up going to the timer when everything is said and done, just due to the real struggle both these teams have had. We're getting massive runs, like 30, 40 seconds or more on any individual hill here. More likely will end up coming down to whoever is leading when we hit 0 on the timer. So having that control, having that little bit of an extra push, even if it's just 10, 20 seconds ahead, might be the difference maker inside of this matchup right now. So Pioneers having the slight edge in that regard, but the tables have been turning ever so slowly over the past few minutes. LG has been catching up. This time, though, not going to see that come to a close as the Pioneers get the wipe off the resistance here from LG and should be able to bank a considerable amount of time from that.
Yeah, and really this hill is where the Pioneers have really made their biggest runs, and you know, this being kind of the second to last one is really advantageous for them as they're just camped out at this point in time. Luminosity has not been able to crack the code on this hill hold just yet. Nice little peek shot from Agony will take down Solar. The rest of LG will spawn in at this point in time, but Pioneers have been doing a great job in this hill, just extending that lead, making the work even harder for Luminosity. 10 seconds remaining on this hill before it rotates out, and only 40 seconds needed for the Pioneers to secure this victory. Things are looking good for the Pioneers here in map number 1.
Resistance coming back in. Agony actually gets a surprising amount of damage back off on the flank, but nice crunch regardless coming in from Toby with a Y. Toby with an I comes back out to knock down Momo, though, as he also traded out quite quickly, quite proficiently onto some of the members. Pioneers here, so Pioneers still in charge of the situation. At this point, more than anything, just needs to stalemate the final hill. Can be tough to do so, though, with the bunker setup that's deployed to the inside of this hill. LG does have the rails to play into it. No shotgun to be seen just yet for this squad here, so they are missing that piece of the puzzle, and unfortunately for them, it's in the hands of one of the members of the Pioneers. Toby realizes this, though, tries to flip from up on top. The movement's too quick, can't follow it up. He gets taken down by the shotty as well, and that play right there may very well lock in map number 1 for the Pioneers, as there should be no way for LG to successfully take this away now, given the only 10 seconds that are remaining on the clock.
Yeah, that's essentially a coin flip railgun shot where you need to hit it to stop that play, especially when Agony has that shotgun. So, unfortunately, LG just comes up short on hitting that shot. Looks like the Pioneers will be able to close this one out and take map number 1. So, again, it's the Pioneers really just being unshaken by everything any team throws at them. So, despite their early loss here in the bracket, I think they're looking very solid to go on a nice little lower bracket run.
Absolutely. Very, very consistent run coming out from them. Only really showing results for that, though, at the tail end of this matchup. This scoreline that you're seeing here now, 248 to 174, absolutely does not tell the entire story. This was a near neck-and-neck game for almost the entirety of it. The big difference maker being, however, that Pioneers was always the team that was that just little bit extra in front, and that speaks once again to the consistency of their playstyle that we've been seeing not only inside of this match, but the previous one played by them as well.
Yeah, I think too, there was like 2 main hills where they were just able to secure the majority of that time to really set them ahead, and the fact that one of those hills was when there was like less than 2 minutes remaining is like setting yourself up really nicely. You know, combine that with the fact Agony does a really good job of securing that shotgun before approaching that hill, really doing a good job of prioritizing his play there, and then you kind of take that coin flip. You're like, well, I'm either going to get railgunned out and we're going to have to fight again, or he misses the railgun shot and I kill everyone in the hill, and it works out in their favor. So well played to the Pioneers there.
So moving on to our next matchup here. It's going to be on Pantheon for TDM. This is our first Pantheon of the day, so let's see what exactly it presents for both of our teams to get things started. It's going to be actually an even trade, 2 kills from either side. It's also one of the few maps as well where we have multiple of the same power weapon spawning. In fact, we have 2 snipers going out on this map, so it's always fun to watch for that, as we will get that direct sniper-on-sniper duel potentially at some point, like you just see right there. Unfortunately, though, for the player on LG, they will become the victim of it. We'll see more aggression come out from the Pioneers as a result of that.
Grad taking his time, trying to line up a target here. The little battle back and forth will find Solar getting picked by Grad. 2 down now for LG, and Toby also going to go down. So the Pioneers will now just trail by 1. As Grad goes on the hunt, is he going to take Solar out yet again? That would suck for Solar. And back to back, Grad just hunting you down. So nice job by the Pioneers. Despite still trailing there, they tie it up with a nice little flick from Grad.
Sniper is really making up the difference here, with Grad obviously surging ahead. He's got 8 kills and 1 death, but you look at Agony and Momo here, they're trying to make up the difference a little bit between those two. Thankfully, Grad's own proficiency has been keeping them tied back up here, where the rest of the Pioneers have been struggling to make their impact. There you go, 3 straight kills, no responses now that the Sniper has been taken care of. The Rocket's still under the control of the Pioneers, but they haven't been able to find a position to use it from yet. So Agony holding back, waiting for his teammates to respawn before he tries anything else.
Yeah, full rockets as well. Doesn't really even connect with that splash damage, so that's easy pickings for LG, and that'll be the Pioneers going 4 down. LG now with a 6-kill advantage. What was just tied up at 8 has immediately bounced in LG's favor in a big way, and right before being taken down, Tobe IE is going to trade out there, and Tobe Y is going to find some kills with the Rockets.
Continuing to look for opportunities to use the Rockets on his own regard. Now, this has been a little bit of a struggle. We had a match earlier today, too, where because of the game mode, the Rockets kind of became a little bit awkward in the fact that players are usually not floating into a single objective point anymore, so you got to go hunt for them a little bit more aggressively than you normally would have to. Nice find, though, from Toby as he does eventually light up his first target with it. Looking for a second one as well. There you go, though. That's the problem here, is it's so hard to lock down these players, but he does manage to finally get the job done, just not necessarily from the Rockets. And he'll follow through with the SMG as well to lock in a few more. Much different game being played out here, as it's all under the control of LG right now, and Pioneers just looking for a way to get back into this.
Yeah, LG just really snowballing off of the Sniper and Rocket control that we saw earlier. You know, despite Grad having a nice couple of picks with that Sniper rifle, it was really all the other work Luminosity was doing around the map to set themselves up for success in this way, and now Pioneers just need to flip things back in their favor, get a couple of power weapons into their hands. Solar, however, I believe does have that Sniper. 4 shots in the chamber, 2 in reserve. Let's see how it plays out. Toby getting that pick on to Grad. Sif going to trade that one out. However, Luminosity just continues to trade these out and keep this advantage. And really, if you're Luminosity, that's the bare minimum. That's all you need to do at this point in time. Just stay close, trade out kills, and just kind of cruise your way to a victory in map 2.
Solar, looks like he didn't even necessarily expect that first shot to hit, but it did. The problem is he has no idea where Grad ended up landing at, so can't follow it through. He ends up getting chased away. This is actually great news for the Pioneers here, as they've been able to bait out quite a few members of LG into the open, and they have not taken down anyone on the Pioneers to show for it. Toby with a Y, though, quickly makes up for that deficit. Toby with an I also going to get into the action as well, but these are all one-to-one exchanges here, not helping either team out, just pushing both of them closer to the 60-point margin now, as the Pioneers look for another one to hunt down. Indeed, they catch Vexy on a nice timing play just when he was leaping out of a portal. The same for the follow-up as well. Nice timing being played by Sif here as he catches 2 players with their pants down.
Yep, and he's also even going to get the Rocket secured. As a reward, managed to find one onto Toby, closes down this portal to stop any of those flanks. Getting shot in the back, so at least he's going to know where that player is and try to work his way into that position, take him down. He does have that short range advantage. Tough, though. That player going to escape his grasp. They've been doing a good job, though, however, of cutting down that lead. So only a 6-kill lead now for Luminosity, with Sif going down. But some of those multi-kills, Pioneers been trading more in their favor when they're making those engagements, and I think that's really working out for them.
Nice little saving grace from Solar, had the remaining Rockets in his pocket there and is able to take out member of the Pioneers that almost certainly would have beaten him inside of that fight did he not have the weapon ready to go. Gives his team another 1-for-1 before going down. So keeping the status quo alive, and I think that's kind of the game plan from this point forward for LG. Build off of the lead we have. If there is a moment where we can try to get aggressive, we will take it, but that's not going to be the priority anymore. Pioneers have truly woken up, and they are quickly trying to come back into this one, although struggling to reduce the deficit past that +7 or so kill marker that LG has had for the past few minutes.
Yeah, LG just really needs to hold on to this lead, not make any, boisterous mistakes, and just kind of trade these things out. Even the Pioneers get a few advantages or trades in their favor. I think Luminosity's been doing a good job bouncing back from those, and you just need to, again, mitigate those mistakes to close out this map number 2. Vexy doing a decent job of that. Trade's going to come through. Toby will fall. This Toby will be the last one alive for Luminosity. He's going to pick up an AR, try to shred through a couple of players of the Pioneers. One is high in the sky, but Momo going to be able to take him down, but the LG trades come through in their favor now.
Pioneers constantly going back-to-back for blows with the LG roster. Not enough to bring them back into the fold here. When is the big status quo change going to come in? When do we see the big run from the Pioneers to lock out LG? That is what we need to see. Really make up the difference here and close down the scoreline at a closer to tie point. Might be seeing that come to fold now here. Grad gets a clean initiation out onto Toby. And Toby with a Y nearly falls as well here. But they trade it right back. Nicely done from LG to hold the line and once again prevent that deficit from being shrunk.
To see Grad trying to approach this one slow, not give away his position, try to do some reconnaissance for his team. That shot might have given him away. However, he's able to secure that kill. A 1-for-1 trade transpires, and another kill picked up for the Pioneers. Make that 2. The lead cut down to 5 now, as Solar and Toby are on the respawn for Luminosity, and Grad continues to go on the hunt. Also has that SMG, just in case any close quarters combat takes place, and we'll trade that carbine out for the sniper, and this might just be exactly what the Pioneers to slowly close the gap and work their way back into this one.
They're going to go cold for a minute. However, LG finds a nice little flank opportunity being built up there. As you can see, though, the sniper brings it back down to a bit of a cooler point. Grad doesn't want to contend against that, so he backs away, has the sniper lined up, and will actually be able to get it with some support coming in from his teammate there. 50-52 as the Pioneers sit just on the knife's edge of bringing this back under their own control, and may still very well be able to accomplish it. Another 1-to-1 exchange pushes this a bit further. The Pioneers do have rocket control. However, the player that was holding it has gone down, so could have very well seen that change hands over the past few moments. Stuck at -2 here now for the Pioneers, as it's 52-54 coming into the final moments of action.
Yeah, Momo having these rockets could be very big for them as well. Luminosity all in this one room, but he's taken down before he can make the play happen. A great pick by Luminosity. 3 down for the Pioneers. LG now just need 3. All that hard, patient work from the Pioneers disappearing in but an instant. And now we have Toby with the Y, trying to stay alive, play his life here, even spotting out that kill. LG just now need 2 to close that one down, make it 1. And that is the LG victory as they battle back there in map number 2.
LG dominant towards the beginning of the matchup, losing some steam, I think, towards the midpoint here. As like we said, the Pioneers started to kind of wake themselves up a bit, but quick adjustments from LG as well put them into a bit more of a passive play style where they were able to trade their way out towards a win, as you see here, closing down the second map by a factor of 6 kills and now tying us up at 1-to-1.
Yeah, really just a close kind of battle between both of these squads. I think the Pioneers still gave themselves the best opportunities they could have to really close out that second map, but Luminosity had that advantage, and they recognized, like, our out is just to stay that one step ahead, make sure we're trading. Pioneers did a good job of trying to get some of those advantageous trades, like the 1-for-2s, the 1-for-3s in their favor. It just wasn't enough at the very end.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the Pioneers, the kind of ending moment for me was when we saw that rocket push attempting to be made up the side of the hill. Both those players get knocked down outright. Once again, just rebuffers the advantage showing up there as well, and unfortunately doesn't really leave a whole lot of power positions open at that point for them to come back into the game on the Pioneer side of things.
Yeah, so that'll reset it going into that map number 3 domination, and I think we're just going to have to see how it kind of settles down. It's really just going to come down to whoever's playing their best throughout the rest of this series.
It's been incredibly back and forth so far, and incredibly neck and neck too, especially looking back over at our domination game. It was a real chance for the Pioneers to work their way back into it, but like I said before, LG played that previous map smart. As soon as they realized that things were getting a little bit out of hand, they went back to kind of a bunker setup, played really heavily around those towers. Doesn't necessarily mean that they went super passive throughout that game either. There were moments as well where we could see their players trying to jump out, trying to get a little bit aggressive, even just to establish a slight flank angle in a team fight to make sure they would still end up in a winning position. So once more, props over towards the Luminosity roster for not just kind of bowing down to the pressure from the Pioneers, but constantly looking for opportunities to still surge ahead, even when they didn't necessarily have to. It's going to be interesting to see how this next map plays out, as thematically and in terms of its layout, it's very, very different from Pantheon. We'll go over towards Atlantis, where we still have these larger rooms to play for, but it's very claustrophobic outside of that. A lot of incredibly narrow corridors where you're forced into an engagement against your opponents, unlike Pantheon, where you have a lot of options to jump around them through just normal rotations or, of course, portal routes.
I think the one thing that might play into the Pioneers' favor is they're a little bit more comfortable like branching out, kind of going their own way and kind of taking those wider flanks, a little bit more dangerous, but kind of you reap more rewards from them, whereas Luminosity tends to stay a little bit closer to the hip, kind of travel more as a team. So if the Pioneers just manage to get some really good pinches, that could translate into those triple caps that we see sometimes on Atlantis. But, you know, in the same token, kind of Luminosity traveling as that pack almost always has the man advantage going into engagements. So it's kind of a tit for tat in that regard.
Immediate rails picked up here by Momo. I don't even think LG noticed he got it realistically until they checked the spawn point. Sneaks out a kill on top of that, but over peaks into a second engagement. He'll eventually end up going down to Vexy. That's a 2-cap being picked up by LG in the process because LG stayed behind to get the full capture on A, something that, of course, Agony is now looking to steal away and will be successful in doing so, but at a heavy cost. B and C have also been lost, and that's the preferred double cap on this map for most teams. So LG are going to take immediate capitalization of that and start to push ahead with the lead. Alongside a few other kills here because they have the rails to play off of as well, and your full team wipe goes out against the Pioneers, leaving them at least 3 down for a few seconds there.
Yeah, you know, Momo securing those rails early doesn't really translate into anything, and here we have Toby able to secure 2 kills with that bat. So Luminosity going to be able to set up a triple cap early on here, and the Pioneers are going to desperately need a break because I think, you know, Atlantis is one of those maps where you can constantly kind of back cap points. So even if the Pioneers take one and kind of destabilize this setup, Luminosity can kind of continue to play that ring around the rosy where they just have hills on hills on hills, and for the time being, Pioneers still not able to take away this triple cap. Both Tobys putting in work now for LG, taking down all the players on the Pioneers. The bat even coming into play, but will eventually be traded out with Sif there.
Swing's just a tad too early. Unfortunately, the magnetism doesn't kick in on the bat form right there. It's not able to lock in that second kill, but the benefit of his frags are still second to none here, as unfortunately, Pioneers are just getting bullied out of these situations far more often than not. Are starting to turn the tables a little bit as of the last 30 seconds or so, but this is really the first breath of successful aggression we've seen come out for the Pioneers in the 2 minutes that have been played so far here. So LG still with a pretty dominant lead, a little under 150 points ahead of the LG scoreline.
Yeah, they've built themselves kind of that advantage where they can play this out a little bit slower on these retakes. Looks like they should be able to do so here as they got 3 down for the Pioneers, but Pioneers almost spawning back in before LG can really make a big play, but they do take A and C to their name. So well played towards Luminosity for that team takedown onto the Pioneers, but just like that, the Pioneers have answered right back, taking A, B, and C to their name, only losing B in that scuffle. So well played to the Pioneers, who are continuing to flirt with a triple cap.
Grad's hold on B was really impressive right there as well. Had no reason to take down 2 players directly inside of just, you know, a 1v2 outright. Didn't even have any special weapons to play into or anything either. A huge mistake made there from LG. Should have been able to make some much bigger gains off of the more recent wipe they got. The good news is they're able to regain that control now as they take another big team fight towards B. And it looks like they're going to get that control back. With Pioneers, at least in my opinion, having way more points than they should at this departure because of the way that that team fight unfolded.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, the things just kind of go in your favor, and you have to accept it, try to play with that slight advantage that might even be at times unearned, but the Pioneers earning that 3 down against Luminosity. They'll translate that into A and B, and Momo will even take up that rail. Peekaboo with the double.
Beautifully played out there as well. Just gets the scavenge and I think sees a few of those players out of the corner of his eye. That opens up an immediate comeback opportunity now for the Pioneers. 2 players wiped out, gets 1 more before being beaten down by Toby. And those players have already been dealt with as well. Toby with a Y though, picking up the rails, putting a little bit more presence out onto the map from LG, but it still is not translating into a single cap for them. It's been all triple cap here for the past 30 seconds or so for the Pioneers, and they've nearly closed the gap off of that one now. Just about 50 points behind. They're going to shrink it even more than that as we're only just now starting to see LG make some gains.
Yeah, LG kind of getting hit with a taste of their own medicine with this triple cap that the Pioneers were able to maintain. Finally, they will get A back into their favor. They'll try to take away a couple of these from the Pioneers, but 3 down briefly for LG. Nice little killing spree out of Vexy, though, will stop some of that Pioneers momentum, but they're so clean off the respawn breaks that the triple cap is right back in their name. They've almost overtaken the Luminosity lead as we near the 5-minute mark. Grad trying to hunt a couple of these Luminosity players down. Toby with the Y does have the bat in the back pocket, but it doesn't matter. It is 3 down for LG yet again.
Huge change up to what we were seeing at the beginning of this game, as it was LG obviously to start us out on a hot streak, but now it's all Pioneers all day long here. Nice trap setup works out to at least take down Grad. They'll bait a second player into it as well, so maybe a turn of the tide, maybe not. However, Sif as well as Agony ripping apart most of the resistance from LG that was making some gains over in the corner of the map, but no longer is the case. We're back into a scrap fight now, and that's all right for the Pioneers. They still have that triple cap that they're playing into now, well ahead of the scoreline from LG after previously being down by 100 if not 200 points to the very same thing.
Yeah, Luminosity plays the best when they're all up on the map, so the Pioneers are more than happy that each individual player keeps running at them, trying to disrupt their setup, because that just kind of takes the power level of Luminosity down several notches. Toby, Vexy also down at this point. Toby with the IE trying to keep this play alive for Luminosity, but the Pioneers are just so in their face. He will drop down to safety, but a couple of players from the Pioneers are there to take him down.
Pioneers continuing to try and excel here, but finally being on the bad side of a double cap scenario. LG are going to look to stabilize, push this a little bit further. Those teams will be even down to 3 players each for a second there as well, so we won't see either one try to get too adventurous. Just have a few caps being exchanged. Sif, of course, is going to spot this aggression coming back down onto B. Has one of his teammates coming in to try and make up the difference, and indeed will take out that first, but there's also a flank set up against Sif. However, the comms have not gone out for Sif's position, so he directly counters Toby with a Y's own push, and is now rebuffering himself once again on the ramp, just preventing the play from LG, stagnating it, while his team continues to surge ahead, now only 150 points away from victory.
Yeah, you can even see the pinch coming through here, but Sif doesn't even need the help. Secures the solo double kill all by his own. LG has done a great job, though, capturing A and C in that meantime, but now that B is in the Pioneers' hands, they're breaking out here trying to take down these members. Looks like Toby with the Y was able to secure that railgun, however, and Sif will eat the business end of that laser. However, yet again, you know, it seems like whoever's getting these kills, these great picks, is whoever starts to lose the hill, so Pioneers now have B and C. Toby with the Y has the rail, tries to secure anything, but Agony gonna beat him down. Sif gonna take down his buddy, and that's 2 down for LG and 2 caps for the Pioneers.
100 points to go for the Pioneers as well. LG losing momentum very, very quickly and running out of real estate to try and bring this back under their own control. A triple cap also picked up here now for the Pioneers on top of a 3-player wipe with only Solar surviving it from LG. It is not looking good from LG. What started out as an amazing lead for them has fallen to pieces and has now reversed itself over into the fortunes of the Pioneers, who sit just about 10 seconds away from locking in victory. Shouldn't be much that can get in the way of it now. More likely we'll see it slowed down a little bit, but overall, with 10 seconds remaining, Pioneers, not much is going to stop them from closing things down as they show us an incredibly impressive comeback to now take the lead in the series at 2-1.
It's a great Pioneers victory there, especially considering the adversity that they were up against. I mean, LG right off the rip, Momo secures that railgun, and we think, all right, great, Pioneers looking good off the start. And LG's like, well, let's get a triple cap. So, and they had it for, I think it was up to 160 points, about 120-point advantage in their favor. Pioneers only sitting around 40. And then, you know, near again that halfway mark, especially in the objective game modes, it looks like the Pioneers are able to download the data of their opponent and then start to pick them apart piece by piece, and they do just that against LG.
See the kills making up a big difference here for the Pioneers. Everybody contributing a piece to the pie in this game, as every single member of that squad sitting towards the mid to upper 20s, or of course 30 in the case of Grad. LG lagging behind just a little bit in that respect, as they struggled to keep up after the initial bout of kills had gone their way.
Yeah, so it seems like, you know, LG doing a good job in that TDM, able to kind of close things out there. But again, on Pantheon, a little bit of a slower game, more spread out, and I think that worked towards LG's advantage. But those objective game modes seem to be falling more and more in favor of the Pioneers. So going into this King of the Hill on Highwind, I'm expecting the Pioneers to be riding nice and high going into this one to try to close it out.
Pioneers are able to get the plasma to work with. Can they leverage that control into something workable here on our midpoint, though? They will, as they get credit for the kill against Toby with a Y, who I think was our bat pickup as well, that throws it onto the ground. Plasma's also thrown just a few seconds later, however. The player picking it up, unfortunately not being able to maintain. Things continue to go a little bit awry here, but once more, Vexy having kind of the right of initiation on our center hill because he controls the bat. Quick portal access, of course, due to the center box, so just quickly gets himself out of there as soon as there is a risk of him going down. He has another teammate actually capping the points on it as well. That'll all be stolen away as the Pioneers get a few points to counter out the gains that LG had made. Immediately, though, we see this player jump onto the hill, and Vexy not even going to need to kill anyone. Pretty much the entirety of the Pioneers has been knocked out by his teammates, but hey, there we go. Gets a nice little parting kill there. Finishes off the last of the previous wave. We have the other three, of course, spawned back in, but immediately he's making impact upon that as well. LG going for a statement here and trying to reply to their loss from map number 3.
Yeah, Vexy going huge with that bat. Even just being a deterrent from the Pioneers not dropping down into that hill was enough to give LG the early advantage and carry that into that second hill. Now fighting for it still. Vexy going to be able to take down Grad with the swing of that bat, even on the flank. Momo will go down with the help of Solar, but it's the trades coming through now. Grad last alive for the Pioneers. LG with a severe man advantage as we near the halfway marker of this hill. LG continues to run it up and continues to make things tough for the Pioneers to get into that objective.
Not a huge lead being built up just yet here by the Luminosity roster. About 30 seconds ahead of their opponents here. Solar, though, making up the difference by covering the flank with that bat. Constantly removes the kind of free initiation that the Pioneers are looking to get by splitting themselves up to this degree. And once more, as a result of that, their entire push falls to pieces here. Big lead going to go up on the board now from LG because of the free control they have. LG getting a little bit aggressive here, though. Tries to go directly to contest against the spawn setup from the Pioneers. They were able to turn it back around to their favor, mainly due to the prowess of Vexy, who's been going off so far in this game. Started out well with the plasma, and now picked up those 3 kills back-to-back here as well before finally going down to the hands of Sif, who also immediately is traded back out. Second plasma spawn is up this time, going initially into the hands of the Pioneers.
Yeah, Luminosity just doing such a better job in this King of the Hill of playing their lives, especially comparatively to the Pioneers. They're slaying out. Pioneers trying to get a little scrappy, a little bit too aggressive maybe at times, and Luminosity is just catching them out on a lot of these rotations. We'll have to see if Momo can turn the tide of battle now. Able to take down Vexy. Sif will take down Toby. 2 players down for Luminosity. Is a brief man advantage for the Pioneers, but in that hill you can see the carnage as all those red X's are on the map. Momo does a nice job dropping through. Will burn through Solar, but it's a 2-for-2 trade now as things reset yet again on the field.
Toby, nice little escape, or at least it could be if he actually gets himself away from harm's reach, and looks like he does, but re-engaged just a tad too early. So finally, the spree of kills going to go into the favor of the Pioneers. Maybe their first real chance this team has had to turn things around early on a hill as well, and indeed they will accomplish that. Still 45 seconds to go on this hill, so some serious gains potentially to be made. Bring things back to a much closer fight. Solar gets away with a free one to start it out, but it will be there to trade it in. However, once again, LG seems like they're just consistently making those gains inside of the fight. More importantly, bringing it back down to neutrality, but past that, Toby with an eye, now also getting the full hill control as well. So LG definitely going to be taking a lot more from this one than the Pioneers would have liked.
Yeah, LG, I think, continues to just swarm these hills and make things too hectic for the Pioneers to predict, and that's really why Luminosity is thriving at this point in time. I mean, the Pioneers just can't predict what angle they're going to be hit from next, and Luminosity is there to secure those kills, and they continue to run it up. The bat will fall, however, as Momo is going to secure that for himself, but hasn't really been able to translate into any hill time just yet.
Running up a few kills on their own regard to potentially open up the hill, but it's probably in the worst possible hill to make this kind of a play as well. Right back in the center of the map here. Momo decides to say to heck with it, I'm just going to jump onto it anyway. And thankfully his teammates have done a great job supporting him here once again as well. 3 out of 4 members of Luminosity being wiped off the map. 2 more already down as well for the next respawn wave. Momo looking for something. He's just not going to find it there, unfortunately. Supports back over towards the mid-site portal box. He's going to try and take that away. He's found a target now, and here we go. He's able to isolate them out, but has to quickly go right back onto the run as he's being hunted down now that they've spotted the bat onto him. Once again, though, Pioneers still controlling this kill chain, and that's what matters right now as they try to bring themselves back into the lead here.
Yeah, exactly what the Pioneers needed right now is this pressure coming through from Momo and doing such a good job of jumping into that hill, staying alive, and then even securing kills. Momo doing it all right now. And behind the pillar is the 5th player for the Pioneers. What a play out of Momo.
Oh, it's going to be spotting the two players rotating back in as well. Great intel over towards his teammates. They hold back on a little bit of a headshot angle further down the ramp and immediately cull them out with Momo finishing things down. Two more players getting knocked out as well as the Pioneers. Safe to say at this point that they are back into the game now, only 10 seconds behind the overall scoreline from LG.
And a huge setup onto this hill as well. That trade will be fine. 1-for-2 in favor of the Pioneers. They continue to camp this one out. Sif getting the collection agency on Toby with the Y down to half health, doesn't care, is there to contest with his teammate going back-to-back against this LG pressure. They continue to hold, 20 seconds left in the hill, so Sif is going to branch out just a little bit to see what he can find. Two players on that low ground, some tough spawns for Luminosity. Pioneers doing such a good job of controlling the map.
Pioneers here able to take that lead. Carry it forward here now, but also losing a couple of their own members. Going to make the next hill transition a little bit dodgy, especially again with another portal being opened up. LG noticing they don't have the EMPs to stop it, so they flood back out. A 3-for-1 trade. Sif the only one surviving it here, and he has to back away from the situation entirely. But you'll note, LG not immediately on top of the hill, not coming back into this game so quickly as of yet here. Gives the Pioneers the time to respawn, but there's part of that as well, I think, in LG wanting to trap the members of the Pioneers in that very same respawn here. So once again, Pioneers have been able to negate out at least one player that has gone over towards the hill. Here comes the actual retake attempt here from Sif and the rest of the squad. Sif will go 1-for-1. They don't find the follow-up trade onto the player that took out Sif, unfortunately. Big high-flying play from Toby with an eye here as well to fend off the pressure from up on top, and his teammate will take care of the last remnant on this hill.
Yeah, even scavenging that bat is huge for Toby here. Manages to connect onto Sif, so they'll be able to take him off the map for a handful of seconds. Toby now trying to make this play, will connect onto Grad, but now that translates into 3 down for Luminosity, so the Pioneers can get some scrap time here if they want, or rotate out for that next hill. However, Vexy securing that double, make that a triple, will allow Luminosity to set up shop in this hill, and they even got the plasma rifle in the back pocket to burn through any of the Pioneers trying to make a play.
It's too chaotic there for the players on the Pioneers. They completely miss Vexy's position up on top still, and he's allowed to go haywire. Great fend off there as well with the plasma spray, just catching the first rotate, coming back in, and oh, this is going to be a perfect flank for him. He just needs to catch these players, and indeed, he has done so. 2 down. Important note, of course, the members of the Pioneers are still holding hill control, negating out some of this time and keeping us at a direct even scoreline, 147 to 144. Slight edge, of course, the Pioneers as Grad somehow survived that skirmish, kept himself on top of it here. Will it be much longer for this road? It seems like he will, actually, as again, his teammates come in to bail him out here on this side. Flank, and even picks up the more recent kill versus Vexy. The Pioneers just always seem to come back into it just when you least expect them to. That's been part of the reason why they've been surviving so long here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's like, what do you do against that? Grad kind of defying all odds and even translating that back-to-back 4 downs now for the Pioneers on the hill rotation. Exactly what they needed in this situation. 50 seconds left in this hill, a decent chunk, about 30 points of an advantage for the Pioneers, and they continue to extend that and battle against Luminosity. Now you got Momo with that snipe watching over this hill. The killing spree for him as well. He is popping off. Both Toby's down for Luminosity. Add Vexy into that mix, and it looks like the Pioneers are trying to close this one out.
Getting a small amount of time on top of the hill. Nice little no-scope coming out there from Momo as well. Catches the portal, but he's unfortunately not caught the player inside of it. 1-for-1's it after everything is said and done, though, so quick reactions to be able to stay on top of it. LG is inching in a few points from this center hill, but now we get ready to move on to our final one in about 10 seconds here. Both teams are going to scavenge what they can. Pioneers more than likely looking to just stalemate this out at this point more than anything. For LG, of course, they do not have a choice. Need to close the gap. They need about 45 points to be able to do this here, assuming that Pioneers do not gain anything as we now enter that final hill down below.
We're going to have some power weapons up on the map as well to keep our eye on, but for the time being, lots of members of Luminosity falling at the hands of the Pioneers. Solar trying to make a play here, but as Grad with another killing spree turns on to Vexy, trying to stay alive, can't handle it as the plasma will tear through both Agony and Grad. So LG has foot in this hill. Sif will be battled down by Toby. Back on board with Grad, who's trying to just find an angle, but for the time being, LG is camping it out. Solar also in the hill with that bat, so the Pioneers try to get a little bit aggressive. Solar is waiting and ready. There he takes down Grad. Sif also going down. Momo, though, making the save. Toby, Solar, both Tobys down now. The Pioneers securing this hill. Momo with the triple should be able to close out the game.
Retake needs to come in the next 2 seconds. Are we going to see it? The bat in hand as well for Momo. He prevents the overtime cap, and that's going to be the Pioneers closing out the series in 3-1 fashion over Luminosity, and unfortunately for the Luminosity fans at home, eliminating them from the championship run.
I will say Pioneers looking really solid despite being knocked down to that lower bracket early. They've really had some impressive comebacks here in some of these series.
That's the second SPS team they've been able to eliminate here now as well, knocking out Elevate earlier on today, and then LG just inside of this matchup.
Yeah, what does that meme where it's like the Grim Reaper knocking on all the doors? That's the Pioneers right now in this
SSG's
lower
up next,
bracket.
I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So Pioneers doing a great job knocking down, and some of these teams, I believe the LG even was one above them in the standing. So technically an upset here by the Pioneers, and looking at the kills, especially in this final game, pretty convincing fashion.
Nicely done here by the members of the Pioneers. A very difficult map to try and wrangle control over, but once again, working off the back foot for a comeback as well. There was plenty of those, not even just in this series, but like overall today, we've had a lot of those teams able to figure out the kind of misgivings of their own strategy towards the beginning of the game and actually give us a very convincing comeback, which oftentimes has been quite difficult to achieve in these Splitgate matches.
Yeah, for sure. I think Luminosity doing a good job, in that Pantheon, the team deathmatch kind of playing to their advantage, but Pioneers just able to stay the course yet again. And of course, that will conclude the first day here of the Splitgate Pro Series Championship. Again, $250,000 on the line. I gotta say, with the bracket, with the way things are moving, I cannot wait until tomorrow. As you see here, Moist with the 3-1 victory over SSG, and then that just begs more questions. T1, are they going to fall to Moist as well? T1 looks solid, but I mean, if Moist is taking down our undefeated team from the regular season, what does that say about the way they're playing?
Well, it says it's looking pretty good, but at the same time, T1 has also been giving us some incredibly consistent gameplay, as we've really come to expect from them, and that's carried over from the regular season. Meanwhile, down here in the lower bracket, of course, just seeing on the top end of it, Pioneers able to knock out Luminosity in 3-1 fashion. That now sets up a very difficult matchup for the Pioneers, and them needing to beat out Space Station, our undefeated team from the regular season, now giving us a very surprising loss early on in the upper bracket finals. Meanwhile, E-United was able to eliminate Immortal, ending their run. Nicely played by Immortal as well to make it this far into the bracket, but that match will be left up to XSET and E-United to make it over to the elimination semifinal.
That XSET versus E-United matchup is going to be another tough one too, another can't miss. I think if you're a fan of the Splitgate Pro Series, it's going to be an incredible one. Both of those teams fighting for their tournament life. XSET, again, in the previous season championship, managed to do just that, an incredible losers bracket run, kind of culminating in a bracket reset against SSG in that grand final, but do they have what it takes to kind of repeat that during this season's championship? And Moist, can they continue the hot streak, that they've gone on here in day number 1? All those questions and more will be answered tomorrow in your Splitgate Pro Series Championship Day 2. So we'll see you all next time. Peace.